Twitter.
And I know. So this says live.
Yeah.
This says live on Restream. Let me check my channel. Oh, there we go. Sweet. Okay.
All right. All right. Let's see. I got to.
Let's do some social.
Yep. I got to pull up the event first. Where is on mobile? Accessing the live part of your YouTube channel is a pain.
Are you perusing the minis? They're just so small. I don't have any documents that I can paint it and it not just white. The painting skills don't have the scale of the problem. It's not hard to do. I promise. So like
Okay.
Almost done.
no, I'm looking. I'm looking. If I decide yes, then I will let you know.
I'm curious if we're getting audio from this. Yeah, I don't know if we're getting the audio from, because we need to add the audio source. So how do we?
From the video.
I hear us talking.
All right. Well.
Whoops.
For
Pay no
anybody
attention
live,
to us, anyone.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
All right. Well, they're gonna hear us for now.
Well.
Hi, everyone. Pay no. We're still working on this. 2 seconds. Yeah, what it is the audio source coming from this, instead of doing this audio source, is doing just the microphone. So right now it's just doing the microphone. So this won't actually mute us because it's feeding through this thingy, which not sure exactly how to make that work, but that's a whole other problem we'll deal with in the future. Okay, but yeah, ready to kick it off?
Let's do it.
Okay. The audio.
Yeah, we're getting a comment about the audio being low.
Okay. Well, you ready? You want to kick it over to the video at least so they can see us?
Let's do it.
Our pretty faces.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good morning here from beautiful Round Rock, Texas. We are here at Ikkicon 2024, talking Lorcana. I'm Jack.
I'm Liam.
And we are going to be with you today. We've got a really, really awesome Lorcana tournament happening, care of Game Castle. So shout out to Game Castle for bringing us out here and setting this up for us. This is our first time doing this, so bear with us. We run into sort of technical issues. Like if you were watching this before, you'll understand, oh, hey, we could hear you guys. But that's okay. Again, first time out here doing this kind of stuff. We should have a fun day ahead of us. We've got a lot of players. Do we know how many people are in this tournament?
So there are 34 players total.
Okay.
It'll be 5 rounds before cut to the top 8, so it's going to be a long day, but I'm really excited.
Nice. It's going to be a good time. So we're going to be talking Lorcana. We've got a game going right now. Should we just jump right in and show off what's happening with this game?
Yeah, let's do
this match. We've got, let's see here. We got 2 players going on, and I'm gonna move us around a little bit so you can actually see. We're not covering There we go. Let's move us over here. How about that? Okay, it looks like we've got two different decks going on. Oh, we've lost feed. 2 seconds. There we go. All right, so we've got, I see, was that Amethyst versus Amethyst happening at this moment?
That's right. At least one person's running the bounce package, but I imagine we're going to see probably two. We could have RubyAmethyst mirror match in the first round.
Ooh, exciting! And so again, where Jack's mic's a little loud, Liam's a little quiet. If you want to tweak, sorry, I've got a big annoying booming voice.
Let's do that. How are we doing now?
All right, again, let's see here. Wow. Okay. Again, let's see here. So this is our first time doing this. We've got Amethyst on the board right now. Looks like we've got 3 ink versus 2, maybe. All these people playing with it. Why don't you play with clear sleeves? I don't understand. The clear sleeves, the cards are so nice.
I love the card back. You know, we've told Ravensburger several times that if they publish sleeves with just the Lorcana card backs on them, they would be their top sellers. And I stand by that.
All right, already we got some stuff going out here. Looks like we got lore on the board. Ooh, okay, so you know what's serious when someone has a notebook and is taking notes right in front of you.
That's true.
And it's very intimidating.
It is. You know, for me personally, recording lore on paper and pencil is my preferred way, because in a tournament setting like this, if there's ever any discrepancy about who scored what, when, you know, and you call the judge over, the player who can show the record is usually the one who wins the argument.
Yeah. We've got Knives in the chat right now saying, I play with Captain Hook sleeves and then outer sleeves, so it works. Okay. I get that. I
do love the art sleeves.
All right. I'm seeing some more Amethyst on the table right now.
Yeah, so we have the Madam Mim package going. It's a pretty common play to get the 2-cost down, the 2-cost Snake Madam Mim on turn 2, followed by the Rush on turn 3. You get a lure maybe out of that first Mim before the Fox comes down.
Yeah, that is a nice little push there, nice little aggressive push. It's the Fox who's kicking off right here, so you can actually see we have it. There she is up on the board. She's a nice rush character, so you can get her out there quick. Ooh. All right, and so again, working on this setup here, we've got a remote setup using guest Wi-Fi at a hotel. So if things go dark every now and then, we apologize, but hey, it happens. It happens here. Anyway, good having you here. Again, we've got a lot of Lorcana ahead of us today. It's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a very long one. All right, let's see if we're back up and running again. Here we are.
There we go. Interesting. So Arthur is a really fun card. It's able to get you a decent amount of lore if you can keep him on the board and let him go off, especially if you pair him with the goat. I think he saw like some favorability early on as people tried to make him work, but then I think he dropped out of favor a bit recently. So I'm excited to see him in this deck to see how he works. Should get a nice little surge of lore early. One thing we're going to work on for you all is getting the lore total for this game so you can see exactly how close it is. Because obviously when the players are recording like that, we can't tell exactly where they're at.
If we could give them big flashcards with a number on it, it would really make our lives a lot easier.
That's true. Or maybe hold up fingers every time you score for the viewers.
Oh, yeah. So Arthur's a good one out there right now. And let's see here. We got 2 on the board. Bringing out. Okay, so we've got the Amber out now. That looks like who is that?
That is Maximus. That is Maximus in Bodyguard.
Okay.
So Maximus is going to protect Arthur. So Arthur's a great card. He's a little weak, and players tend to remove him if they can as soon as possible, because Arthur can get you lore quick with the extra 2 lore you get every time you quest for returning a character. So if you can drop a Bodyguard character, a big beefy one like Maximus out there to protect him, you can make Arthur do some work.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got Simba's in my deck right now. He does a little bit of work. I've got a lot of super early aggro. So if you get a Simba out there to protect them, at least 1 or 2 shots, you can pick up a quick 6 to 8 lore right there in the first couple rounds. But
there's almost nothing like Simba on turn 2. And now that Rafiki's fallen out of favor a little bit, it feels a little bit safer to play until he gets smashed.
Yeah. Poor Simba. That is probably one of my favorite parts of Lorcana is just the sheer number of pairings where it's like, oh, okay, my Maleficent destroys your Lilo. Mentally seeing that is just like, okay. Moving through to the Scrooge for set 3, though. That's true. We had some new releases pop up yesterday. We saw the brothers, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, are going to be in the mix. So looking
really
forward to that.
For those.
Got some good meta decks coming too, I'm sure.
It's, now that we see a double Madam Mim Snake out there, interesting. One of the things I love about these local tournaments is you always have those rogue decks which pop up, which you don't see in some of the bigger tournament top 8. So I'm really excited to see some of the fun decks we'll see today.
Yeah.
I've seen some really interesting deck top 8 recently. Gruesome and Grim deck, which came out of nowhere to top 8. That was a lot of fun. And for those playing, in the last few days, a video popped up highlighting Ariel Who's It Collector as a fun item based deck. So I hope we see some of those today.
Ooh, yeah, absolutely. We got a lot of fun stuff planned today. I'm sure we'll see quite a few different setups. All right, we got a Maleficent on the board right now. And what are they going to do with that? You got that 2 lore. Okay.
Yeah, Maleficent's not doing any work right now other than serving as a bounce target for Arthur.
Picking up the 2 lore. Man, that Arthur is doing some work out there. Those 2 mims, we're going to assume Maximus will probably drop with one of those mims next turn. But yeah, it looks like our player on the bottom, our Everest player, I guess I could say.
Indeed.
So you're serious when you're playing with the actual mats. So we've got Steamboat Willie on the top. I have not been able to find any of those mats anywhere in public.
They are so expensive now,
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Give me a Honey Wizard. That's all I want. We got 2 Arthurs, we got Maximus, and we've got the Maleficent back out there again.
Yeah, I mean, this player, I wish I knew the lore total for you all right now, but venture to guess that this first player could, on the bottom, could close out this game pretty early if those Arthurs are allowed to keep doing what they're doing.
Let's see here.
Maleficent drawing for answers.
Okay, we got and we've got again we're trying to look at these things upside down. We're playing from a distance, folks. So we're trying to see what's going on here.
So that's Maleficent on turn 3, giving a card, allowing the player to draw. I'm guessing those mims are going right for that Maximus. Let's remove that body.
Down 2 snakes for 1 horse.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we had enough resources available to play the Rush Fox, but we don't. So it's off to the bottom player again. And Arthur's going to continue to gather that lore.
Yeah, absolutely. Just picking away at it, just picking away. So there we go.
Yeah, this is interesting. I have yet to see what the second color for that top deck is. So I'm really not sure what match we're seeing right now.
All right, picking up 2 lore. I'm going to go ahead and guess that Arthur is going to quest and then drop that Maleficent back. There we go.
Yep.
A quick 4 lore for 1 Maleficent. Not bad at all.
Indeed. Now he could bounce the other Arthur too and get another 3.
Look
there it
at
is.
that. Look at that. 3 more lore up on the table.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, and the phone's tracking, but we cannot see it. I venture to say it's getting close. Yeah, I just don't know. There's still time for the top player to come back here. There's not a lot on the board. So with a rush character right now, you could gain board control.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, unless you have targeted removal, that bottom player is probably so close to 20 that you can just drop characters out, wait to quest, and then close out the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, to sit back and let them collect. Unless you can do that direct damage to them, there's really no chance that you have to knock them out. So yeah, we could sit back. We could see another. That was a quick, 6, 7, 8 lore in 1 shot. So we have to imagine this one's going to be ending pretty quick. There's 2 Maleficents on the board right now.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that is enough lore to close out the game for the bottom player. Otherwise, I venture to guess that other Arthur may have made an appearance.
Yeah.
The Arthur, with the 3 on the back end, is not susceptible to a card like Grab Your Swords or 2 damage, where the Maleficents could be wiped. So those are probably the closers.
Yeah, something like this. These steel cards. As someone who plays an Amethyst Amber deck, steel is my arch nemesis.
I know, right?
And so Grab Your Sword again. I mean, because I play with a lot of low power cards, and that Grab Your Swords will come and just wipe you out.
Oh, it's a heartbreaker.
It's you throw out like a bunch of Lilos, a bunch of Maleficents, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, you don't get to play those. Put those away. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
So
let's see if we have any answers from the top player here. All resources available. This might be a be prepared.
All right.
There it is for the board wipe.
Be prepared.
All right. So it is RubyAmethyst. And that's what he was waiting for. That turn 7, be prepared, gain board control. But I'm willing to bet the bottom player, calculating that he's playing Ruby, was waiting for that.
Already. There's a Pinocchio. There's an Arthur. Just like, all right, let's do this again.
Yeah. So let's see. So he definitely held up multiple cards. The danger in after set 2, after Rise of the Floodborn came out with Be Prepared, is early on you could play warded characters and stuff to kind of close out the game, but with Lady Tremaine forcing your opponent to sacrifice a character, a lot of players are saving those for immediately after the Be Prepared, forcing your opponent to clear things out.
All right, this one is, I believe, is that Overbearing? Nope, wrong one. There's so many Lady Tremaines. We got a couple Lady Tremaines here.
That is true. That is one of them.
See here. We got Is it the Imperious Queen? I believe there she
That's
is.
the only other one. Yes.
Oh, well, there we go. There's our enchanted
the
version
beautiful
of her.
one, the one that I probably never own, and that
Yeah.
seems like game. Yep, didn't have enough to remove both characters, and that's game for the bottom player.
Game 1, yeah, goes through the lower character. There we go. Not shocking. We saw a lot of lore out there very, very early on, and yeah, it's going pretty well. Not too bad. Not too bad. Our first match we've seen here. I'm excited to see more of it. I'll see here and do that. No,
So
okay.
the interesting card for me in this match was the Maximus. I've seen that a few times in competitive decks, but not super often. That was definitely the backbreaker, though, in this match. Getting the high lore cards down early, Arthur doing work, and having Maximus drop in Bodyguard was
Yeah.
it's a big body to get through.
Yeah, that's a big horse.
Yeah.
Big horse with a frying pan. Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it early. I love seeing. Honestly, I play the same color style, so it's like when I see it win, it's like okay, I enjoy that. I like seeing it do pretty well, so that makes me very happy. So how are you guys doing out there? How are you guys enjoying the tournament so far? We've got to see here. Moving. So we got the old. Oh geez, wrong way. There we go. I'm going to a tournament this afternoon, and the top prize is a playmat. Not sure if it's Beast or Winnie the Pooh. I mean, you got the Honey Wizard is the way to go, right? Like that's the dream.
I know.
Only our friend Lily is the only person I've ever seen playing with the Honey Wizard. So
it's a beautiful mat. It's beautiful art. You know, the funny thing about that card is I feel like when people pull that in packs, even though it's a common, they still get excited.
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
it's just brilliant.
I was sorting through some of my cards last night and going through the foils. I think the Honey Wizard is still like the most expensive common foil out there. It's because it's a beautiful card.
I think that's true. John Lauren, fantastic artist, goes way harder than he needs to on every one of his Lorcana cards.
Yeah, there you go. That Honey Wizard looks just so nice. It's such a great looking card.
Yeah, Honey Wizard Enchanted one day would be, even though the card is never played, would be
I am
popular.
curious. So we noticed that in the next set, we actually have an enchanted card from, I think, set 2 is popping up in set 3.
Set 1.
A set 1 card is going to be an enchanted card in set 3, which is cool. I like to see that. So we might have an opportunity to see some of those older cards coming back. But
I love that idea. I love finding the most popular cards, the ones that people have an emotional attachment to, and giving them that treatment that, you know, that a lot of us wish they had.
Absolutely. All right, look, getting into it, kicking off our next match. Again, this is going to be a best of 3 situation. All hail the Pooh Overlord, says Walter Yensid. Nice. Pooh is MVP. Yeah, okay. Walter has a fan of the Pooh, it looks like. Mark Nutt. Hey, Jack, how'd your latest marathon go? Went well. I was out in Florida recently for Run Disney stuff. I did the marathon. And so you said you've done that before, right?
I have. I've run it twice, and it's one of the best experiences ever.
It's so much fun. Getting to run through a theme park is the absolute best. All right, looks like we are in the mulligan phase right now. So the way this works, so those of you who might be new to the game, the way this works is when you're playing competitively. Oh, he's actually showing off ink. Just giving us a look at his hand. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. All right, we got an Olaf on the board. The way it works, we missed it earlier, but basically you draw 7 cards, and then you can choose to discard however many number of cards you want in the initial phase, and then redraw those cards, reshuffle your deck, and actually start the match. So that gives you an opportunity to maybe work on some pairings. We've got a Lilo on the board down there immediately. Lilo versus Olaf. And again.
Yeah. The so in a lot of these decks, what you see is these 1/3 characters like Olaf are very popular early right now. Not only are they good defensively, but they're great targets for gosh, I'm blanking out on the card. Nive in the chat, correct me. The does 2 damage to you or one of your creatures and 2 damage to an opponent's creatures, but those 1/3s are great targets for that. And that would have been a great play right now for the Ruby Amethyst player up top.
Yeah. All right. So there we go. We've got Olaf. Looks like he went questing immediately. So trying to learn from his mistakes from the last round, picking up 1 lore very, very quickly. Got 2 coming out here. There's Pinocchio.
This is one of the Teeth and Ambitions. Thank you, Ragnarok. This is this is one of the most aggro cards in Lorcana right now. 3 lore on turn 2.
Yeah.
He goes down easy, but unless you can remove him, he scoops you up some lore pretty quick.
Yeah, a good thing with a bodyguard there. You throw down a Simba next round, and then immediately you've got some big lore right there. I mean, that's 5 lore sitting on the table for our player on the bottom. If they can get some kind of bodyguard out there, we've got tapping for 3. And dropping looks like is that a mini?
That's a Minnie Mouse. She is evasive for 2 lore. It's a great card to get out. There's not a ton of evasive in decks outside of Ruby right now. There's some, but those Minnie Mouses are pretty sticky and can scoop you lore every turn without your opponent being able to remove them with characters.
Yeah, the double Pascal is one of my favorite combos.
Oh, yes.
It's like, so Pascal gets evasive if he has another character on the board. So you get 2 of them, and boom, you've got evasive. There's a Maui out
It's
there.
a just in time, and it's probably going to be, there it is, it's probably going to be the Maximus. So just in time allows you to play a 5-cost character or below for 3 lore. Getting Maximus out that early is the bodyguard that the bottom player needs in order to keep his high lore characters alive. That is, I would venture to guess that the way this deck is designed, the script it's supposed to run, that is the textbook
Yep.
first 3 turns.
I mean, right there, boom, you've got 5 lore that's protected by a bodyguard just to kick it off. I mean, that's going to be huge. And unless our player on the top has something to answer with, that's going to be a very, very difficult combo.
He really needs to draw a Teeth and Ambitions to remove that Pinocchio. That would be the ideal draw for him right now. Although I venture to guess he would have played it if he had it already.
Yeah. All right, what is it? He's thinking. You see, okay, you can see play is slowing down. We got some damage onto Maximus already.
So what the player's done, Cusco is a 2-cost character that draws a card when he goes to the discard pile, and so the top player is definitely running cards into Maximus looking for answers. I think that card draw off that Cusco is what he was looking for.
Wrong Cusco. There's so many different Cuscos now.
That is true.
Yeah, Breezy would be very happy to see that
He is
happening this early.
All right, so here's the Fox. Rush probably into Maximus. There it is.
There we go. Maximus off the board. So we have exposed Pinocchio and Lilo, and immediately Minnie goes after Pinocchio. And down goes 3 lore. Still Lilo on the board, though. That's still 2 lore sitting there. We'll see if he goes questing with Lilo right now.
That is a sigh of relief for the player on top.
Absolutely. He's able to knock out a few things there.
You know, what these RubyAmethyst decks are really trying to do is all about getting to turn 7.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can do some work early, you can remove some stuff, but once you get to turn 7 and you can clear the board with your Be Prepareds, that's where you want to be.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, goodness.
We have 8 lore on the table. We got 3 Lilos out there immediately. That is huge. And this is where, some fire is going to be very, very bad. This is where, again, Steel Deck, I get super, super nervous. Again, these Lilos, not very powerful. They're a 1/1, but they're 2 lore. So you can go questing and pick up quite a bit. But really, you have to imagine this is going to last maybe 1, possibly 2 turns.
Yeah, so getting lore reports from the table. It looks like it's 4 lore on top, 7 lore on the bottom. So still a ways from victory, but 8 lore would go a long way to getting closer to that 20.
Yeah, this looks very similar to the deck I play, except a better version of it. So there we go.
Right,
The friends on the other side.
Friends on the other side, sung by Minnie Mouse. You know, songs are one of the really interesting mechanics that make Lorcana different. The ability to use your characters as a resource, leaving your ink free to play whatever else you want to play that turn, is really powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we'll get into more of the explanation. So if you maybe are new to Lorcana, we'll get into some more explanation after this match here. We have some time in between rounds. But yeah, again, if you are new to it, this game came out in September of last year. So it is still a very, very fresh game. There's only 1 expansion out right now. And we're having a really great time checking it out. It's still nice. If you're interested in getting in, it's not too late. You're literally in just 2 expansions. Next expansion comes out next month. We've got oh my gosh, there's 6 very quick lore, very aggressive quick lore there with the Rapunzel out there. Yeah. And I mean, I've been having a blast playing it. I got into it kind of right at the beginning of it, and now I'm sort of diving in a little bit more head first and having a lot of fun.
It's just a fantastic game. And for those interested in the lore total, by the way, it is now 13 lore on the bottom. That 6 lore push got that player 7 away from taking the victory in game 2, with 4 lore for the top player.
Nice. And so only 7 away, and you've got 8 on the table right now. So unless something happens here, this is going to be a handshake, walk away. I see about 6 ink, and he's playing 5. That's a Maui.
Maui's coming out. Maui has Rush, allowing him to challenge a character on the turn he comes into play. So that's 1 Lilo removed. There's the second one, and I would venture to guess we're going to see the third one taken down right here.
All right. So all the smaller characters knocked off, but they did their job. They got out. They got 6 lore. And now they're away. All right, so what is this guy going to do? We've got 1 character up on the table. It looks like only 3 ink right now.
Yeah.
It is kind of nice having that, being able to play quite a few characters with just a little bit of ink.
This deck is probably very low to the ground, and then the just-in times allow you to get some of your more expensive characters out early. The problem, I think, for the bottom player, he's probably run through most of his resources right now, and so what he's counting on doing is dropping characters, questing for that character, knowing it's going to get removed, and then hoping that probably 2 lore at a time, we can squeak out a victory. The challenge, I think, is as the top player gets closer to 7 lore and those be prepareds become available, allowing that player to destroy all the characters on the board, the rush player is really going to be on his heels.
Yeah, absolutely. The Amethyst Amber deck is great if you can win quickly. But if you give your opponent time, another song or from the friends on the other side, if you allow your opponent to start beefing up, it could be very, very dangerous very, very quickly. So
Indeed.
All right. Oh, we can see Glimmers in chat. Sup, nerds? It's good seeing you too. Can you update us on lore? It's not really possible due to glare. Yeah, we're working on that, Walter. Right now,
we're getting live lore reports from the judge at the table.
We are currently sitting at 5 to 15. So right now, 5 to 15. Looks like Derek's on the bottom and Matt is up on top. So Derek with the first round victory. V2 Blast. Hey, Jack and chat. How's everyone doing? Doing well. We're watching Lorcana today. It's going to be a fun one. Again, this is the first round of the tournament at Ikkicon here in Round Rock, Texas, just north of Austin. And happy to be here. Happy to be playing, or happy to be watching some Lorcana. I brought my deck just in case. Just in case anyone that wants to play a round or two in between matches.
You're one up on me. I have a starter deck, so you probably take it down pretty easy.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Okay. We're seeing here. So it looks like he's starting to build up that ink, and we're starting to see a lot of characters on the table. There's an Ursula right there.
Yeah, Ursula is kind of, I don't want to call it a backbreaker, but what Ursula does is Ursula will take one lore from your opponent when she's played and will allow you to draw a card for each lore taken. So it's a card to advance give you a few more resources to play with, but it also takes your opponent one further lore from victory.
Oof. Is that Power Hungry, I believe?
That is.
There you go. So
there she is.
Yeah, you're seeing lots of legendaries pop up, which is nice. All the expensive cards are coming out early. We got 5 on the board. We've got Eudora out there. Set 2 character.
Yep. This is the type of character that the bottom player wants to draw to close out the game. She's very high in willpower, difficult to remove. If you can get her to stick around for more than one turn, that is fantastic. Because all the bottom player is looking to do right now is drop a character, quest for lore, and get that last few that they need to win the game. All Unfortunately,
Lady Tremaine says not today.
Not today. With RubyAmethyst, once you get to 7 lore, even 6 with Mount, you really have the answer. So it's a challenge that the Amber Amethyst player is looking to win quick and didn't quite pull it off that game.
Nah, not at all. All right, so we have a 1-1 match right now, I believe.
We do.
Going on to round number 3. So this is going to be it. This is going to be winner of this match will move on to the next round, I assume. I'm not sure exactly how this tournament's set up. Is it a one and done? Is this a Swiss? What kind of tournament do we have here today?
Great question. So this is a Swiss tournament.
Okay.
So the way it will work, we're playing 5 rounds with 34 players. So every round, players will be matched according to their record. To make it into the top 8, the goal is to make it into the top 8. That's how you prize, and you go. That's how you don't get eliminated. Everybody's guaranteed those 5 rounds. So to make it in the top 8, you really need to win early. It is possible to make it in, depending on the number of players, with 1 or 2 losses. But the tiebreaker is always usually comes down to your opponent's record.
Okay.
And so if you lose early in round 1, in round 2, then the opponent that you lost to is not likely to go on and win out. It's possible. So generally what you see is as the tournament progresses, those players who are picking up their first losses in round 3 or 4 or 5, those are the ones who will advance to the top 8. And you usually have one player that's undefeated at the very least.
Okay. And we've got a few players out here that you recognize as well. Anyone that you're rooting for quietly? Like we have no dog in this hunt right now, but is there anybody out there that you're excited for?
There's so many players I recognize, and some I've had a chance to talk to. The ones that I'm really rooting for out here, there's a couple players. This is their first major event. They're new to TCGs.
Okay.
They're taking a bold step. Competing in a 1K tournament, having only played a TCG for several months, and I really want them to do well. I really want them to do well.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I know for me, I played a lot of Magic the Gathering back in the day when I was younger, when I was in middle school and stuff. Now, obviously, that was about 400 years ago. But coming back into the TCGs and coming into Lorcana, it's this has been a lot of fun, and really getting into it and getting back out there to actual card shops and playing with people, it's like, oh, I missed this. This was really great. I've met a lot of really great people, and the Lorcana community has been very, very friendly as well. Like everyone I've met inside of it has been really fantastic. And aside from a few scalpers I've bumped into, everyone's been very, very friendly, and I'm very excited to be part of it. And of course, today, we're here commentating on the matches. Otherwise, we would be out there sweeping everyone. So, but that's
Yes.
okay. We'll sit back and let other people have their fun today.
We're streaming for them to
Yeah.
allow everybody else a chance.
Absolutely. Looks like they've gone through their mulligan now, and they're going to be redrawing, and we're going to go from here. It's going to be a blast. We'll see who's going to win this last match and get their first victory of the tournament.
For the aggro players, being on the play, being able to play first is a huge advantage. And so anytime you go into round 3 and the aggro deck is on the play, I feel like they are a little confident.
Okay.
So I think the aggro player on the bottom is probably right where he wants to be.
Absolutely. And so the way it works is if you lose a round, you get to go first the next round. So the fact that aggro player on the bottom lost that last one means that they are going to go ahead and start this round. So huge deal. The only difference is first player doesn't get a draw. So no drawing for the player who goes first. All right, we're into it right now. We got ink on the board and immediately a Maleficent out there for 2 lore. This looks very familiar.
Indeed. I think this is probably the first or the perfect turn 1 play for the aggro player. Get one of those 1-cost 2 lore players on the board and start scooping that lore up early.
All right, so up next, we've got another ink, and who's coming out? Are we going to see more 2 lore characters? Are we going to see a bodyguard? And we've got Pinocchio on the board already. That's 2 lore for our bottom player.
And really, for that top player, they really wanted to drop an Olaf or another 1/3 character on turn 1, allowing them to start challenging these 1 willpower characters. So not having that turn 1 drop is kind of a bummer.
Yeah, absolutely.
But here we have Kuzco.
Okay. All right. So right now, we've got our player on the bottom is pretty much guaranteed 5 lore right here, bringing up to 7 in turn 3. That is significant. Got 3 ink on the board, playing 2, and there's a bodyguard Simba. So that is going to help out. And a Lilo on the board. That brings them up to 7 ink. I believe Derek is on the bottom. We got Derek versus Matt here. So already we're looking at 7-0 with another Lilo out there as well. So that's going to be huge on the next round. They're going to double up very, very quickly. Okay, so Derek is in a just massive lead at this point. Again, these aggro decks, you want to get out ahead quick and just shut it down, because the longer you let your opponent build up, the more it's going to hurt. All right.
Indeed. There's not a ton of really good answers right now. Unfortunately, not being able to get through that Simba, that Kuzco can be bounced for the Fox. That's what I was going to say. So now the Fox can remove Simba, and you're getting that out of the way. But again, there's not much more that the top player can do to prevent, another big questing turn.
Not only that, but so that character's been bounced, but maybe there's another Simba in hand, maybe there's a Maximus in hand. Like, there's a number of solutions this person could have out, even though you could only really attack one of those characters unless they bounce a rush out or something. So
that's true.
Right there, you're sitting on top of 7 lore, just waiting to go.
And running into that Simba is really unfortunate. What you like to see if you're playing defense in a bounce deck like this is being able to attack with that, or challenge rather, with that Madam Mim, and then bounce it for another Madam Mim. Only having 1 willpower left means that Madam Mim can't do much other than be banished in a challenge or or be bounced back to the hand.
Right there, 2 Pascal evasives out there. Again, I love the Pascal combo, because now that Pascal is gonna make itself, the 2 Pascals make it, or basically they're camouflaging each other. So we've got 2 evasives on the board. That's 2 free lore, unless you have something to combat that with, which is gonna be very difficult for this player right now. It's looking like we've got so much lore on the table versus not a lot. I think I don't see this going very well for Matt.
No, not unless not we're not on turn 7, so that board wipe is not available. I really, really love this use of Pascal. I think in the past, one thing we're used to seeing with Pascal is being played very early on turn 1 and then just slowly gathering lore over time. Pascal in this scenario is really playing the role of closer. The bottom player, the Amber Amethyst player, has rushed ahead early with some high lore characters. Those Pascals have probably been in hand for a while, but they only quest for 1. Now that you're within striking distance of victory, you can drop your evasives on the board and use those Pascals to close out the game.
Oh, this might be it right here.
The fun thing about double Pascals is they give each other evasive.
There's the handshake.
And there it is. Wow. That was
that turn 4, I believe.
It's close to it.
Man.
turn 4 or 5. But yeah, being on the play for the bottom player helps a lot. That Simba was fantastic, and yeah, not many answers there.
Not really, not at all. So I see in chat right now, Googly Glimmer says this is a rough board for someone not running steel. Again, yeah, steel.
Yes, indeed.
Steel makes makes the Amber Amethyst players cry. I know because that's what I run, and so I bump into steel every now and then and just cry a whole lot. But there we go. We've got our first match of the tournament is complete. It looks like Derek with the win, and good job, everyone. So, chat, how you guys feeling? You doing all right? You having a good time?
Yeah.
All right.
I appreciate everybody hanging out with us. This is a ton. We've been talking all week. I know this is a ton of fun for us to sit here, watch people play Lorcana in person.
Yeah.
Meet new people, and to get to be a part of it, even just sitting and watching is super cool.
Yeah, it's cool. And hopefully, if you guys like this kind of stuff, we would love to do more stuff like this. So as tournaments, as matches come through Austin, or even the Central Texas area, we're working on our setup now. So we've got a few hiccups and stuff. We apologize. But again, we're new to this. And as Lorcana's only been around for like 6 months. So it's kind of like not even 6 months at this point. So, we want to be out here. We want to be, talking about Lorcana, spreading the possible lore, possible love of it and everything. And we're working on solutions for things. And but we've got a fun day ahead of us. We've got probably another 10 minutes or so before our next rounds go. And if you have any questions in chat about Lorcana, feel free to ask us because we're here to explain and talk to you guys. I know I'm up on my stream right now over at twitch.tv/Pattillo. And where are you guys streaming at right now?
So we're streaming on YouTube primarily. Okay. So absolutely head over to our YouTube channel, check it out. If you're here, you're obviously watching it already.
True.
Tell your friends. Check out Jack on Twitch. Check out us on YouTube. We appreciate it.
Yeah. So, but good time again. Ikkicon, we're up here in Round Rock, Texas, at the Kalahari Resort. Who do we got in chat right now?
Oh, so awesome. Some amazing people in chat. There's several awesome content creators. We have Googly Glimmers, who's a great content creator. Knives Nerd Corner is on YouTube at Knives Nerd Corner. He really specializes in limited formats. So you should go check out his channel. Somebody I'm really excited to see is Becky and Dan from Dallas.
Oh, okay.
Becky and Dan are both Lorcana players who have traveled several hours down here to Austin to play in events, and they're both excellent players. Dan did some work with a hyper aggro turquoise deck, for those who know what that means. In some tournaments very recently. So
very, very awesome.
A lot of fun.
I see Knives talking about draft. There's actually some drafts happening today. Game Castle is doing some in between round drafting, and so the way drafting works is basically you pay to buy in. You get 4 packs of cards. You get 4 booster packs. You open one up, you take one card, and then hand it to your neighbor. And they do so forth and so on. So everyone playing, it's a minimum of 6 players or so. And then you hand it on. You pick one card, hand it on, pick one card until you finish the deck, go through, open up another one, and then you make your best deck out of it. It's exciting because there's no color limits on that. You can actually play with whatever you have. So you're going to see some weird, interesting combos you've never seen before. And I might try to sneak into one of those later if we have time for it. We'll see how it goes. I know the Game Castle guys have got that going today. So we'll do. See. But we're going to be here checking out the games.
That'd be super fun. I hope you do. Draft is such a unique experience because you hit the nail on the head. You see some interactions and cards being played that you don't normally see in constructed formats. And there's nothing quite like taking something that you build really quickly from scratch and seeing how it performs.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're pleasantly surprised. You're like, wow, this is great. And sometimes not so much.
Yeah, sometimes, but maybe you pop open a pack and you got an enchanted, and then maybe you're playing with an enchanted card, which, for those of you who don't know, enchanted cards are basically the most rare cards in Lorcana. There's only 24 of them out there right now, and each one's worth about $100 at minimum. So, but hey, you'll probably never see them being played unless you're playing in a draft selection. And also for me, I'm very close to completing a playset. And so I really have no excuse to buy packs anymore. Mm-hmm. But hey, if I'm doing a draft, what do you know? I maybe pick up 4 or 5 packs through a draft. So
it's enchanted.
That's what I tell my wife at least. And that's
I think that you're paying for the experience.
There we are.
The cards are a bonus.
There we are. Yeah, it's like a reward. It's a victory medal no matter what. So
rule number 1 of draft: always take the enchanted.
There we are. Yeah. Take the enchanted, take the legendaries, and then move on from there.
Indeed.
But yeah, so I'm excited. Thank you, everyone. I'm seeing a bunch of people in chat right now hanging out, and it's good. It is early here. So those of you out on the West Coast, good morning. 9 a.m. out there. We were trying to get this thing set up earlier, and I was about to call my buddy, but he's in Vancouver. So it would have been 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning. So I'm glad I didn't have to do that.
They're friends, and then they're very good friends.
Yeah. But thank you again, everyone. So how did you get into Lorcana? What was your introduction to it?
Oh my goodness. I feel like we've been into it since it was announced. You know, we saw the press release at D23 last year, and from the moment it was announced, you know, we latched onto it and followed it, and we've been riding the Lorcana wave ever since. The thing for me is, and tell me if it's the same for you.
Mm.
I think gaming, in-person gaming, does something really really wonderful for society and
Mhm.
anybody who chooses to pick up a board game and play with, you know, family or friends or strangers. It brings people together. It forces in-person interaction. It's hours of fun. Sometimes it brings people to new communities and local game stores. And so for me, when I saw Lorcana announced with the Disney IP, I said, you know, Aaron and I talked, my wife who runs the channel with us, and we said, you know, this could bring so many more people to the world of gaming who may have never touched a board game or a card game before.
Absolutely.
The
Yeah.
same way Villainous did, I think, for board games. So um, we've been following it for a year and haven't looked back. How about you, Jack?
So I mean, I had heard about it when it initially came out, kind of at D23. I have a lot of friends who go out to D23, and so they told me about it, but for some reason, it just didn't click with me initially. And then I had a friend who was in town, and he was applying for a job at Wizards of the Coast, and he was like, "Hey, I need to learn a little bit more about their games." And I was like, "Oh, there's a local game shop just up the road. Let's go, you know, see what they have and see if you can get some stuff for you, and you can pick it up." And while we were there looking at the card games, I was like, "Oh, there's like a Disney card game. I think it's coming out soon or just came out, but it looks like they don't have it here." And the guy behind the counter was like, "Oh no, we have it, but it's back behind the counter." And I was like, "Oh, great, okay." And so I was like, "Yeah, my wife and I live playing games, so I bought a starter deck. My friend bought her starter deck for me, so I had two of them." And then I showed my wife, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, this looks great!" And so it's like this mix of collecting and Disney stuff and playing games together. It's like, "Oh, this is perfect." And so we started playing it, and we just kind of got into it. It's like, "Oh, okay." And immediately, sort of the hooks of the collecting got into me, and I'm like, "Oh well, I got to find more of these. I got to find more." And started hunting down decks and hunting down booster packs, and something about, like, you know, going to as many different shops around town to
Mhm.
try to find inventory, because when it initially came out, it was very difficult to find any inventory anywhere.
Absolutely.
And Ravensburger was very quick to sort of reprint the first chapter. There's a lot more of the second chapter out there right now, or of Floodborne out there right now, and we know that apparently initially when they created the game, the first three sets were all printed at the same time. And so initially they put it out, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, like we need to make more." So they reworked it. Now we have a lot more inventory out there. Now we're seeing a lot more stock. Now it's a little bit easier, starting to spot them more in your retail stores and your card shops. And so it's been great. My wife and I, we play this. We went on a cruise together, and we played on the cruise ship, which
That's
was kind of
amazing.
fun. And sort of fell in love with it. And I love this because it is so new that it is not too late to get into it. You can actually have fun playing it. You can understand it. There's not so many mechanics out there yet that it's hard to wrap your head around. And as someone who's played video games and card games my whole life, I'm like, "Oh, okay, I understand this." And actually, I feel like I can actually be a little bit competitive right now because I sort of know what's going on, and it's not overwhelming yet. So I
That's
think as
true.
long as I'm here early on, it should be okay, and I should be able to make it work for myself. But yeah, but in chat, have you guys gotten into this game? Like, have you just heard other people talking about it? Have you seen it online? Have you watched either of our channels? And like, I've been doing card breaks on my channels on Sunday mornings. I don't know if I'll do one tomorrow because we're going to be out pretty late doing this. And I'm also running a little bit low on stock at home. So I have so many cards, and I'm like, I don't want to buy another box for like the 8 cards I need, but I also kind of want to buy another box for the 8 cards I need.
Oh, it's such a rush opening packs.
Man, I went from 0 Tragic Heroes to 3 in a week,
That
which
is
was so.
fantastic.
Tragic Hero is a beast card from Rise of the Floodborn, the second pack. It's a legendary card, the most expensive legendary card in Floodborn right now, and very, very difficult to find. And someone gave me one as a gift, and then someone else gave me a couple booster packs as a gift for my birthday, and opened it up, got one there, and then my wife pulled a foil as well. So it's
Foil Tragic
a foil
Hero.
Tragic
My
Hero, which
goodness.
I think is the single most expensive non-enchanted card in Floodborne right now. It's pretty great. Okay, we got a lot of people out there. We got someone from Scotland. Heck yeah, Scotland.
Amanda
Love
watching from
that.
Scotland. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, we got someone from New York as well. But this is a lot of fun, and so this is really cool because this is bringing people together. We're seeing a lot of players out here. We're seeing a lot of people playing games in between stuff. But Game Castle's got a nice setup where they've got a bunch of different things you can pick up in at Ikkicon. So if you're planning on coming out here, there's a lot of cool stuff you can grab. Check out Game Castle up in North Austin. It's a fantastic store. They've been very, very kind to me, and they sort of welcomed me in as I started getting into this. They're like, "Oh yeah, come hang out with us, and we'll show you some neat stuff."
And here you are.
And here I am now. talking
is
about Lorcana
so
to
fun.
a beautiful, beautiful audience of folks.
We have one comment in the chat. Some wonderful people in the chat. I do want to shout out a couple more people. One, Hobbies and Happiness is here. It's probably Dan. It's another fantastic channel covering a variety of TCGs and board games, but Lorcana is one of them, and their gameplay videos are just fantastic. So they're at Hobbies and Happiness, and they have some great merch as well.
Nice.
I do want to highlight one of the comments we had here from LY Chorus said that they just got into Lorcana due to some starter decks they got from PAX Unplugged, which was very recent.
Yeah, PAX Unplugged just a couple months ago, and actually I had friends out there, so all my friends now know that I'm the Lorcana guy, and so I was like texting all my buddies who were at PAX Unplugged because they actually had boxes you could buy there.
They also had playmats.
Oh, they had playmats? Oh my gosh! Well, unfortunately, the line apparently was wildly long, and then I feel guilty asking my friends, be like, "Hey, can you go spend $200 and
bring me all the
I
things?
promise I'll Venmo you after you mail it to me." But yeah, it's been nice, and also at these conventions we've seen Ravensburger has actually brought promo cards, which are cards you can only get at conventions. Like right now, the most expensive card in all of Lorcana are some promo cards from the initial announced launch back at D23 in 2022, right? And so those cards, a full set of those cards, I've seen as so I think it's 6 cards, and I've seen a full set go for like $15,000. What?
They're wild. Yeah, they're wild. I something you said about this being the time to get into Lorcana. There is a really neat feeling about being in the game right now. There are established TCGs. There's some wonderful TCGs out there, like Magic or Flesh and Blood is a fairly new one, but it's been around for several years now. And diving in is always a little intimidating because Magic has 30,000 cards, I think.
Yeah.
A bajillion variants, and so there are ways to access it easily, but it is a bit intimidating. In Lorcana, there are just about 400 cards.
Yeah.
And you can easily put them all in a binder. You can see every card that's ever been printed. And it is a really, dare I say, magical time to be involved in the game right now, because you really feel like you're in it at the ground floor.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I know, like one of my favorite things to do is like I don't have ADD, but it's like I have sort of like this need to perfectly make everything look very, very nice. And so I bought these binders that are 4 columns wide and 3 rows tall. And so the reason I do that is because in Lorcana, when you're building decks, you can only have 4 of any one card in a deck. So the goal is to get 4 of every single card in the sets. That way, theoretically, you can make any deck. And so that's called a play set. And so right now I'm trying to build out my play set. I'm only missing about 15 cards from Floodborn right now. And most of those are the expensive legendary cards. But something about just flipping through pages of these stacks of 4 cards just feels so nice. And also I like having them displayed because the art in this game is just beautiful. Like there's so many amazingly gorgeous cards in there. Oh, we've got an alert. 5 minutes until our next round. So
5 minutes left in the round. This is I do want to talk more about your playset because it's fascinating, but it seems like a good time to tell anybody who's new to tournament play what this means. A competitive play around is generally 50 minutes in the first few rounds before the top cut. And at the end of that 50 minutes, when you're on the clock, if the game isn't over yet, the judge will give a time call like this and say, well, in this case, there's 5 minutes left. If you've watched Great British Bake Off, you know what that means. And then eventually there'll be a time call. When that time call happens, there will be 5 turns left before the the game ends in a draw.
Okay.
So whoever the active player is, whoever's right now playing cards, taking their turn, that is turn 0. And after that, there are 5 turns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, back and forth between the players. And if the game isn't over, then that game ends in a draw.
Oh, wow.
And so draws in these types of Swiss formats can be advantageous or they can set you back. And the early rounds, you don't generally want them. Later on, if you're doing really, really well, taking draws on purpose and agreeing to a draw with your opponent is a way that both of you can make the top cut if your records are a certain way. But early on, you don't want to draw.
No.
It doesn't help you.
It is wild. So like no matter what the actual lore count is, it just goes to draw.
It goes to draw.
It could be 19-0, but draw.
It goes to draw.
That's wild to me.
Indeed.
It's funny because again, I play a very aggressive deck, and so my game's in pretty quickly. So the idea of like something dragging out so long, but I guess if you get something that'll wipe the board, it's like, all right, we're starting over at square one, I guess, and you have it's an epic back and forth. So
indeed,
what I'm learning is I need to start playing other decks, start learning different strategies and different things here.
Personally, I am a fan of playing aggressive decks in tournament formats if I can, because when you get in a control mirror match,
Mhm.
oftentimes those games are pushing that 50-minute
Oh,
limit
yeah.
on rounds. And so if I can play an aggressive deck where either I win quickly or I lose quickly, and I can avoid the possibility of a drawn out tie,
Mhm.
I find that that's better for me.
Nice.
But that's not the same for everybody.
Yeah, I find the thing that's best for me is if I just win. And so,
That's true.
if I win, early and quick, that's pretty much the best solution for me. That's my strategy, is to just win.
And then you have time for snacks.
Yeah,
before
exactly.
The next,
You can go take a restroom break, not feel too stressed. It's going to be good times.
that's true.
Oh
Before
my
the next
gosh.
round. Yeah, this is a lot of fun.
So Mr. Chip says the 5 cards fit in one penny sleeve. Who would do that to cards?
Yes.
Oh my god. Yeah. So penny sleeves, those of you who are new to card games, they are basically little like plastic sleeves you put cards into to keep them protected from scratches, from dust, from anything like that. But they're usually, the penny sleeves are kind of the cheapest version of that.
Mhm.
There's different various. There's like, I use dragon sleeves, which are a little bit nicer, a little bit more expensive, but they have a nice little feel to them. And everyone differs in different things. There's ninja sleeves, I think, is another one, or ninja
Katanas.
Katanas, that's what it is.
It's another brand.
And so a whole bunch of different things out there. Again, once you dive into a card game like this, you're gonna find all of the accessories that go along with it. You think you're spending money only on cards? I wish that was the case for me, because I found so many ways to spend money. I don't tell my wife, and because you start getting bulk, you start getting additional stuff to trade. It's like, well, I need somewhere to put that, and I don't want to put it into a cardboard box. I want something nice for it, something with like a nice fabric or like a magnet on it. And then like, oh well, I need a deck box now too, so I got to get a box for that, and something that'll hold my dice or my counters. And well, I got to get one of those, and then I got to buy binders for the card. There's a new set coming out. Got to buy some more binders for it. Got to get more dragon sleeves out there. Yeah, it can become expensive pretty quickly, but hey, it's so much fun.
It is so much fun. And, and if you're going to spend money on something, a hobby that brings people together around a table, in a room like this, hanging out for a day with other people instead of, something solitary or sitting at home watching TV, like it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're out here at Ikkicon right now, come by and say hello. We've got some people painting miniatures here at tables, which is kind of cool. Haven't seen that happening in person in a long, long time.
We have a room camera set up. I wonder if we can.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the crowd right now.
There we go.
Let's see here. Do and do that, and then this. There you go. So there's our crowd out there.
Yeah.
You see a nice little, all the tables set up, and players right now discussing strategies with each other. What's going to be happening? We also have some Round Rock donuts out here, which is always great. I got to grab one before they go away.
Oh, indeed. That's my sustenance for the day.
But yeah. And you actually see, you're looking closely off in the distance on the right, those little metal poles. That is our featured table setup. So when you're watching us commentate on games, that's where it's happening at. So we do it this far away. That way they can't hear what we're talking about. And
that is
true. They can't take our strategies because we're so good at this.
That is true. That is true. Tips and tricks and hints. So we have Becky and Dan in the chat asked how many people signed up for the event. So we had 40 people, just over 40 people sign up. Some dropped out, and we ended up with a crowd of 34 today, 34 playing. So 34 players competing for a share of a $1,000 prize.
$1,000.
This is a 1K, and what that means usually is it's not 1K for the top finisher. Usually that $1,000 is split.
All right.
And it sounds like nobody went to time because we never got that time call. So round 2 pairings are posted, and we should be going into game 2 here shortly.
Ooh, exciting times. All right. So we're moving on to, it got quiet all of a sudden.
I know.
The tone of the room has shifted.
Everybody is focused.
But yeah. So we'll see this again. You want to make that top 8, because once you hit top 8, you're pretty much guaranteed some kind of money.
That's true.
And so one thing you will see a lot is when you go to something like that, a lot of times you'll see chops, which is, I used to play a lot of poker.
Mm-hmm.
And so chops is a thing where you take the pot, you take the winning, like the $1,000, and instead of like maybe fighting it out to see who's going to win like the lion's share of it, you're like, hey, let's all just take a share of that $1,000. So we may see that, we may not. We don't know how it goes. We don't know how competitive some of these players are. If someone's feeling confident in themselves, hey, maybe they'll like, what, I'm gonna play it out.
I'm gonna play it out. All it takes is one person to say play it out.
Yeah.
It's such a funny thing. I've chopped many times because this is a long day.
Yeah.
5 rounds of mental concentration. It's usually 6 or 7 hours, and then quarterfinals and summit. It's a lot. So I understand the desire to take a share of the winnings, especially if you have a long way to drive. I will say, for anybody watching these events, you always want to know which deck is gonna take that top spot. But Yeah, you're right. Chop's very common
Yeah.
in these events.
We'll see how it goes. So we have seen a steel and ruby, or excuse me, a amethyst and ruby, and we've seen an amethyst and amber out there right now.
Mhm.
So currently, amethyst is our winner, is what we're seeing.
That is true.
Two decks with amethyst of the two we've seen. So 100% of the people here at Ikkicon are playing amethyst, according to our limited results.
According to our stats, you extrapolate.
Right.
Yeah, so amethyst is a great color, especially with in Rise of the Floodborn. There's some cards that do a lot in that color. The Mim Bounce package, Merlin Goat. You have card draw with Merlin Rabbit, and a lot of for aggro decks. There's a lot of low cost, high lore count characters that allow you to gather lore quickly. So it is a very popular color. I will say that the Ruby Amethyst deck that we saw in the first round is a very popular deck in the meta right now.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw several of those here today.
Okay.
The Amber Amethyst is probably one of the more popular aggro builds. I think we saw an interesting variant of it with the Maximus here and the Just in Times. I don't think you see those terribly often. But I'm not surprised at that color pairing. I am surprised a little bit at the build. I kind of enjoyed it.
Yeah, and obviously it was a winner. So we'll see how that goes on. I believe how Derek does and the rest of the tournaments.
That's true. I'm willing to bet that deck will find a harder time against Steel with the grab your swords on turn 5. That's really the Achilles heel of those low cost aggro decks are not only grab your swords on turn 5, but then you run into the danger of a Tinkerbell giant fairy shift on turn 4. Both of which can clear your board.
Something about giant fairy shift on turn 4 is just one of the greatest sentences I've ever heard. All right, you can see here our table. We've got our next competitors up and ready to start their matches. Looks like we've got an actual customized playmat at the top.
Indeed.
Of the Magic Kingdom.
That is certainly not official.
No, that is not, unfortunately. Rolling for position here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what is that deck on the bottom? What is that playmat on the bottom?
That is a Magic the Gathering playmat.
Is it?
It is. Magic started doing this thing recently called Secret Lairs over the last few years. And they're a set of cards, 4, 5, 6 that you can buy. But what that allowed them to do is really experiment with different art styles and bring in artists who are not traditional Magic artists. So this playmat is from a Secret Lair and features some interesting art. And yeah, that is a Magic the Gathering playmat.
Wow. All right. That's very, very cool. Yeah, and right now we've only seen 4 official playmats coming out from Lorcana, and they are very, very difficult to find. It feels like in my opinion, it's the troves are the hardest thing to find. Playmats are next, and then everything else, and then maybe binders, and then everything else.
That is true.
I've only seen a few binders out there because I've been trying to find one for a master set I'm working on, but it's it is pretty difficult to find some of those ancillary products for Lorcana right now. The actual cards becoming a lot easier. So if you're looking to get into the game right now, Floodborn is pretty much pervasive, I guess is not the word I'm looking for. You can find it pretty much everywhere. The first chapter, which is the very first edition, the very first set, still a little bit tricky to find. They had a nice refresh of it recently, about a month ago, and so it's kind of out there a lot, but right now it's a little bit trickier to find. You might still find it in stores. That being said, find a local game shop, find somewhere local. Like we have Game Castle here in Austin. We love it. And they're very, very good about like, hey, if you want something, they can maybe put something aside for you, or at least let you know in advance it's coming. And it's really, really great. So support your local game shop instead of, big box stores or maybe online scalpers. So here we are. That was an Amber card, I believe.
Indeed, it was one of the dwarves heading off into the inkwell. So we definitely have Amber and we have Amethyst on the bottom here. Let's see which Amethyst build. It is another RubyAmethyst deck.
Right.
That Minnie Mouse is a great play on turn 1 for a Ruby deck because it gives you a target for Teeth and Ambitions. Teeth and Ambitions is a card which does 2 damage to one of your characters and 2 damage to an opponent's character. So having a 3 willpower character early gives you an option for that. Probably one of the favorite stat lines that not quite the right Minnie Mouse there.
No.
That is Minnie Mouse strutting her stuff.
Strutting her stuff.
Same strength and willpower though, so my point stands. You have a Simba coming down at top, protecting nothing. I guarantee that's not the ideal first turn then for that top deck. We have some snake bouncy shenanigans going on.
Okay.
Getting the Madam snake down, though, gives enough strength for the bottom player to get through that Simba. So that's something beneficial there. And
Making a Merlin goat.
Yeah.
Interesting, because that Merlin goat gets a lot of good lore. All right, it looks like we have, is that Happy on the board?
That is Happy. Happy is a 2 lore character, which when he quests, reduces the cost of your next character by 1. So, there's not a lot of pure ramp. I'm sorry. I take it back. That's Doc.
That's
This is
Doc.
Happy. Yeah, that's
My
Doc.
God, we got our dwarves
my
mixed
bad.
up.
Too many dwarves.
Pardon
my bad.
our dwarf
My
erasure
bad.
here.
Yeah, sometimes you got to ink the goat. Knives calling us out there. Yeah, that's Doc.
There you go. There's Doc for you.
Yeah, sorry. So Doc is a 2/3 with 2 lore, and he allows you to do some reduce the cost of your next character played. So that's a kind of a ramp card for Amber. I will say, somebody pointing out sometimes you have to ink the goat. Yeah, throwing the goat in the inkwell and not having a turn 1 play tells me that top deck did not get their ideal draw, unfortunately. So.
And so right there with that, the Dock up top too, I play with Lantern. That's my go-to, which basically does the exact same effect, except it's an item, and so you're not losing any lore. So I've got a few in my deck. We've got is that a Mufasa up there?
That is a Mufasa. Yeah, that is a Mufasa. So this is a Mufasa roulette build, most likely, and the reason it's called a roulette is Mufasa is a really interesting card in this set. When he is banished, you get to look at the top card of your deck, and you get, if it's a character, you put it in play for free. So what you're really gambling on when that Mufasa removed is 1, that you get a character, and there's a lot of characters in this deck.
There are.
But then 2, that you get an expensive and good character. So it forces your opponent into an interesting decision. Do you challenge and remove that Mufasa and keep it from questing and roll the dice or spin the wheel, as it were?
Yeah.
Or do you let it go?
And this early on, at this point, I would maybe let him go for a few rounds at least, So it's tricky. That Mufasa card is very expensive in the set right now. It looks like, is that a Hades on the board?
That is a Hades on the board, which allows the top player to bring a character back from the discard pile. And there is Lilo, which the player probably wanted to play on turn 1, but there
Mufasa
it is.
Mufasa is questing at this point.
It is now 5-3.
Okay.
5 on top, 3 on the bottom.
All right, and we are going to work on a solution to actually have the lore on screen. I've got some ideas. Again, still pretty new to all this stuff, so at least new to competitive Lorcana and commentating. But let us know what you think. Let us know what we can do to improve. We've got a friends on the other side drawing 2 cards. Yeah, that's one of my issues when I play is I run out of cards very quickly, especially with an aggressive deck. I'm putting a lot of stuff out very fast, and all of a sudden I'm top decking, which what that means is you literally have no cards in your hand. You pull a card off the top of your deck, play it, and then you're done with your turn. So that can be very, very annoying if you can't get your lore out there quickly, can't end the game quickly. All of a sudden it's like, well, I'm just going to be here drawing, and hopefully something good happens. And
top decking is never a good feeling. Do me a favor, pull up Peter Pan's Shadow. This is a really interesting card that forces your opponent to think a little bit. It's a really fascinating card. Not only does it have evasive and rush, but it gives rush characters evasive. And so in some builds that run a lot of rush characters, that makes things tricky.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because then all of a sudden you're getting lore for free. You've got characters that can't really be touched again, because so rush, what that happens is when you play in Lorcana, when you first put your cards out, they are called wet, which is what it is, because these are all ink characters. So they're wet initially, which means you can't play them on your first turn. You basically put them out. Your second turn, when it comes back to you, that's when you can use their abilities. That's when you can challenge, unless they have rush. So if they have rush, that means they can actually come out and immediately challenge an opposing character. They can't quest, but they can challenge an opposing character, which is a nice thing to do if you're trying to take out some things quickly. Evasive is basically only evasive characters can attack other evasive characters. So imagine them, like they're dodging out of the way and only other quick characters can get them. So that is great for lore, because if you don't have an evasive character to challenge with, then that person is just going to take that lore for free. Okay, we've got a lot of ink on the board right now. I'm seeing 7 ink by the top player there. And again, what is our lore count right now?
It is 10-9. 10 on the top player, which is Jeffrey. And then Adrian is on the bottom, and Adrian has 9.
Nice. Okay.
So here we have the Lilo coming back again. No, not the Lilo. It's the Simba coming back from the discard pile.
Bringing a bodyguard out there. The Mufasa is just sitting out there too, has yet to be knocked out. So
yeah, back to Peter Pan's Shadow. I think this is a fun card. I haven't seen Peter Pan's Shadow in many of these RubyAmethyst builds. You see them in some. They do have evasive, and they're that's helpful. And it's because Peter Pan's Shadow is not inkable. In Lorcana, you can use your cards as resources. So rather than playing a card on the field, you put it face down and it becomes what you use to play other cards. But some cards you cannot do that with. And
Okay.
choosing how many of those and smartly choosing which one of those to use is a big part of this game. And so those Peter Pan Shadows take up an uninkable slot in your deck. And for that reason, it's not as popular, I think, as some other cards in this meta deck. So I like seeing him here.
So what does uninkable mean for those who may be new to the game?
Yeah, so uninkable means that that card cannot be used as a resource. It means that it restricts your options about which cards in your hand you can turn into resources, and so you really have to be careful about putting too many of those in your deck. There's nothing worse than sitting with a hand of uninkable cards and having all your options taken away from you.
Absolutely. All right. Looks like
That is an Elsa, Spirit of Winter.
Wow. Elsa, that is the most expensive card or at least the enchanted version of that card, right?
Indeed. Yes, for non-promos, the enchanted is still the most expensive, I believe. So Elsa is a great control card later on. It comes down and you exert 2 of your opponent's characters, and then they do not exert at the start of your opponent's next turn. So they can really slow down your opponent and allow you to close out the game. It's now 17-15. With the top player at 17. Yeah,
and it looks
so
like that is ball game.
That is game. That Elsa really closed it out. Now we're having a Maximus demonstration here. Oh, so what the player's doing, I think, is what is it?
He's just showing off his horse.
Oh, I think he's showing off what would have happened had Mufasa been banished.
Okay.
I think. Although,
is the match? I don't think the match is still going.
Did I miss a Be Prepared? Did I miss a Be Prepared?
Was there a Be Prepared to just hit the table?
Did I miss a Be Prepared? Because I don't see it. We must have missed a Be Prepared.
I guess so, because the match is still continuing.
So there we go.
We assumed it was over, but we didn't see a handshake or a fist bump.
Okay,
so we got a Mickey Mouse, we got a Pascal out there.
So what happened was
Be Prepared was played.
Indeed, Be Prepared was paired. So that's one of the things that makes Mufasa great too. Is it's a Dan pointing out that we missed the Be Prepared because we were looking at something else. The one thing that makes Mufasa great is it's really a counter to that Be Prepared, because if it's sitting on the board, your opponent clears the board, then you get a character for free in play, and it sets you up.
Unless they throw out another Be Prepared, which just happened again. So. And we got Olaf on the board. Let's start over in round number 1.
Yeah, so it is now 18-17 for those watching. 18 up top, 17 on the bottom. So really both players looking to get something on the board just to close out this game. And there's Elsa. She's going to exert that Olaf. That Olaf will not be able to exert. So the top player has the game unless they can remove that Elsa. Do we have a third Be Prepared?
Oh, my gosh. Let's see it. Come on, throw out. Oh,
no, Lady Tremaine. Another great one. Okay. Lady Tremaine forcing the opponent to sacrifice a creature, there being only one option. There goes Elsa from the board. That is a great post Be Prepared card to play against your opponent.
And it looks like our top player is top decking right now as well. I only see the one card in their hand.
Indeed. So the bottom player has it, I believe, 18-17. So that's.
I think does that make it a solid 20?
That should
closer.
Do it. That should do it.
All right.
All right. So, man, wow.
Wow, that was an epic back and forth. That that was literally could have gone either way there at the end. Some good cards though.
That Be Prepared. That top player was counting on the Simba, or the Mufasa rather, to help them stave off defeat after that Be Prepared. And man, this is one of the reasons that RubyAmethyst is so popular. Ruby with that Be Prepared, it is the answer to a lot of your problems.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
The answer to a lot of problems. Wow. We got to pay closer attention to those.
I know. I looked away for 2 seconds. I'm trying to figure out a good way to add a counter to ours so we can actually have lore counters up on thing here.
I apologize. It was so close. We were like, that's the game. And no, it was a Be Prepared, which feels like a game reset.
Yeah. So maybe after we finish this matchup here, we'll take a short little break. I'll muck around with our system here. We'll add some additional stuff to it. Get some names on there. Get some lore counters on there. And see if I can figure out how to make the audio work properly. So we actually have some audio playing too.
That is true.
We could just totally add the video there and just do it through Restream. So
that is true.
Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay,
that is true.
Again, we're working together. This is the first time that the two of us have worked together directly. And I brought some tools, and he brought some tools, and here we are now making it all work. So we'll get it happening.
It's so much fun.
Okay, this is going to be a blast. And again, hopefully we'll be doing more of this. If you've got a tournament going on in Central Texas somewhere, let us know. We would love to do some commentary on it. And, if anyone from Ravensburger is watching right now, hi. thanks for watching. We appreciate you. We love your game, and we love talking about it. So here we go. Moving on to match number 2. We've got paper on the board. I've got to give credit to the person on the bottom because I think they're left-handed. And so being a lefty, I'm going to shout out to the lefties.
Is that
out
an
there.
advantage in Lorcana, do you think?
I think so. I think so. You can see the deck on the right. Although when I play, I put my deck on the left. Like, I put my drawing deck on the left. This person has their drawing deck on the right. Or maybe just during, the initial, mulligan phase. But we'll see.
So I do want to talk about the mulligan here. We see a strong mulligan from the bottom, 5 cards going to the bottom. That's 5 out of 7 that player's chosen to send back into their deck. This game, oftentimes you can make or break a game on the mulligan. And I do think for a lot of new players, when you have cards in your hand, especially cards that you want to play later game, you get attached to them. You want to hold them.
They're my babies.
And it's really hard sometimes to send some of those back. But I do think, learning when to commit that strong mulligan, sometimes sending even 6 or all 7 of your cards back if you don't have what you need for your first couple turns is the way to go.
Yeah.
And so mulliganing is a real skill.
It's definitely one of those things where I know me personally, a number of times I've played and I'm like, I guess I'm just going to keep this hand, which is probably never a good idea. It's probably, your best bet is almost never to stick with what you have. So we'll see how it goes. Kicking off match number 2 right now. And we'll see how it goes here. We'll see if our top player can make a comeback, inking a Maximus right off the bat.
Yep, that's a card that player won't be playing till later unless they have it just in time. But there's the first turn Pascal.
Gotta love that evasive Pascal.
Although now I'm super excited about Pascal as a closer. So turn 1's not as exciting for me anymore. But it's a great turn 1 play. Pascal will stick around for a while, scoop you up, a little bit of lore here and there. That's also a bounce target if you're running a bounce package.
Yeah. I'm seeing in chat, I'm seeing a lot of shout out to lefties. Thank you very much, lefties. We're on our right mind. Haha. Dad jokes.
There it is. There's that Minnie Mouse again. I'll point out again that it's a great Teeth and Ambitions target for you to take out low-cost characters. So we'll see if that plays out on turn 2. There's Pinocchio.
Pinocchio already coming out. We've got the evasive Pascal going for 1 lore immediately.
Pinocchio, again, one of the most aggressive cards you can play in the game right now. That's 3 lore on turn 2. There's nothing else really like it.
Yeah.
Dies easily, but if you get him to do some work, it'll get you closer to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, for those aggressive decks, that's the way to go. We'll see it'll help out this player this turn. I do love that playmat, though. You gotta love the unofficial playmats.
It's beautiful.
It is very nice. Although, I see that they've got sort of the spots drawn out as well, which it looks great at first, but then you add in something like lands, and I was like, how does lands work with this sort of predefined playmat? So, an ink and a goat as well. Wow.
Yeah, so the play from the bottom player, that's exactly what that bottom player wants to do with that Minnie Mouse. It is a target for Teeth and Ambitions, allows the bottom player to do 2 damage to take out an opponent's character, and then using the mini to finish off Pascal. That bottom player is basically playing control, trying to draw this match out, hoping that top deck runs out of gas, and waiting to get to turn 7, so be prepared, and some of the later game characters are an option. So the longer that the bottom player can keep the top player from questing and getting closer to 20, the better. This game, going long, benefits the RubyAmethyst player.
Absolutely. You want to draw it out and let them, that's when you bring out your big hitters. So here we go. 4 ink for a Hades, looks like.
Hades going to bring back the...
looks like Pascal went back into the hand.
Yep.
And then questing for 3. Oh, this is very kind of the player just to have the lore counter right there on the board for us. So they're at 4 right now. We can see. And down goes Pinocchio. Which is a weird thing to say, but that's it. Minnie Mouse challenging Pinocchio. Yeah. Again, that's one of the beauties of this game.
This is Disney nerdery, but it occurs to me. Minnie Mouse with Figaro on the surfboard. Figaro also being associated with Pinocchio, so weird crossover there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's what makes this game so fun.
It is great. I do love it. And also, for those of you super Disney nerds, there are actually some hidden Mickeys in this game, too, which is kind of fun. On some of the art, they actually snuck some Mickeys in, which hidden Mickeys are a big Disney theme park thing, which I'm the big theme park guy, so love seeing that. We see a Mufasa on the board again, so be prepared, hopefully drawing a card. Also, allowing you just to hit my Mufasa so I get a free card. So we'll see how it goes. We've got our friends on the other side drawing a couple more cards here, and there's Peter Pan Shadow again.
So we have 2 evasive characters on board. So if the RubyAmethyst player wants to start questing, there's not much that top player can do about it without targeted removal.
Yep. All right, here we go. We're looking at 5 ink on the table right now. Oh, ink and a goat again.
Mm-hmm.
That hurts me.
Hurts me too.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on. So questing with Hades and leaving Mufasa out there, which is interesting.
That is interesting. There it goes.
There's
there it
Mufasa
goes
with the ink.
for the ink. So that should be 8-0, I think, for the top player.
Oh, okay. I just realized now that the player on the bottom is a righty, so I'm no longer a fan of the bottom player. I saw them reach over.
A lot of lefties in the chat.
I know.
So you were
yeah.
solidarity here for.
It's good seeing all the lefties out there. There's a Maui, Maui as well, dropping Mufasa, and we get a character card.
Oh,
We do, and it's Lilo.
Not the ideal card off the top deck, because there it goes.
A 1 ink Lilo, and immediately gone.
Indeed. Well, I mean, Maui is great defense against almost anything that the top player can drop on the board. Another Mufasa would be nice. Pascal going into the inkwell. Now, a lot of resources there. What are we going to see?
Ink. Another Hades out again.
Hades coming back, bringing the Mufasa back. That's probably the right target, although can't play it this turn. So we'll have to see. I think momentum right now definitely in favor of the bottom player.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and we've got some challenging happening here.
Madam M. Fox. It looks like a debate about taking down Maui.
Thought about it for a second.
And then decided against it. Wondering if it looked for a second there that the top player considered challenging Peter Pan's Shadow and then realized they couldn't because Peter Pan's Shadow has evasive, making it untargetable.
Yeah. How would you attack a shadow anyway? Like, well, flashlight, I guess?
I don't know. Peter Pan tackled it, but flashlight perhaps.
Yeah. Some sort of sun-based mechanism. I'm not sure exactly how you would actually go after a shadow. Seems pretty much impenetrable. Okay, looks like play is slowed a little bit. We're getting into the thinking phase of this round.
That is true. Okay, so Chad pointing out, yes, Peter Pan's Shadow. One of the reasons it makes it so interesting is okay, so chat pointed out what happened there. So Peter Pan's Shadow, one of the things that makes it interesting and you have to think about it is it gives other characters with the rush evasive. And so the Fox was going to challenge Maui, who doesn't normally have evasive as a stat, but Peter Pan's Shadow giving Maui evasive because of its ability, because Maui has rush. Oh, okay. And so nothing was able to be targeted there by Madam M. Fox. Thanks, Googly, for the correction.
The assist, we appreciate that.
The assist. Yeah, it's that's why I pointed out Pan's Shadow early. It's something you forget about. It's an odd ability that we're still getting used to. At least I still am. Elsa coming down. Elsa's going to exert 2 characters. It looks like Maui and it looks like Peter Pan's Shadow. So Maui and Peter Pan's Shadow will remain exerted at the start of the bottom character's next turn. I'm not sure. We're getting close to the ability to play a Be Prepared here for the bottom player. So let's see. I'm not sure how long that Elsa is going to stick around. Hold My Churro in your feed pointing out that a needle and thread is an effective counter to Peter Pan's Shadow.
That's true. That's true. For those of you who are fans of the film.
It is now 10-6. 10-6 is our lore total.
So how do we ask all of the players to have the lore on their mats? It makes it super convenient for us to see that instead of just guessing.
That is true.
No,
that is true.
That's all right.
We are getting a live report from the judge over at that head table, so we can ask questions and we get the lore count coming in. But it is a bit delayed, and you're going to have to listen to us say it every time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is not as fun.
Ursula on the board.
Ursula on the board. Great endgame carry. I've seen Ursula fall out of favor a little bit recently. Dan from Forbidden Mountain, I think, is one of the advocates of including Elsa over Ursula as an endgame card. But Ursula does allow you to draw a card, does subtract a lore from your opponent, and has 3 lore herself. So is a great closer.
Right there. There she is. Great piece of art as well. That's one thing I'm really learning. Like the artists in this game are really, really fantastic.
So good.
It's neat, like the sort of different art styles that Ravensburger's allowed in the game. It's been really, really cool. You get something like that. There's like a Chibi Raya at one point. It's like there's some really cool different art styles, and I like that a lot. All right, we got another Elsa on the board.
So wow. This is interesting. So you can tell the bottom player definitely feels like they have the advantage. I did see a bit of the hand there, and there are some Be Prepareds available, and the bottom player has chosen not to reset the board and to instead play that Ursula and try to close out the game. So Be Prepared has been an option for a while, and I'm interested to see if with the 2 Elsas on the board, that bottom player finally feels like a reset is in order.
Something about fire absolutely wrecking 2 Elsas makes a lot of sense to me. I'm just gonna say.
On theme. It is 14-8 now. 14-8 with a top player in the lead.
So we're keeping an eye out for this. Be prepared. See if it hits this time.
Rochelle Brady with an interesting comment, pointing out that one of the things you have to remember in this game when a character is targeted by Elsa is that character cannot ready at the start of your next turn, and so the bottom players use the tactic of putting those characters off to the side to remember they can't ready them. Rochelle pointing out she turns them upside down, which is fun because then at the start of your turn you can turn it from upside down to sideways, and then sideways right side up at the start of the next turn. So.
That is funny. It is interesting watching how different people sort of operate differently with their cards. Again, the playmat on the top sort of has sort of realms, areas for characters to actually be played, even though they're not using them. See, there's an exerted slot there they're not actually using. But yeah, it is fun, and watching how different people have their ink, for example. Like our top player has it all spread out. I've seen a lot of people just kind of keep it all together. Picking up another lore with Minnie there. Indeed. I play with my ink out front, says Knives. That's interesting. I've never thought about that. But see, like that stack, there's the be prepared.
There's the be prepared.
Not shocking at all. Yeah.
It's only a matter of time.
I like seeing the ink spread out like that because it makes it, for me, when I play against someone, I can see very quickly, like, okay, how are they doing? How am I doing? But I see some people stack it, and then it's like, oh, okay, I don't know if that's a strategy. Again, totally legal. You can do that if you want, but here we go. Starting over.
Agree with everything you just said. I'm not sure if it's intentional to kind of like mask the ink, like the bottom player is. I don't think it is. I think some players just play like that, but it is really nice when you can see at a glimpse what your opponent has available.
Knives was actually being sarcastic with the ink thing, so they do not put their ink out front.
No, thanks.
It would make
Knives.
Pretty much no sense to do that. I don't want to criticize you too much. Looks like we got Merlin Rabbit out there.
Merlin Rabbit giving a card to the bottom player when Merlin comes into play. Some card advantage there.
Yeah, I gotta love. I love the way they did the variations of all the different Merlins and Mims. Because if you have seen the Sword in the Stone, there's a big battle where they kind of rotate through a whole bunch of different characters, and it is neat. They included a lot of those characters. So we got our second squirrel, which is great because we got Bucky and we got Merlin Squirrel as well.
Squirrel meta incoming.
Squirrel meta, absolutely. And of course, the dragon is the one everyone's going for. I finally got my first dragon. So there's the snake right there. So snake, again, with Madam Mim, she bounces cards back. So typically most of our cards, when you play her, you have to return a card to your hand. So it's inked a goat. Why is everyone inking goats today?
We have not seen a goat played yet, I don't think.
Is that Teeth and Ambitions?
That
right
is
there?
Teeth and Ambitions. Madam Mim, anything with 3 willpower is a great target for Teeth and Ambitions for you to remove something of your opponents. Although Hades going to the graveyard, or the discard pile rather, but did allow that top player to bring back one of the Elsas. So that's a good feeling.
Okay, so we're going to see here. And there is Mufasa getting ready for another Be Prepared. So something about Mufasa popping up after Scar makes a lot of sense. Well, canonically doesn't make a lot of sense, unless it's, he's in the stars.
That is true.
Dust and whatnot, but
Ghost Mufasa. Indeed.
Haven't seen a goat, but Jack, you're a goat. Oh, Cosplay Canada, thank you so much for that. Very, very kind of you.
Lady Tremaine and Mufasa bringing out Simba, which again, from a flavor perspective, so perfect.
There should be like an additional, almost like a shadow docket, where it's
flavor
like, okay, here's some shadow points for you. It's like, okay, I get it. Mufasa died for Simba to live, but
brutal play here. And this is one of the reasons that makes Amethyst such a favorite color and a great partner for Ruby. The Fox bringing back Lady Tremaine to the hand, allowing it to be used again. So that top player knows he cannot play a single character without it being vulnerable to Lady Tremaine. So anything he plays has to be 2 characters. Otherwise, his board's getting wiped off that 1 card.
Oof, that is rough.
It's a bad feeling.
Yeah. All right, and we've got one of the dwarves right there. Right? Oh no, is that Piglet?
No, that is a dwarf. That is
Okay.
that is Doc, and there's Maximus again. So we know when else is available for that top player. It might have been an ideal play had that player not known that Lady Tremaine is an option. That player playing 2 cards, knowing that they may have to sacrifice one here in a second to Lady Tremaine.
I like Knives' idea. Flavor win format once per turn. If you do a flavorful play, you get 1 lore. So
let's make it a thing.
Why not? We could have some house rules, as long as we're not actually in a tournament or anything. We could do that. We can have our own sort of competitions. There's they're talking about bringing some new style of gameplay to the game, so maybe that'll be one of them.
Indeed. Oof, there. Lady Tremaine coming out. Maximus going to the discard pile, and here we go. It is now 14-13.
Oh, wow.
Momentum, I think, solidly with the bottom player. Although Lady Tremaine not available anymore, so now we can see some more characters
But
come out.
something about seeing so many more character cards on the field, like it's 4 versus 1 right now, just looking at just pure character cards. And at that point, it's like, what are you going to do? There's another Elsa. It's going to lock down Tremaine, go for a super exert.
And what's the other one?
And
It is
looks
the
like Mim.
Mim.
Foxy Mim.
Mim is an interesting choice. Mim able to remove Happy. The rabbit cannot, although the other Mim here, Snake, can.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting choice. If the Snake was targeted, we would have gotten rid of the Rush Mim, which is always a danger if it gets bounced back to your hand. So it's an interesting choice. There's another Tremaine, removing the Elsa.
See, it's the right-handed. It's the right-handedness. I don't know. I can't trust them anymore. I thought we were on the same team.
They feigned
yeah,
left-handed.
Absolutely. And again, we're getting into some of these later rounds. Later actual turns. Again, as a Amber Amethyst player, I'm not used to seeing it go past like turn 7 or 8.
It is 16-14 right now. The bottom player is showing 6 lore on the table, so really needs some removal. Otherwise, I think this is game.
And we got a Christopher Robin. We got a Lilo out there.
16-20. That should be match for bottom player.
It looks like it. Waiting for the handshake. Waiting for the handshake to see if it's official. We're having a judge look it over. Is that going to do it? Thinking about it. Not sure.
Interesting. The judge has said it is over, so it's interesting,
right.
interesting discussion.
Let's see if we see the official handshake, or is the player up top so upset that they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Thinking about strategies they could have done. Again, this is a best of 3 situation, and our lower player has won 2 in a row, putting things away, shuffling up and going home. And that's going to be our match. That's going to be the second match here.
Yeah, that is the we mentioned last round. RubyAmethyst, a very common deck right now. That's the second one we've seen at our feature table. No mirrors yet, but there's a reason it's so popular right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
Both Ruby and Amethyst got a lot of great cards this set, and Lady Tremaine is wonderful. It's a powerful deck in the meta.
Absolutely. And so already, we've seen Amethyst in every single deck we've watched so far happen. So there you go. Winner right now. 100% of players here at Ikkicon 2024 are playing Amethyst, according to our knowledge.
Our survey. 0% of players playing Steel.
Yeah, no Steel at all, which again, Amethyst Amber, I'm fine with that. Steel, you guys can just relax, take it easy. It's cold outside right now.
It's true.
So, all right, they're wrapping up that table right there. So, congratulations again to our second player. Again, we're going 5 rounds before we make it to our top 8, and those top 8 will then move on to actual, those are the money rounds. You want to make it to that top 8 and get into the money rounds here, and so we're 2 of 5 in. So we're 40% into our tournament, at least watching the matches. We have matches still continuing right now. There's still a lot of players at the tables, and they've got another about 20 minutes or so to wrap up those matches. But yeah, this is great. This is my first tournament I've been to, at least sort of official tournament for money I've seen. But the 1K tournaments are pretty popular. You see them around a lot.
Indeed. Yeah, it's a nice round number. Usually it works out to about $500 for the top player, or a little bit more, which is a nice prize to play for.
Yeah, absolutely.
It splits nicely among the top 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1Ks are great, and the entrance fee isn't usually it's not too exorbitant. So people can afford it.
Yeah. So so if you have one in your local area, let us know. If you're looking for commentators, let us know as well. We got a lot more fun planned today. But yeah, so again, we're right now working on this, and this is our first time doing this. So if we do encounter some technical issues, we apologize, but that's okay. We're all learning. Again, Lorcana is still relatively fresh, only been around for about 5 months. And as far as like competitive tournaments go, we've only been seeing these for the past 3 months or so, really. And we're very, very happy to be here and happy to be talking to you guys in our chats. Thank you so much. Cosplay Canada says here for Jack's shoutcasting era.
Yes,
I'm up for it.
I'm here for it too.
This is fun. This is a blast. I'm having a really good time, and this is something that I feel like I can talk intelligently on right now. And this has been a blast so far. Oh man.
Yeah. I'm going to upload a video here shortly. I want to highlight, a couple players that we have here today. One of the things you said about getting out and finding one and playing one of these things, I think a lot of players, especially new to TCGs, are intimidated by tournaments.
Yeah, yeah.
Competitive play can be a little bit intimidating. There's some strict rules you have to follow, and you do have some pretty competitive people, but it's not as scary as you might think.
No, not at all. Like, again, like I've said, like everyone I've encountered in Lorcana has been super friendly, and the only sort of bad experience I've had have been with scalpers. And like honestly, right now the scalpers they'll pop up whenever new sets come out, and they'll slowly dissipate as more stock gets out there. Because a lot of people are in it just for the money, and if that's your thing, great, but that sucks. So don't do that. Don't scalp. That's
for
terrible.
sure. And one of the things I want to do here to highlight my point, I want to highlight a couple players we have here. Some of them are brand new to TCGs.
Cool.
And Dre, who I want to show you all right now, is one of our players. Maybe we'll talk to him later and see how he's doing. I think this is his first TCG or second TCG, and he's only been playing Lorcana for a few months.
Dre Rogers. My gamer name is Drombadin, so I'll throw that in there. I started out with Magic the beginning of 2022. I played that for maybe about 6 months, and then I got into Lorcana September of last year.
Nobody's saying they can't hear it.
I'm still kind of fairly new to it, but I like playing very annoying decks, like decks that I know people get frustrated with, get mad at. My current favorite style is discard mill. I love it because it frustrates people. I'm a friendly person. I'll throw that out there. I don't want to make it seem like, like I'm just this evil villain, but I just like that play style. That always seems to suit me. What are my goals for this tournament? The typical answer would be, obviously I want to win, but I also want to kind of get more experience in a way so I kind of understand how other people play, because I'm used to only playing at my local shop. I just want to get more experience of playing people that are kind of a little more competitive. My vague answer would be I want to win. That's my ultimate goal.
All right, you'll have to tell us if you could hear the audio there.
I think we heard it. I think I was listening to it here. I was trying to get to it.
One of the great things, some comments I want to address in the chat in a minute, but one of the great things about Dre is this is really his first big tournament, and so he wanted to see what the competitive meta was like, break out of his local game store, and is jumping in this feet first, and is here just for the experience, and I think that's wonderful.
That is so cool. Yeah, again, I remember my very first time I went to a sort of league night with a buddy of mine, and I was like, okay, this is actually intimidating. I was like, oh my gosh, like I built a deck, and it's like I sort of take my thing, like, okay, I hope I go well, and it was really awesome. It was like very, very calm, and everyone was super friendly, and I was like, okay. And then once you realize like the league nights, the league matches, you earn points by just showing up, by wearing Disney stuff, by playing, and it's like you earn a point just for playing one, or you earn 2 points if you win. So it's like not that significant of a difference. Like whoever wins, if you win all 3 matches, you only earn 3 more points than anyone else. So it's like, it's not super competitive, but then you get to tournaments like this, like, okay, these are the matches where people are going hard. So it's like, it's fun to watch this, and it's fun watching the decks and seeing like, the meta decks that are popping up there, and you're seeing people online sharing information and sharing ideas. And it's been fun to sort of watch how things, compete against each other. Any deck can beat any other deck in this game. It's like really depends on draw and it's how you play your cards. So I like that it is fairly, on parity right now. There's nothing like overwhelmingly great. We do see some, color combinations like you're seeing your Amethyst Ruby right now, which is obviously doing very well. Someone's going to come up with a way to counter that.
Mm-hmm. And then
it's going to rotate. So it's like, that's how it works. And, again, this is still early on now where getting into the game, there's only 408 cards out there that exist. So it's not like it's so massive that you can't get into it now. Now is your time if you want to actually get into the game and have a blast with it, because it's still fresh and young. And if you're ever thinking about playing something like this, find a local card shop, grab some more Lorcana cards, buy a starter deck. The starter deck's actually pretty good. You can modify them with just a few cards and make some really powerful competitive decks. But even just picking up a starter deck is great. And we have a new expansion coming out in February 23rd for our local game shops. And so a lot of them are going to be doing sort of like, I believe Game Castle is doing a tournament with starter decks. So we did it for Floodborne. I imagine it'll be the same, where you randomly get one of the starter decks they're releasing, and then you play a tournament there with those starter decks. And then you have an opportunity to buy more cards. So that's pretty great. And it's a lot of fun to be there with people who are playing for the first time, maybe seeing cards for the first time. you get some people who are pretty intense who've been like watching through like the official discords and finding the cards and immediately knowing how to play the new stuff. But it's going to be a blast, and so I'm
totally
excited
agree.
for the future of this game.
I totally agree. And speaking of the future of this game, we do have some questions in the chat.
Ooh, okay,
Well,
questions.
first, I do have to highlight Becky and Dan. When are we going to see you in Dallas? You invite us up to Dallas for an event.
Let's do it. That's a quick drive. We can stop by Buc-ee's on the way up and, talk Lorcana.
You all have made that drive down here several times. So for Ronald in the chat, first, thanks so much for the super chat. That means a lot. Really appreciate that. So, yeah, appreciate it. And answer the question, Inkland's balancing RubyAmethyst. How do we think locations will change play?
That's a great question. We have no idea yet. I mean, they're slowly releasing some of the locations. I think we've seen 3 or 4 at this point. We've seen 1 rare location.
3.
Yeah, and so it's going to be interesting because I'm still not sure exactly how they're going to be played. Like, it looks like it's going to be something where you pay ink to move a character to a location, and then those locations give different effects, different abilities to cards that are in the location. So it looks like you can kind of play normally as you want now, but if you want to use locations to sort of bolster some cards, that's pretty great. Like, I believe, I think Fang's Castle just popped up, or something from Raya just popped up, and it looks like it adds evasive or something along those. I forget what it is off the top of my head. Actually, you know what? I might be able to find it.
Let's see if we
here.
can pull it up. Yeah, if I remember correctly, and this is a brand new card, but it gives all characters at that location ward and evasive, making them very hard to kill.
Alas, I cannot find them yet. They're not on my database.
They're too new.
Yet.
They're too new.
They're so fresh.
Yeah, hold my chair pointing out. Yep, they're a hiding spot for your characters. Fang. Yeah. So the thing about locations, gosh, I think the easiest answer is we have no idea how they're going to change gameplay.
Yeah.
The one thing I think people don't consider sometimes, like the cost to move characters to locations, even the low costs, that is. Resources are so limited in the early parts of this game that, for you to choose to spend 2 of your lore moving a character to Fang's Island, that's a character you're not playing. That's a song you're not playing. And so I do think, as powerful as Fang's Island is, or Maui's Exile, or the other, I think those are the 2 that have an effect. It costs you something to get them there, and so I do think that they're well balanced in that regard. I do think that the question we asked specifically was how it balances RubyAmethyst. I mean, the easy answer right off the bat is RubyAmethyst right now. One of the reasons it's so powerful is because they have a lot of the removal. They have Lady Tremaine, they have Be Prepared, they have Dragonfire, they have Maleficent, Monstrous Dragon, and all of those are designed to remove characters. And so one of the ways to get around Ruby's Amethyst removal may be locations. So it's interesting to see what kind of location removal will come out. Ruby will still have some rush characters like Maui able to really quickly challenge location, so that's going to be an advantage for Ruby, but I don't know, we'll see. It's too early to tell.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is going to be a blast. And like, a lot of people asking in chat, like, so it gives Warden evasive, which is I think that is the thing, and it's like, that's huge. Like, you can start throwing out some characters immediately get evasive and Warden. It's like, okay. And so I don't know. I am curious because we are seeing characters like a Jim from
Treasure Planet.
Treasure Planet. There we go. I was thinking Atlantis. Treasure Planet. We see Jim. He can move. Like, he can travel between locations super easily. And it's like, okay, like, I love that idea. We're getting this new mechanic in there. So it's going to be really, really nice to actually see that come into play. And I believe we talked about it. And you said that Ravensburger, when they came out, they said sort of the first 3 sets will sort of decide the mechanics for a while. So this is going to be the last big mechanic getting added into the game, as far as we know, and for a bit. So locations are going to be a big deal. I'm curious to see how it's going to work out and how much that's going to come into play. If some people might just straight up ignore it and just keep playing what they know. But again, the way this works is people will learn, like, okay, I need to counter this style of deck. I'll build something. Then like someone's like, well, I got to counter that style of deck. And it's just sort of this domino effect where it moves on to the next one and the next one and the next one. And you really have to stay on top of it. And so it's been fun. And, but then sometimes you can sneak in with something no one's ever seen before.
That's true.
Yeah. But
I think at the very least, I think it will diversify the meta. I think it'll add a whole lot of new options. And we'll see all kinds of different decks.
I just want to see, like, again, like Ravensburger's come out and said, like, oh, we're going to add some different styles of play and whatnot. It would be kind of cool to see maybe you have 5 movies or you have 5, IPs you can pick from. And it's like, build a deck out of that. It's like, okay, I want to build, like a Mickey and Minnie and then like maybe Emperor's New Groove and Lion King. Like, I get those. And like, I can only build a deck using those properties. Like, that would be
great.
fun.
That would
And
be
so
great.
I think we might see that.
I think we will. I think there's some great casual formats where you do restrict franchises like that, color immaterial,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
allow you to choose cards from specific franchises. And we are getting really, really close. Actually, I think we can right now do a Peter Pan versus Captain Hook deck.
Ooh, that'd be a
Villain
lot of
versus
fun.
hero. So
I see in chat. Katie is in chat, my wife, and I may have just spoiled a card for her that she's upset about. Yeah,
No.
so my wife is the biggest Treasure Planet fan on the planet, so I was trying to. I didn't realize she was watching. I'm sorry, Katie. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I
Anyway.
mean, that's. I mean, we hope it's in the game. We hope. It's in the
Yeah,
game.
we haven't seen it. I mean, we're assuming. We're just guessing based off of previous knowledge and whatnot.
hints.
But yeah.
John Silver's in the game.
Yeah, John Silver. Actually, that was one of the first cards that we picked up. We got a foil John Silver, and Katie, she got very excited for that. I believe he was the only Treasure Planet character in the game for a while. So
He was.
but yeah, so we're gonna. I think we might take a short little break. They're wrapping up match number 2 right now. We're gonna take a short little break. I'm gonna tweak around, see what we can do about getting lore counters on the screen, and I'm gonna use the little boys' room and get some water and stuff. So.
Yes. Okay,
But
keep
yeah,
going.
this is going well. Let us know. Please let people know. We're going to be here for quite a while watching this tournament go on. So spread the word. Get on
Tell your
Disney
friends.
Lorcana Twitter and everywhere. And we got a tournament happening right now. But yeah, so we'll be back in just a little bit. Are we ready to go? Can we kick it over to a BRB?
I think we
stream?
can.
All right,
I think we
sweet.
can.
All right, do we have it set up over here
Oh.
on Restream?
I do not.
There
We have
we
it
go.
set up in OBS.
Okay, yeah. So again, OBS right now, we're trying to figure out solutions for audio and other things, but we'll get this happening. Don't worry. New stuff happening. Oh, I see Zardsport in chat. What's up, Zardsport? Good seeing you here. Oh
Let's
man,
do it. Well,
but
we'll
yeah,
get it going.
We'll get it happening here. We've seen a lot of cosplay here at the convention as well.
That
It's
is
always
true.
fun when you walk into a convention. It's like, oh, okay, like here's there's Bowser and like
I love
there's a
it.
character from One Piece. And
I love it.
Yeah,
Is everybody living? Maybe we'll try to bring you some all later today. I love people getting to embrace things that they love, whether it's cosplay or Lorcana or whenever you can take your passion and just dive into it and experience it to the max. That is it's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's what life's about.
As a matter of fact, they had a Run Disney event out of Disneyland in California. They brought it back to Anaheim for the first time in a while, and there were some people running in Lorcana outfits. So they actually had like Lorcana cards on, like they were running as a Lorcana card. So
that's really cool.
You gotta love that. You gotta
Did you
love
see any
that.
discards?
No discards. No discards. That
That's
is a very,
unfortunate.
very rare card. So have yet to see anyone running as it. Haven't seen one of those in person either. I've seen a lot of them online, but for those who don't know, there's actually a miss insert called a discard card, which literally just says discard, which when they're assembling the packs, they're not supposed to make it in, but sometimes they do. And so you got to love those error cards. But
highly collectible now. Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's 2 different versions too, which is even better. Anytime you get additional variants of discards, that's going to be very, very massive. But yeah, we're going to take just a short break here in just a second. And we'll be back for lots and lots of more Lorcana coming up as we enter into round 3 here at Ikkicon in Round Rock, Texas. Ikkicon 2024, our very first competitive tournament that you and I are commentating on.
Yes, and I do have to mention, for those who watch our channel, it's a partnership, and my wife and I run it together. Unfortunately, Erin couldn't be here today. She'll dial in remotely at some point because our little one got some vaccines yesterday and is not feeling well.
No.
So we're a family channel. So our daughter travels with us to these events, and she couldn't make it today. So yeah,
Alas.
she'll be dialing in remotely.
Oh, okay.
So
well, we will say hi.
I know most people watch our channel for Erin and not me, so they may be wondering.
Well, see, most people watch my channel for the games, not me. So that actually works out pretty well.
So we're luckily we have Lorcana here, and I trick people into coming because they don't know Erin's not here. Yeah. Let's see.
All
Do
right,
something.
we got this loading up right now. I see in chat here. Let's see here. Cosplay says, I watch for Jack. Thank you very much, Cosplay
Aw.
Canada. I love you very, very much. Cosplay also says, if LCS, LEC, and OWL CDL can have production issues, so can the Jack Illuminateers Card League. Okay. Again, first time. We're ironing out all the bugs, but hopefully you guys are enjoying what we're doing right here and explaining the game, showing off some really good competitive events and competitive matches as we, as we hang out here in Round Rock at Ikkicon. Again, shout out to our friends at Game Castle for making it happen. we very much appreciate them having us out here and spreading the love that is Lorcana.
And Ikkicon. I mentioned them for hosting this tournament as well. It's a fun event. I can't wait to go check out the expo floor later today.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
All right.
We're just waiting for our video to load.
All right, we're loading up a video. We got a little break thing. We don't want to leave you guys with just an empty screen. So
that is true. I mean, for those, we mentioned it earlier, these are long days for players. They're long days for tournament organizers, for judges, and they're long days for commentators.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I have I have something I can't get out of later today, so I'm gonna have to be leaving around 5:30. So hopefully we'll see how it goes. Well, we should get some of the finals in before I have to take off, but you'll be here for the whole thing, right? So
I will stay. I think we may finish by the time you have to leave if things cruise along. Round one was pretty short.
Yeah.
And if we have a split, then we'll certainly be done. But I will be sad to see you go.
I know. It is sad. But hey, this is something that popped up that we're very excited for, and I'm glad to be a part of it, at least here at the beginning. And and next time we'll be here. We'll have all the bells and whistles going. Maybe we'll get like jackets or something nice. We got to look professional. Should we get the headsets with the microphone that comes down? Like get something real, like something like that. We'll work on it for the next round of commentary.
100%.
All right, but we're gonna take a short little break. We're gonna be back in just a few minutes. Little BRB screen. Love you guys. we back?
We are
We're
back.
Still live here at Ikkicon 2024 in Round Rock, Texas. Again, shout out to our friends at Game Castle for setting this up. Very, very excited. Thank you. We're about to move on to round number 3 and go from there.
We're super excited. We I have to say we were trying to work on a solution for you all. Jack has figured it out. We just didn't have time to get you the lore count before this game, so we'll still bring it to you.
Yeah, we'll still make
verbally.
it work. Even that, it's going to be fun for us because we're going to have to guess how much lore has been played. Well, we have our judge by the table who will be able to confirm everything we're doing. But I found some solutions to actually make it work. So, all right, how are we looking at the table right now?
They're ready
they
to rock.
are already
oh
moving.
my goodness!
Wow. Okay. Right.
Game
look at
1,
that.
turn 1.
Moving on immediately.
And you mentioned the Honey Wizard playmat, and there it is.
There it
manifested.
is. That is wild. Oh, and they've got the official Lorcana lore counter as well. This is a player who's been around, and it looks like we actually have the app on screen, so we may be able to see their lore.
Oh, how delightful! Oh, it's a comment for the judge. We need to, and we've also manifested the clear sleeves. Look at that with the lore backs there.
We are all over it.
Delightful.
All right, so we've got a Snow White on the board right now. Snow White will make it cheaper to bring out dwarves. So here we go. We've got Amber on the
Dwarf
bottom.
meta incoming. And Ruby deck up top. There's Maui. I venture to guess we may have another. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Mother Gothel. So you see Mother Gothel sometimes as an offensive player. She has 3 power played early, but oftentimes you see her in Amber Ruby decks, which we may be looking at up top. That becomes a nice target for Rapunzel on turn 4, allowing you to remove that damage and draw 3 cards. I've also seen her run a lot in blue red decks, actually, because you in decks that care about items, you can drop the Healing Flower out and use that. But here it is, the Rapunzel target.
Boom.
Just in time, Rapunzel on turn 3, allowing the player to heal Mother Gothel, get a strong board presence, and draw 3 cards on turn 3. It's a very strong play and probably one of the best opening plays for that top player.
That is, I think that's gifted with healing, right?
That is gifted with healing,
and
yes.
There you go. So there's that card right there you're looking at there. So remove up to 3 damage from one of your characters, draw a card from. And I love the sort of synergy you have with the character cards. You know, like it's Mother Gothel, she's old and hurt, and here's Rapunzel to help her out. So like that's such a cool 1-2 hit you see. And I love that kind of stuff you see with Lorcana quite a bit.
That flavor, you were absolutely right. That flavor is what makes the game so good.
And they're so careful about that too. So we got 4 ink on the bottom. Oh, just inking a dwarf as well.
Into the inkwell.
Just went ahead and lore. Looks
like questing to make character cheaper. So it looks like we're going to see there's Mufasa.
Mufasa.
There's Mufasa on turn 4. Again, we're playing the Mufasa roulette with that card.
There's a Stitch. That was an Inked Surfer Stitch.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah. Okay. We've got Ruby Amber up top. And what do we know the second color of the bottom one? Amber and something.
I don't think so. Not yet. Could be Ruby.
All right. Mother Gothel hitting a dwarf, which seems appropriate for her character.
Indeed.
At least further in, like once you understand, what she's actually about.
Indeed.
Chibi Acer in chat says, I love that Elsa playmat. Yeah, there's a lot of really, really great art out there. A lot of people making playmats you can find on Etsy and stuff, but I still that Honey Wizard playmat up top is so good.
So there it is. Mufasa, bottom player playing the Mufasa roulette, challenging Mother Gothel, and got off of it a queen, which is not what you want.
not exactly the trade you want. You want some big hitters coming out instead of I think 1 ink card, maybe 2.
One on that one.
Yeah, that's like
not ideal.
But hey, I love me some gambling, so this works out pretty well.
That is true.
Okay.
That's true. Now, so you have a Queen of Hearts down there. It's a shifted Queen of Hearts, correct? If I'm tracking right. Yeah, it's the Floodborn one. And what that does is allow you to draw a card whenever one of your characters challenges an opponent's character. So great card draw for the bottom player if you can get some challenges off. And it looks like they will, unless something changes.
There are 4 different Queen of Hearts in Inklands or in Floodborn. So I'm not.
It's Capricious Monarch.
Capricious Monarch. Is that the one? That's our winner right there.
No, it is not. No, my goodness,
oh my
I got it wrong.
Look at us, amateur hour here.
Yeah, it's the title is easy. It's the Sensing Weakness. Let's go with that.
Sensing Weakness. How about that one? There she is.
There she is.
Yeah.
There she is.
So.
Yeah, it's a good card. Allows you to draw some cards.
Yeah, something like that. You probably just never will challenge or quest with her. Just like let her sit there and then use her ability to just
It's-
challenge and pick up cards.
It's a great static card to have
Yeah.
in the game. Googly Glimmer's now in both chats. Thanks, Googly. Yeah, so this is a mirror match. This is Amber Ruby versus Amber Ruby, so it's kind of fun to see.
Okay, our first non-Amethyst match too. So
That is true.
Yeah.
And still no steal. But Ruby representing pretty well now.
yeah, and this is the feature table, but this is totally random right now. I don't think they're putting anyone there in specific.
I do have to check. It
Unless
might be the top. Let me verify if it's the top table or if it's random, because I'm not sure either.
Okay, I might be lying to you. That's what you have to understand about me. Is maybe I'm messing with you. Who knows?
We'll see. It is 6-3 is the lore count right now as well.
There's
For
another
those who,
Mother Gothel out there.
there she is. These decks are very, very similar. The judge at the table confirming that this is the top table.
Oh, okay, cool.
So both of these players will be 2-0 with the best opponent's win percentage.
Not after this round, though.
Indeed.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. See who's going to fall. Jack lying and misleading us. Cosplay Canada.
Well,
Come on now. You know who I am. You know what I represent.
so here we go. So this is an interesting mirror. I'm interested to see how closely these decks resemble each other. We haven't seen any Mufasas in the top yet
No.
to know if they're running that roulette package, but I'd venture to guess these are very similar builds.
It is funny because this is very, very similar to something like chess, where it starts out quick and then very quickly slows down. There's the Mufasa. You called your shot, and there he is. And then
With
we've got a Simba.
guarding.
Oh, look at that. The father-son duo.
How delightful. And
And-
Rapunzel questing for 4.
That's huge. All right. All right. Ink and a Mother Gothel down at the bottom. Paying 3 ink. And there we go. We got our 3 draw with a Rapunzel combo.
I do love that Mufasa or that Rapunzel Mother Gothel combo.
And
It's
immediately trades for the
flavorful.
Simba. Down goes the bodyguard. And so, will Rapunzel fight her twins? Doesn't look like it. So that Rapunzel came out and immediately took off the damage, put some more damage back on Mother Gothel, murdering a poor little lion cub before he could find Timon and Pumbaa and really go through a whole series of emotions.
I'd venture to guess the top player being at 10 lore, I think is content to take the 6 lore this round, get close to victory. There is the
Surfer Stitch is out.
Surfer Stitch. Great card at this point in the game. Surfer Stitch allowing you to draw 2 cards if you have 2 or more characters in play, so it triggers here, and some more card advantage for that top player.
Yeah, that Surfer Stitch is such a cool piece of art right there. Holding the sandwich.
Indeed, with Pudge down below, eagerly
Yeah.
waiting.
It's great. This is also, there is an enchanted version of Surfer Stitch as well. It's a very, very, very nice card. I gotta love this one. Look at that. That's
delightful.
just beautiful art. Again, way too many arms.
Indeed.
And then Sandwich and Pudge are both out there still. So,
And this time, Pudge took the sandwich.
and I do love on the enchanted pieces of art there. So these are the alt art cards that the art continues even under the text.
That's a great
So
point.
A lot of people miss that. They actually think it kind of ends up top, but the art actually continues down, which is a lot of fun. All right. So it looks like now there's kind of picking away at it. Lady Truman. Oh,
Yeah,
there's the
that's-
handshake. That is round
game.
1.
Yeah, the top player 16-3. The bottom player just no answers. Really needed a be prepared or something to clear that board, and just not getting it.
No. All right. So-
Travis Collectibles pointing out Mufasa breaking the meta. Yeah, Mufasa's been interesting. You know, at the start of Floodborne, I don't know about you, Jack, but I didn't see a ton of Mufasa being run, and a
Mhm.
lot of people thought that he was fun, but he'd see a home later on. And
Yeah.
over the past 2 or 3 weeks, we've really seen him skyrocket popularity.
It's been fun watching the values of cards increase too. So like I don't sell my cards online, at least I haven't yet. So, but I still keep an eye on them and see how they're going to do. And so watching Mufasa slowly ramp up in price, it's like, okay. It was like everyone loves Tragic Hero, but now Mufasa's getting up there too. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like one of those things. Of course, those are the cards I don't have. You know, those are the ones I'm looking for.
Naturally.
They're the ones that get the most expensive. So it is fun looking on like, TCG Player where I'm on my like Dreamborn.ink and I'm looking like, okay, if I wanted to buy my play set for like everything up to, super rare, it's like, oh, it's like $7 to complete my play set. Throw on the legendaries, like, oh, now it's $150 to complete my play set. Great. So I might be
Yeah.
someone just hunting those legendaries and enchanteds from this point on.
You really need to buy them at the right time.
Yeah, yeah.
That is fun. I do think one of the fun things though about Mufasa and Tragic Hero, I think these are cards that are going to be good for a long time.
Yeah.
A power or strength and willpower can be power crept a little bit. Cost can be power crept, but Mufasa's ability, that fun roulette ability, is going to be the same for always. And same with the card draw off Tragic Hero. Like that one card draw that you get off him is really good.
Yeah.
So
very, very solid cards. And again, that makes sense why they're so valuable because they are very, very good cards. All right, we're in the mulligans right now, going through finding decks. I don't think they've already started. Okay, there we go. Mulligans 2, 3 for the top player. And it looks like at least 2, 3.
3 for the bottom.
Thank you very much for showing me 3 in your hand. So makes things a little bit easier.
Table.
We go for the reshuffle now. So do you have a preferred style of shuffling your cards? Do you like doing the sort of the chop in the hand? Do you like doing the Vegas poker spread? That's kind of my go-to. Like I like throwing them all out and spreading them around. Not as pretty, but it definitely shuffles them up.
I like the piles or the shuffle that player was doing, that kind of crush shuffle. There's a name for it. Somebody in chat remind me what it is. I like doing that. I will do the 6 pile shuffle occasionally though when I'm feeling extra paranoid about how things are distributed.
Yeah.
I like those 2 methods. Smoosh. Google Glimmer says smoosh shuffle.
Trav's Collectible saying, I remember getting mine at $6 a piece and build my Mufasa deck. Then a week later, YouTube was filled with them. Yeah.
So it's your fault. You set the trend.
All right, here we go. Moving on to the match, starting off with a queen out there immediately.
Yeah, queen is great. 2/2 on turn 1, but all of us know that she is a shift target for 2.
Oh yeah.
So that 4/3 queen able to come in on your second turn and quest for 2 lore, which is a fun play that we got in Floodborn.
Nice little powerful one. Probably gonna get a little bit of damage, before going completely out. All right, inking again. We got 2 ink out there. What is going to be our second card? We've got a Snow White, and then go ahead and quest for that 1 lore. So Snow White's going to make the dwarves cheaper to bring out. So you get something, is it a doc, I believe, who makes, when you quest with them, it makes characters cheaper. It makes makes your next played character cheaper.
Indeed. So it's a kind of way to ramp in this Amber deck, get stuff out earlier than usual.
And there's the Mother Gothel, and we're going to see probably Rapunzel on the next turn for the top player.
Now, last game.
There we go. There's, inked. Oh. There we go.
And there's the evasive Minnie Mouse, going to do some work scooping up lore. So last game, we saw a just in time on turn 3 for a 4-cost Rapunzel. Let's see if the draw is that good this time around.
Fingers crossed for our player. Looking solid. Okay, making their strategy. So how important is it to sort of rework what your plan is after playing maybe 1 or 2 matches? Is it something like, after 1 or 2 rounds? So like after the first round, you kind of felt out your opponent, you sort of know what they're going for. Is it like get ready to counter for it, or kind of stick to your strategy and just keep doing what you're doing?
It depends on the deck you're playing, is my opinion. Oftentimes, you have a feel for what the meta is like and what decks you may run into, and you have a script that your deck wants to run. And so once you recognize what your opponent's trying to do and what their deck's trying to do, once you realize what it is, you kind of have a game plan in mind already. I think the more interesting adjustment you make when you notice your opponent's off script, because if you know what your opponent's ideal turn 1, 2, 3, or 4 look like, and they don't do it, well, then either their draw wasn't as good as they wanted it to be, or perhaps they're playing in a suboptimal way or a different way, and you got to try to figure out what that is. So sometimes when you notice your opponent is off script, that's when you really have to make the adjustments.
Yeah. Stuff. Okay, there we go. And there is the Rapunzel out, picking up 3 free cards. That's a good, turn 3 combo, as we've seen.
And Rapunzel, drawing 3 cards for 4 is a fantastic. It's fantastic anyway. But then you're left with a Mother Gothel with 3 will or strength, which can do some work, and you're left with a 5 willpower Rapunzel who can quest for 2 lore. So your board looks great, even after getting 3 cards.
So you can wipe something off your opponent's side of the board and quest for yourself. So it's a nice 1-2 combo, offense and defense out there.
Indeed.
Glimmer says, I play mid-range, so it's very important to adjust. Okay, yeah.
And there's the shift. We have the 2 shift queen coming down. What that queen is going to do when she quests, she allows you to adjust the power of one of your cards and one of your opponent's cards. And so adjusting Minnie Mouse's strength there and taking out Mother Gothel, I believe, is what happened.
Mm. There are so many queens. Queen of Hearts, the queens, Lady
I think
Tremaine,
that's
Imperious Queen.
Commanding Presence. The Queen Commanding Presence, I think.
Commanding Presence.
The second
There
name.
she is.
There she is. Look at that.
Yeah, that's a big shift card, and that is a cool sort of mechanic that in Lorcana where you can play a shift card. So you can see this for the Queen, for example, shift 2, which means you pay 2 ink to play this on top of any character named the Queen. So if you get a cheaper Queen out there, you can just pay 2 instead of having to pay 5 lore, or 5 ink. You can see the ink in the upper left corner. So she typically costs 5, but you can get away paying 3 less just for that. If you have one already on the board, that's a nice strategy. Very cool thing, and it makes you think about, but you can also you can play them straight up too if you want, if you don't have a cheaper Queen on the board.
And the cost savings is one thing. It's also really great because you get to use them immediately because their ink doesn't need to dry. And in the case of Queen, you're able to use that her ability right away to weaken one of your opponent's characters and strengthen one of yours as kind of a surprise for your opponent. When they do their math on their turn, they're looking at your strength and willpower and not considering you might be able to swing it really quickly with a Queen. So now it is 4-9, 4 on the top, 9 there on the bottom. We have Mufasa back on the board. Mufasa roulette. We got to see it in action the last couple games. Sometimes flipping for a 1-cost queen, and last game we saw it flip for Lady Tremaine, which really sealed the game for the top player. So the Mufasa roulette is in full swing this tournament, full spin as it were.
So you think we're going to see a good Mufasa random draw hopefully this time?
Oh, let's see.
Something other than a 1 ink right there.
Let's see. I hope so. It's always fun to see that. We did see Lady Tremaine last game, which was a great draw off the top deck because you get to use her ability when she comes into play. And the flip is a just in time. That is a whiff.
That is not good. Again, so if you don't play a character card, it just goes right back on the top of your deck. So no extra bonus for Mufasa. Very, very sad.
And it's worse because your opponent gets to see what it is.
That's true. You know what's coming up next.
Here. Now, I do have to check, and chat's going to have to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know that the player has to reveal the card unless it is a character. So in that case, the top player may have just given free information to the player on the other side, letting him know that a just-in-time was coming.
Yeah, I don't think so. Let's see here. On that Mufasa, let's see here. Oh. You can see here on the actual card itself. So you may reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character card, you play it. So by may reveal, I wonder if you have to reveal it to your opponent. So
I think it does. I think what it says is you can choose not to use that ability if you don't want. If you choose to use the ability, then you have to reveal the card.
Okay.
And so that player, in my interpretation, has played it right and showed the top card, couldn't play it, and yeah. So Googly confirming, you may use the ability.
Very, very
Steve
cool.
Steve D disagreeing with that interpretation and saying, we'll have to ask the judge. It's a may, you don't have to reveal it unless it's a character. So interesting judge question. I think the way I read it is you may choose to use the ability, but
yeah, does may refer to revealing it to your opponent, or does may refer to revealing it in general? Because if you reveal it, then if it's a character, you play it. If it's not, it goes back on. So does that, where is that may pointing? And also, actually, the Lorcana app on the phone has a lot of sort of explained rules in some cases. I wonder if that one might be in there.
Yeah, it's a good one. I bet this has been answered already, and so we'll wait for an answer. But yeah, some disagreement in the chat. I tend to agree with Googly on this one. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get the answer. Back to the game. Maui coming down. Big defensive, beefy character, but not an answer for the evasive Minnie Mouse.
I figured, of all people, Maui. Come on, it's a mouse.
Right?
You should be able to. So, and she's surfing too, right? I mean, Maui's like, he's on islands, he's in water, he's a water god. So, I mean, come on. You figured he could do something with that. But I guess not. Minnie just goes right over his head. Maui can't swim. True. Googly Limmers. That was why he got trapped on the island, because he couldn't swim. There's Mufasa again. So many Mufasas out there.
Yeah, Mufasa coming back to the hand with the Hades. for the top player. So we'll see Mufasa again. We have another Mufasa on the bottom. These decks are very similar. We do have a Scar on the bottom. That's a card that we haven't seen played yet. This is the first one. This Scar, I believe, when he challenges and banishes a character, he can ready again, so he can do work.
Yeah.
So banish a character, ready, banish a character, ready. And it appears.
It looks like we got game. Was that did the top player win that one?
So that was a concession.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was 6-13, and Steven, the player, conceded, saw the game getting out of hand, and scooped the game before the obvious board state, which would have
Okay.
given the other player the win. But
All
so
right.
it's on to game 3 now.
On to game
1-1.
3. So here we go. This is round 3, match number 3. The winner of this one is going to take this in the tournament. Again, the goal right now is just to get to the top 8. So these two players are probably both 2-0 right now, so it's significant. You want to get at least 3 to 4 victories to really work your way to that top 8. So
That's true. I mean, this is really, it's a great point. I mean, this is, I don't want to call this a make or break round, but if you win round 3 and go 3-0,
mhm.
your odds of making it into the top 8 are very, very
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Because even if you lose one game, your opponent's win percentage at that point is so good that you'll probably make it into the tie break. If you win, even if you lose your next 2, sometimes a 2-loss person can bubble in. It's rare, but depending on the number of people, sometimes that can bubble in. And if you lose your last 2 matches, sometimes your opponent's win percentages is also really good and you make it in. So
absolutely.
going 3-0 in a 5-round tournament feels very good.
Yeah, starting 3-0, but losing 2 in a row, going into the final, like going into the top 8, that would be sort of like mentally,
That
it's got
is
to be a
true.
little painful. Like
Draining.
you want to make sure like you go in on a high. You want to go into the playoffs on a win streak, So here we go. We're going through our cuts and our shuffles. We're going to go through and pull our initial hands and do some mulligans. Chat still fighting over what May means. We got a bunch of lawyers in chat right now, it looks like.
It is interesting. I do know. The question is, where does the may apply? Does it
Yeah.
apply to you may use the ability, or does it apply to you may reveal?
Yeah.
I
would think it's the ability. Like if you're going to reveal, you have to show it.
That to me,
maybe we'll get Marco over here. He's our official judge. We'll get him to describe it to us.
To me, it says may reveal, so I think that's it. Gosh, we gotta. I'm good with most rules questions. This one though is an interesting one.
Exciting.
Yeah. And there, yeah.
Okay. And here we go, kicking it off. Start of match number 3 in round number 3. And the winner of this one almost will certainly guarantee their way to the top 8. So exciting to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, and it is the mirrors, so you have to imagine the big advantage goes to the player playing first this round.
Yeah.
Winning game 1 is so important because if you do go to a 3-game set, being on the play in that 3rd game, when you have a lot more information about your opponent's deck, is definitely an advantage.
Yeah.
Donald Duck going into the Inkwell. That is the legendary Donald, if I saw it right. That's interesting.
And we got Minnie out there.
Minnie on turn. Again, Minnie, a great target for Teeth and Ambitions for some early removal. Makes playing Mother Gothel a little more scary. A good Teeth and Ambitions from the bottom player and gets rid of that combo piece early.
Yeah, speaking of the devil, there is Mother Gothel right there. And we're going to ink a queen. Play 2 for their own Mother Gothel.
Indeed. So no Teeth and Ambitions.
Questing for 1. Okay, looks like this is very much a mirror match. Is what we're looking at right now. All right, here it comes. I'm going to go ahead and guess. Maybe we'll see a Rapunzel popping up. And the next, between the 2 players, there's going to be one Rapunzel, right? There's got to be a Rapunzel. And there is a Simba bodyguard. Okay, smart. Getting out in front of it.
So both players know that the other player wants to play that Rapunzel, draw 3 cards. So now if the top player wants to get... catch up on lore, quest with Mother Gothel, it's not subject to removal by Minnie. Yeah. But not giving the bottom player that option, leaving Mother Gothel ready.
Yeah.
So that Rapunzel is highly likely.
Yeah. Staying out there, get that free 3-card draw.
So good.
Yeah. They're still debating in chat about May. This will be the May to remember. All right, here we go. We're going to ink a dwarf playing 2 for Snow White. which takes off a little bit. It takes off 2 damage, immediately puts 2 damage back on by going after the bodyguard, going after Simba. Nice. And also that Snow White has the side effect of making dwarves cheaper. So we'll see if we see more dwarves this turn. It was impressive that they dropped all 7 dwarves in one run. I like that a lot. All right, and there we go. There is the Rapunzel. Quick draw 3, and now we have a Mother Gothel that is fully powered, fully activated battle station, taking out the other Mother Gothel.
Oh man. And that hurts just a little bit. I mean, not only, it always hurts to lose a card, but that is the prime target for Rapunzel.
Yep.
And we can see it in hand.
Yes. And again, we have judges over there, so they are like they can't see what we're talking about right now.
Yep.
It's pretty much, it's like poker. We're basically playing poker here.
Indeed. Indeed.
It's totally legal, totally safe, totally cool.
So I do wonder, we may see another Mother Gothel come out in order to provide that target again. There we go.
Okay.
And we all know what that's setting up for. And I think his opponent does too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this, again, the epitome of a mirror match happening right now. It's just a matter of who's going to be able to get on front, who's going to get those good draws. There's the Mufasa.
Who's going to win the Mufasa roulette?
Yeah. What are we going to get this time? Here we go. I'm willing to bet we'll see a Rapunzel. There she is. Pick up 3 cards. You earn them. You helped out your fake mother. And for that, you get 3. Tapping 2.
All right. So that should be
Okay.
2
So-
oh, no. Never mind. It's
Took out Rapunzel.
Okay.
And there's, it's inking a Maleficent. And bringing out another mini. All right. So this is where it starts to get, interesting, because we got 4 characters to 1 character right now. Because really it is about bodies. Like, having bodies out there is pretty important.
More cards on the board is better.
Yeah.
It is an interesting choice, and not to quest with those. The bottom player has a lead on lore, so that would have been 2 to 5 if they quested with those. So instead, going in the offense, choosing to take out Rapunzel. The danger in going wide against anybody playing Ruby is on turn 7. You're looking at a be prepared potentially. So flooding the board is always fraught with a little bit of risk.
And we'll see if we have yet to see a be prepared in this match. We've seen them today, quite a few of them today.
Indeed.
But nothing this match yet. So we'll see if that pops up. There we go. They're thinking about it. This is strategy. This is serious now, because again, winner of this match will go on as a 3-0 undefeated.
That is one of the things, again, I like about aggro decks. We're in game 3 right now. Mufasa for Mufasa. All right.
Okay.
There are worse cards to to find.
It's like, take another shot at it. It's like a free spin, basically.
And yeah, it's true.
Okay.
Yeah, so playing aggro decks, the games go a little quicker, and now we are in game 3, but there's plenty of time left in the round, so both players have time to really think about things.
Yep. And a Hades, and it looks like they pulled a Mother Gothel down for that Hades.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Either A, they most likely have a Rapunzel perhaps target, or B, this allows them to put 2 characters on the board in one turn, giving them a little more, offensive power.
All right, and there we go. Taking off some damage, getting some free cards there. Yeah, see, they're strategizing right now. It's slowing down a little bit now. The things are getting a little bit more heated, a little bit more intense. We're going to see a little bit more thinking before all of the attack. It looks like Minnie's going for some lore there. Oh, just kidding. Psych. We got an attack. It looks like trading for a Mufasa. What's our roulette? It is a Eudora. Okay, that's not too bad at all.
There are a lot worse cards to pull.
Yeah, that Eudora, she has...
She has 9 on the back end, 9 willpower, which makes her very difficult to remove through challenging. So her role is basically to quest and to try to close out games. One of the things you're seeing both players work through right now is as you get closer to turn 7 against a Ruby deck, it changes your calculations because everything you have on the board is subject to a be prepared. And with all the card draw, we can expect both players probably have 1 in hand. One of them probably has 2. So We're just going to see. I think both are jockeying a bit now for card advantage, trying to draw as many cards as they can.
Just everyone's getting prepared for it. Just like,
Everybody's
okay,
getting
at some point,
prepared.
everything's, they're being prepared for be prepared.
Ravensburger told us to do it.
There we go. It seems obvious. It was right there in the title the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
How did we miss that? Okay. And Eudora, she's going questing. That's a lot of, there's a 3 lore right there between Hades and Eudora, which are odd friends.
So it makes it, it's true. 5-4, 5-4 with the top player and the advantage.
Wow. Okay. And we got a trade right there. Looks like Mother Gothel's going to take a little bit of hit to knock that mini off the board.
Yeah, so Googly Glimmers is making a great point. So one of the things that makes Be Prepared so good is the fact that you can sing it and play it for free, then allowing you to play cards immediately after and gaining the advantage on the board. Neither player right now has a card on the board that can sing Be Prepared.
Mhm.
So if you spend 7 ink to play Be Prepared,
There it is.
you're immediately allowing your opponent to respond. So this is a perfect situation where the bottom player has spent all the ink, and now his board is empty going into his opponent's turn. His opponent is now going to get to play the first character on the board. If you have a Mufasa in play, it makes that decision a little bit easier because you'll get a free character off the Mufasa, ideally. But it's not ideal in this case to be the first one to play it by hard casting it with ink.
Yeah. Oof. Well, there we go. We have a clear board, but we have a lot of cards in hand and a lot of ink on the table. So this is going to be interesting. The next few plays are going to be very, very interesting here. All right. They're thinking about it. And I do appreciate the clear sleeves, making it a bit easier to see the ink. Whereas the white sleeves, they all kind of blend together.
I 100% agree.
Why won't anyone think of the casters? Please.
100% agree. I do love, art sleeves. I know people's opinions on them are mixed in competitive settings, but being able to easily see and distinguish the amount of ink in an inkwell is just, it's so good for the players. It's so good for the casters.
Yeah. And again, no standards here. No standards. It's still new. No, nothing. No one way is overtaken. You can see we've got the sort of stacked ink, and we've got, looks like there's a Mufasa on the board there.
Just in time for Mufasa. Mufasa is a great play in this scenario because, again, both players figuring the other player probably has a Be Prepared in hand if they haven't seen many of them played. So putting Mufasa on the board means that it's a risk for, his opponent to now play a Be Prepared to clear the board again, because Mufasa is going to give a free character to the top player.
Absolutely. And we've got a Hades on the board too. So they're going through discard right now, looking, I'm going to imagine probably another Mufasa at this point. A Rapunzel. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Makes sense. Maybe we got another Mother Gothel about to hit the board.
I agree. Mufasa would have been a good pull, I think. So it's interesting. We'll see what they're setting up here.
Love that JICL cares for his casters. I believe JICL is Jack Illuminateer's card league. Is that what it is?
Oh,
casting league.
Well, that's delightful.
We've already got it going now. All right. So we got Hades Mufasa's on the board already. And what is going to come out? We've got, playing some cards here. Looks like 4 ink for another Hades. Everyone's digging through that discard. Again, very, very similar. Thinking about it, and is going to pick up a Mother Gothel.
Interesting.
So we're the reverse. We had our top player pick out Rapunzel and Mother Gothel on the bottom.
It is a interesting choice, but you know why it was made. We know why it was made, and you can bet his opponent is anticipating the setup that bottom player is presenting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we've got Mufasa and Hades going out for lore.
Makes it 8-9.
8-9. This is a tight match. It's a close one going on here, you guys.
There's the Be Prepared again on Minnie Mouse. So in this scenario, Minnie Mouse is not an awful pull.
No.
Having evasive at this point in the game, late allows top players almost a 10 lore. Minnie Mouse will do some work, gather some lore, and is difficult to remove. So it's not an awful pull.
No, not at all. Yeah, having any sort of evasive out there is always going to be a nice thing, because I don't think people typically prepare for evasive. It's kind of like, all right, it's out there, and unless you're playing at steel or something that directly can attack it, evasive will just keep chewing away at it. It's picking away at it. I mean, personally, I love my storybook. That's how I get my my additional lore when I need it. But because items, we haven't seen a lot of items at all these matches so far. I don't know if we've seen a single one yet, right?
No, we have not.
So It's been just character, and oh, look at that,
Oh,
just show it off.
delightful.
Show
Oh
it
my
off.
goodness. What? And the opponent checking it out because probably has not seen this played live before. What a oh god, this requires some explanation.
Yeah, that I believe that is the D100 collector set version of Mickey Mouse, which I don't even think I have that in my thing here. But maybe this one. Let's see here. Is that Friendly Face, I believe? Or
Yes.
let's see. Is that the one? There he is. Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
So yeah, that Mickey Mouse, that is a D100 exclusive card. So it's an alternate art version of Mickey Mouse, and that is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's you don't see that card play a ton. You see it in some builds. It's not super common. So the D100 cards are beautiful.
Yeah.
A lot of them aren't played though, which is why we don't see them terribly often. So this is fun to see on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad we were here to witness this happening. It's kind of like seeing a royal flush, you know.
Indeed.
Not too often. We're not going to see. Probably won't see a lot of enchanted cards played, but I think this will be the closest thing. Again, you can straight up buy these in the D100 sets. Max rarity player, says Ragnarok. Pretty rad, pretty cool to see out there. And again, you'll see some foils occasionally. You may see an enchanted, but yeah, seeing a D100 is pretty cool.
And so Mickey Mouse is a double threat at this point in the game. I mean, not only does he make your next character cheaper when you quest with him, but he quests for 3 lore, which at this point is huge.
And so Maui coming out and knocking him out.
Doing Maui things.
All right, here we go.
+4 lore for that player, 15-9 for the top
15
player.
to 9. All right, let's see if Honey Wizard can take it over Elsa. There's some Goofy. There's Daredevil Goofy.
So interesting here. So bottom player definitely won that flip. Goofy with evasive allows that player to get closer to victory with 2 lore. And Maui is not a blind flip usually, but in this scenario doesn't have evasive. And so Goofy immune to Maui's menacing and also an answer for that Minnie Mouse.
Yeah.
So Goofy can take care of Minnie Mouse's evasive.
Absolutely. Yeah, Goofy's been playing an interesting role in Lorcana. Like there's some interesting weird Goofy cards. Like there is a 10-10 Goofy. he's just a big boy, and like I don't understand like why him? Why is Goofy a tank of all people? But I guess he takes a lot of damage. He gets banged up a lot.
He's durable, I think they would say.
So again, moving on, we are deep into this match. They're doing okay on time. But,
yeah, in retrospect, I mean Goofy, an excellent flip here, I think. Yeah.
All right. Looks like the bodyguard got knocked out very quickly by Maui. Another Maui being played. Down goes Rapunzel. Is that Demigod Maui?
Yes.
Yeah. Nope. No one. Just kidding.
Bad at that.
There's a lot of Mauis. Not as a hero.
Bad at the.
All.
Yeah, here it all. Yeah.
So.
Young.
Yeah, if you're curious, so the reason why the Maui's coming out immediately attacks because he has rush. And so he can attack first turn. And not only that, but he's also reckless, which means he's forced to attack if he can. So, you know, that can be a little tricky, but with a 6/5 card, that's, you know, you can do some damage with Maui right there.
Yeah, that's a really interesting scenario right now. So top player, 17 lore, 3 away from victory. So in theory, can drop a character or 2 and wait for the ink to dry quest and close out the game. Bottom player, I think has a bit of an advantage on board here, having an evasive Goofy out there, which the Mauis cannot challenge. And so Goofy is able to do some work over the next few turns.
All right. We got 10 minutes left in the round. Looks like this one probably won't take 10 minutes, though. We got that Mickey back out. Is that the same Mickey? Or is that
the same Mickey.
Okay.
I think Hades pulled him back, and
right.
we saw him played right away. Which, again, his ability is great in this scenario. Allows you to get another character out for cheap, but he also quests for 3.
Yeah.
So, this player here showing 6 lore on the board, taking them to 17 next turn, and putting him 1 turn away from victory.
Wow, okay. Yeah, and this is one of those decisions, like, do I go and attack my opponent right now, or do I just try to quest and get out in front of it? Lady Tremaine right there. Hades goes away.
Lady Tremaine forcing your opponent to sacrifice a card of their choice. Or a character of their choice.
Yeah. And it looks like going questing for 5, with Mickey and Goofy. So again, held back, but now is the time to make some moves.
Lady Tremaine 5, so that's 17-16. So showing victory on the board, which forces. Oh, interesting.
And then a be prepared. Perhaps we better start from the beginning. Here we go.
A very good place to start.
And we got Snow White out there, it looks like.
Snow White, the
Okay.
legendary. I'm not sure we see, this Snow White run in many builds. Some, but certainly not one of the more popular Amber cards in this build.
And I believe that is it Unexpected House Gas?
No.
Well Wisher, perhaps?
That
There she
is,
is.
yeah, well, we're sure.
So, whatever this character quest, you may return a character from your discard to your hand. So that's nice. So that's 2 lore. There's the Stitch. We got.
Unfortunately, so top player still at 17 lore, showing 3 lore on the board. So need an answer here.
Yeah, we gotta do
for those 3
something.
cards.
What can we do?
I mean, Lady Tremaine would be an ideal card here. I don't think we've seen any pulled, or I don't think we've seen any in that bottom player's deck. So not an answer in the graveyard right now.
Look what they have. They're digging through trying to find something. Is this going to be it? They're counting their ink for some reason.
They are.
There it is.
That's the concession.
And that is the game.
No answers. If a Lady Tremaine was in the discard pile, that would have been the answer you wanted,
Yeah.
but not available. So that's it.
Wow.
That's the
All
scoop.
right, there we go. So we have seen some really, really good matches. That was probably the closest match we've seen so far. That back and forth, kind of like who's gonna get it, like kind of ink it out, and then sure enough, we got a finisher right there. So again, welcome everyone. Thank you for watching. We really, really do appreciate it. This has been a blast so far. We're 3 rounds in to this Ikkicon $1,000 tournament sponsored by Game Castle. Again, I'm Jack.
I'm Liam.
And we're here commentating on this tournament. It's been a lot of fun. Let us know in chat if you guys are digging it. We're having a good time here. I think they're going to be taking a lunch break pretty soon. So it's about 1 o'clock here in Round Rock, Texas, just a little bit north. And you want to? Oh, we have a guest.
We do. Jack, it wouldn't be an Illuminateers stream if Erin didn't join us for some of it. She is the better half of this team.
Nice.
And I know anybody who's watched our channel who's watching is disappointed that I'm here instead of her. So she's joining us remotely. Erin, hey.
Hey.
Hey, welcome in. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely.
Wish you were here.
Oh, go ahead, Liam.
No, I was gonna say, what do you think of the game so far?
I was just about to say, it seems like it's going really well. That last game was a little bit of a nail biter. So I've been really enjoying watching the games that I've been able to this morning. I'm excited, like y'all, to see some steel on the table at some point. But I'm really loving seeing the meta of the tournament so far. So yeah, and y'all have been doing a great job.
Thank you very much. I just follow Liam. Whatever he does, I'm here for as well. But no, next time we'll have you here in person as well. We'll get 3 chairs, 3 mics. It'll be great.
I would love that. The wonders of flu season. Our little one has a fever today, so we are holding down the fort at home. But wish I was there.
Yeah, well, we wish you were here too.
Yeah.
Could spell one of us so we could go get some snacks. Check out the con floor. Anything you're excited to see over the next few rounds?
So, I mean, Liam, we have the gauntlet coming up that you and I are participating in just a little bit, and I would love to see the ink combination that I'm going to have to play in the gauntlet, which I don't think I'm allowed to reveal just yet. But I mean, a hint is I haven't seen it yet on the table. So I would love to see that ink combination today, so I could get some pointers on what I need to be putting in my deck. So that's what I'm most excited about seeing. So hopefully, and that would also mean that my color combination is good enough to be on the top table. And so, I hope to see that at some point today.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it's been fun watching it. We have yet to see any steel at all, which is surprising to me. I mean, we've seen now 6 different decks. No steel.
Yeah, I totally agree. I love steel decks. And so I'm hoping that one ekes into the top 8. Just because I also love that when I see top 8s that have like the full ink variety at a tournament, it's always really hopeful for me to see kind of all of the inks represented in top 8s at tournaments. So
Yeah.
I agree.
Jack, and both of you, correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't seen any steel. We've actually only seen 3 colors.
Ruby, Amethyst, and Amber,
This
right?
one-
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's been it.
We have not seen sapphire, emerald, or steel,
Wow.
which is
That is very true.
mind-boggling.
That is crazy. Yeah, and in the 3 rounds we've seen, the 3 matches we've seen, none of those. Only half of the colors represented. Wild. And you feel like Steel Song was such a huge deck for the longest time, and now people are like, oh yeah, whatever, no big deal. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
I guess not.
Sure.
I should have sold all my Sleepy's flutes when I had the chance.
You know what I say? When steel goes away, the aggro will play because steel the real
Okay.
counter to it, I think, this go around. And not only the steel song, but the emerald steel like discard package has been incredibly popular. None of that so far.
No, not yet.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
We've seen a lot of aggro. We've seen a lot of just that Ruby and the Be Prepared. I'm like, we've seen Be Prepared, I think, every single round at this point too.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Lots of Ruby, lots of Be Prepared. Some people prepared, some weren't.
No.
So Liam, I know you had an opportunity to talk to a few of the players who are competing today, or last night, before the tournament. Have we seen any of them on the top table yet, or?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we've seen any of our featured players just yet. But
Okay.
yeah. We see hands.
We do.
So
Yes.
we assume we see the top down hands. So we assume these are good people, and that everyone's had a good time so far. Everyone's been very friendly. Seen handshakes, which is good. Makes me happy.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Gotta love the Lorcana community. Again, I mean, it's just one of, obviously I feel like people playing a Disney card game are gonna be friendly and happy. And I've always had that experience when we play, when we get to go play at Game Castle, for league nights or just any of their events that they host there. It's always very cordial and a great group of people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
It's been so good. Again, like we've said it multiple times, and you're right. The Lorcana community has just been so friendly, and it's so great. And so, if you are interested in getting into a card game, this is one you should absolutely look at, because now is your chance. Again, it's not so big yet that there's not an end. If you're still pretty low, it's again only 1 expansion's come out so far, only 400 cards in the game, so it's not like you're missing out. You can very quickly pick up. You can buy a starter deck. Some of the starter decks are super powerful.
Yeah.
And again, you can pick up singles online or through your local card shop and really, add on to it and make a really, really powerful, like, competitive deck. So now's your chance. If you haven't checked out Lorcana, you absolutely should.
Couldn't say
I
better
totally
myself.
agree. And it's such a, especially when you go pick up a starter deck at, your LGS or even at a big box store, it is so approachable. Liam always would talk about before the game came out, would Lorcana stand the father-in-law test, which is basically, would my dad agree to play the game? He's not the biggest game player. And it did. It passed the father-in-law test at Thanksgiving. My dad picked up a deck of cards and Liam and I sat down and taught him how to play Lorcana. And, he enjoyed it so much. He played a second game with us. So it's a great game to kind of get into. If you've never tried a TCG before, it is a really great entry point. It's super approachable. So yeah.
Excellent.
Well, Aaron, thanks so much for dialing in. Like, I miss you. Say hi to our daughter for us.
I will for sure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, send us a text when we when we miss plays and stuff. So,
Yeah.
Yes.
When we miss obvious Be Prepared plays that we just boastfully were like, why is the board clear? What happened?
Yeah, is that a concession? No, that's a Be Prepared.
Yeah.
So
Luckily, I have the direct line to Liam, and I am the uninvited peanut gallery. That is.
we're invited.
Nice.
Better half.
Always in the ear. Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent.
Well, have a great afternoon, y'all. It was great to see you both.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Oh man. Okay. Well.
Okay, I've never.
Oh. Did you have
I was
something?
gonna say I've never been on this side. I don't know how to hang up.
Oh. Well.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. So there we go again. Man, this is great. We'll see right now. It looks like people are taking a little break for a second here. And yeah, I think we may take a little short break again here. I'm going to work on this Lorcana button thing, or this lore button thing. I'm going to get it up and running. I promise. It's going to be great, so we can see it visually on the screen, make it a little bit easier for you. Again, it's our first time doing anything like this. So if there's anything that you see that we're doing well, or anything, maybe some constructive criticism, we always appreciate that. Be nice about it though.
Yeah, we're getting together. Other than knowing character names and missing be prepared.
Yeah.
If we get that lore counter up, it's gonna be great. Thanks for joining us. Tell your friends.
Round.
You know
okay.
what?
I guess we're going into round 4.
Into round 4.
I think we're good right now.
Yeah.
So we're gonna move on to round 4 right now. They're saying go to the tables. I thought there was gonna be a break, but I guess not. No.
One
eating.
day we
No
will get
eating.
this lore counter up. No eating. We have donuts. We will get this lore counter up eventually.
All right. So I think someone said a break for the top 8. So so we might have
Before
2
the
more
top 8.
rounds.
Yeah.
So we'll get lunch around 3 or 4 o'clock. It'll be awesome.
But this is why you all are here. It's
Exactly.
somewhat to listen to us talk. It's more to watch people play. So
yes. We got plenty of time for more playing. We got lots and lots of matches to still be played. And let's see here. Are they prepping? Looks like we've got we're watching the table. We're keeping it on the table, and we'll let you know. We'll cut over to it as soon as we get our first players over there. And so you can actually see here now that they are prepping. They're prepping for it. It looks like we've got a princess playmat.
All right. This
custom art princess playmats.
This may be custom art. Somebody's gonna have to correct me wrong. This kind of resembles some of the D100 mats that they were pushing out of Japan. There were Weiss Schwartz like D100 Disney cards, and this looks very much like them. This may be an official version of that mat. Somebody in the chat's gonna have to let us know because I love it.
Absolutely.
So I'm getting a note from the table. We have, it sounds like one of the players here is a former Magic the Gathering pro player.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we have Max Barty on the top and Aaron Rubin, who should be on the bottom. Aaron Rubin being the former Magic pro, or even current Magic pro.
Okay.
So that's going to be exciting.
And so yet again, we've got a Robin Hood mat at the top there.
That is pure custom.
yeah, that is not official at all. And again, same deal where it has it actually has all of the slots to put all your stuff there, which looks cool. But at the same time, what happens when they add something like lands? Where do you put those? It's going to throw off everything. Nice looking deck box as well.
Yeah, Aaron Rubin, some excellent finishes in Magic Pro events. Yeah, so this will be interesting. So, we definitely have some players here who this is their first big tournament, and we have at least one former pro in the house, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. And so it is kind of, it's always fun to see when characters bounce around and check out different games and stuff. So
it is encouraging to see that, not only we have Disney fans and new card players coming to check out Lorcana, but it's really attracting some of the best players from other games. And to me, that's the sign of a healthy, well-designed game.
Lie in chat says that playmat is so cute.
I agree. D100 Disney Princess. I'm going to look this up.
I'm gonna
let you all know.
Cart. You going for it?
I think this is an official mat. I'm gonna find out. It may not be.
Okay.
It may not be.
And then we got the looks like we have the Little Mermaid sleeves as well, going all out there. And then we also have the Magic. Oh, we have the castle sleeves.
These are both custom sleeves.
Yeah.
The bottom clearly drawn by the Little Mermaid movie cover. It's
absolutely. And we have a lore counter as well.
Classic.
Man, they are all out. All right, we got lower player through a 7 and upper player through a 7. So we're gonna re-roll, see who goes first. Here we go. We got a 6 for our lower player and a 6 for our upper. We have double it up twice. Let's roll for the third time. That is a 5.
Third time it's a draw.
Will this be a 5, 23? No,
Oh,
11.
there
All
it
right.
is.
So Robin Hood's gonna go first. Let's see.
Yeah, a great comment in the chat here, Lemillion. I love seeing people discover Lorcana for the first time and be excited by it. It's definitely something I think you should check out.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a fun game. Again, like we've said multiple times now, it's still early on. So now is still your opportunity to get in and actually play and pick up some cards and be competitive very fast. So, if you want to get into it, it is not too late to get started. Again, you look at something like a Magic the Gathering where there's literally over 30,000 cards in that game, and there's so many different mechanics and styles of play. This Still new, and it's very, very friendly. So here we go. We're off to it.
And card prices have come down quite a
Yeah,
bit. Early
yeah.
on, it was very expensive to get into. Nowadays, it is a lot more affordable.
Absolutely. And there's actually product out there. You can find stuff. I'm willing to bet your local game shop probably has Lorcana cards, at least some Floodborn, on the shelf right now for retail or less.
So I do want to highlight, unless I'm mistaken, it looked like a 6-card mulligan, I think, for the bottom former pro player. Just highlighting the point that the mulligan really is so important, and you shouldn't be afraid to send away a decent number of cards in your hand.
Yeah, man. I'm at that place now where I can't imagine like sitting back more than like 4 cards. But that's just me.
It's a gamble.
I'm not there yet. Okay, here we are. Starting it up right now. That is a cool looking playmat. I wonder if that's pulled from a cell from the movie. The Robin Hood one.
I believe it is. I believe it is.
Pretty great. All right, here we go. First plays coming at you. And immedially off with a mini. Or no, is that a Mickey?
There's a mini strutting her stuff.
Okay. It
1,
looked
3.
a little bit like Steamboat Willie from upside down. So again, we're gonna have to practice looking at cards upside down. Been blurry for us. Oh, hey, look at that. That's a mirror. Is that a foil version of that card?
I think it is. And in fact, I think I saw foil go in the inkwell. We may have an all foil deck on the bottom.
Oh boy, here we are. Time to flex.
Quest by the mini. And the Fox. So I think we're playing a mirror here. It's Amber. I'm sorry.
Amethyst, right?
Amethyst Ruby.
Okay.
They both begin with A. And both playing the bounce package. So we're going to see rabbits. We're going to see goats.
Mims, goats.
See Mims.
Yeah.
There's Teeth and Ambitions going to the inkwell.
Okay. Oh, hey, this looks familiar.
Mim coming back.
Okay. So it looks like it's all pretty much even now.
I just want to comment on I appreciate what the pro player is doing as a technique in order to show his opponent the ink there, rather than pausing and holding it up and pausing gameplay. Putting it in the inkwell, letting the opponent get a good look at it as it's exerted, and then flipping it over is a nice touch, I think.
That's also, I've seen people do that before, and they'll do that because they might forget whether or not they've inked this turn, and so it's like, okay, I've got a card upside down there. I know I've inked this turn already, so I won't try to do it again. Or anything along those.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And we got a trade right there for the snakes. Matt and Mim both down.
And 2 evasive Minnie Mouses on the board.
Wow.
So this has been a mirror every step of the way.
Pretty much exactly that.
And based on the foiling, I can tell which side is real and which side is the reflection.
Okay, we've got. I do appreciate they are using the drying portion of their mats. Although that is a massive drying section. I don't know at any point you're going to need to dry like 8 cards at once. So there we go. We got friends on the other side getting played. Pick up a couple more cards.
It never feels bad to sing Friends.
No. And ink it up right there. 4 ink for a Peter Pan Shadow.
Indeed.
Again, you said we hadn't seen a lot of that before, but today we've seen Peter Pan Shadow being played pretty healthily.
Yeah, Peter Pan Shadow, again, it gives your characters with Rush evasive. And so Ruby running a lot of Rush characters with Maui and occasionally with the Queen makes them a little difficult to kill.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we going to see? What's going to pop up next? I do dig those Little Mermaid sleeves. That's pretty nice. It kind of looks like the art from like the old VHS sleeves.
Yeah, it's definitely retro. I love it.
Okay. And that is another Mim. That is the Fox Mim.
Bouncing the rabbit for card draw.
Okay. And that Mim also comes out as Rush, too. So can be attacked. Although right now the only thing attackable would be the mini, and that is evasive. So Mim will not. The little fox can't reach the surfing mini.
Cannot. Quest with mini.
Okay. Doing well.
An update on our lore count here.
So mirrored this whole time.
It is 4-3. I'm sorry, correction. It is 6-1. A little bit more of a discrepancy or disparity there.
All right, 5 ink playing. That is an enchanted Maui, I think.
It is.
Wow. All right. Again, with the flex, playing an enchanted card right there.
This one and getting a report from the judge. It is 7-1 actually up top. 7-5 now. Wow. And we are still all foiled out on the bottom.
Yeah, that is pretty fancy right there. Do you think they have 4 enchanted Mauis in that deck?
You know what? I'm willing to bet yes.
Oof. Wow. And so that Maui paired with the Peter Pan Shadow is going to make that Maui evasive as well, right?
It is, which is something we missed earlier. So
yeah.
good.
Yeah, and so the enchanted cards, again, those are alternate art foil cards, full foil cards, and they are gorgeous. Lady Tremaine popping out, getting rid of that Maui very quickly. Okay, we got an epic back and forth here. Again, this is round number 4, and these are some of our top competitors. This is the top table. Friends on the other side being played again. Lots of singing this time. That's the second song.
It is the best way to play it. Teeth and Ambitions into the inkwell.
Okay.
For
and a Lady Tremaine.
Again, enchanted.
Okay. Just with the flex. Now, do you think there is a mental aspect to the game as well, where it's like, oh, I'm playing against someone who's playing all foils or all enchanted? Do you think it's just like intimidating by doing that, or do you think you kind of just get your head in the game and just don't even focus on it?
I bet to some people there is a mental aspect to it. I think there's some players who aren't phased, who see past the glitz and the glamour, but for some people, I bet it is intimidating sitting down from an all foiled out deck.
Oof. I know if someone's walking up there with a deck that's worth a few $100s, that's gonna be a little bit intimidating, in my opinion. Just gotta say. Kitten says, "What, you guys aren't playing?" No, we are commentating. This is a match happening right now at Ikkicon 2024, and Liam and myself are gonna be here all day watching these competitive matches as we go on in this tournament. $1,000 tournament for the top 8 players, and we're in round 4 right now. After round 5, it's going to break down to those top 8 and for who will get the money. All right, and is that a Hades?
That is an Ursula.
Ursula
Subtracting 1 lore from her opponent's total and allowing the player to draw a card.
Wow.
And maybe most importantly, quests for 3 lore, and is very difficult to take down.
Huge. All right, extra information for me, says Googly Glimmers. If they're playing Enchanteds, I know for sure they're playing full play sets of their bombs. No budget limits on this deck. That makes sense, yeah. So maybe it will come back to haunt you a little bit. Like, oh, okay, this person knows that, I'm rocking all foils. I'm rocking Enchanteds. Okay, budget is not an issue for me. So
it is an interesting point when you play alternate versions of cards. So let's say you have 2 Enchanteds and you have 2 normal cards, and you choose to play 2 of the Enchanteds. It does give extra information to your opponent because they can see during a game, let's say over the span of 2 games, that you've played different versions of a card.
Okay.
And so it lets them know that it gives them a hint as to the number you're running, because you might be running 2, you might be running 4.
And also, we should point out too, so the enchanted cards are basically alternate art cards, but you can still only have 4 of any one card in the game. So even though it is technically a different card, it still counts towards that batch of 4. So if you have 2 normal Lady Tremaines, 2 enchanted ones, that counts as your 4 Lady Tremaines. So there's no getting around that. You can't play 8 of one card if you've got the enchanted versions as well.
That is true. So back to match here. It is 9-12. The bottom player with 12 lore, and they're showing 9 lore on the table. So that is victory unless the top player can remove a few things. Lady Tremaine, there it is.
There it is.
So we have probably a quest for 2, and then singing, be prepared, clearing the board.
Ursula out again. Going to knock off another lore.
It is now 11 even.
Wow. All right. Is it just me, or is it annoying that player has all of their Little Mermaid cards upside down? Unless they're just trying to intimidate by showing off their cards to their opponent, their ink to their opponent like that.
Perhaps it's courtesy. I'll let you see the card right side.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it is. That's why I think courtesy when I'm rocking a full foil enchanted deck. Not intimidation at all. Oh, that's great.
Be prepared again.
Okay. It's another one. All right.
Unfortunately, that one had to be hard cast because no characters on board, but here we are. Board is empty with 11 lore for both players.
Okay. And that is a Rabbit Merlin right there. So you get to draw a card when you play that one. So when that character enters and leaves play, you get to draw a card. So it's pretty nice for a good bounce deck. 4 for there's Merlin Goat.
There is the goat actually
finally.
played. We have
So-
seen so many goats inked today.
Oh my gosh. So the Merlin Goat's a pretty great card because when you play that card, you get an ink or get a lore, excuse me. And when it leaves play, you also get a lore. So if someone knocks it out, you pick up a lore for it. So even, was that another Be Prepared?
It was another Be Prepared.
Wow. All right. No one wants to play cards today. All right. We got 8 ink on the bottom, 8 ink on the top.
So that 2 lore from Merlin Goat, giving the top player a 2 lore edge. It's now
Okay.
13 to 11 with the top player in the advantage.
There. Oh, sorry? I don't know. If you ask that gentleman over there in the ball cap, he'll help you out. All right. So we got Minnie out there again. We got another Snake Mim out there.
Yeah, to this point,
Okay.
so we've seen 2 Be Prepareds in the bottom, I believe. So, you can expect they're running a little low.
Okay.
Now's about the time where you're a little more confident filling up the board, hoping that your opponent doesn't have that 3rd Be Prepared.
But who knows? My guess
But
is
who
they
knows?
probably do. Or someone, I feel at least one more board wipe coming up. I don't know where it's coming from, but at some point we're going to see one.
If there's one thing I've learned playing against Ruby is Ruby always has the Be Prepared.
True. All right, we got a big 7 right there, and there it is. That is 3
You called it.
Be Prepareds in a row. Is that 3 turns, 3 Be Prepareds?
It might be.
Wow.
Yeah.
So at some point, you just got to start crying. Like, I just want to play my cards.
That's,
But that definitely gives an advantage to that top player. They've got 9 ink on the table. There's an Olaf. Is now the time just to start throwing bodies at it? Did they only play 1 Olaf, and that is it for their turn?
They did. I mean, so the player has
Interesting.
a lore advantage, so he may just be trying to get a character to stick, forcing the opponent instead of reacting, throwing out Be Prepares, throwing out removal to put something of their own on the board. They also may be running low on cards.
I guess so. And also, if you draw all of your cards, you lose, right? If you draw your entire deck, you lose the match.
That is correct. The first time the game requires you to draw a card and you're not able to, then that is the match.
Okay. So there we go. We got another Mim up on the table. And a evasive mini. Okay. It's getting interesting now. So much ink out there. And no massive cards right now. I'm wondering if someone's going to take a big swing with a high power, like a heavy card, or it's going to be a lot of these smaller ones again. Or, what are they drawing? What's left in their decks? Because that is certainly a strategy that you can use. All right, and then Olaf goes questing.
It's 14 for the top player. I really, there's only 2 cards in hand for the top player. So one of the problems is they're probably really low on answers. Playing a Maui Rush without the ability to hit anything, it's only out there for one of 2 reasons.
Yeah.
Because you had nothing else to play and you're prepping, or you're getting ready to sing something expensive.
Okay.
So it's possible there is a setup for a Be Prepared.
So
but one card in hand.
Top player has 1 card in hand. So, all right, we got Rabbit Merlin out there for the bottom player.
And this is where we see the rabbit is so good. The bottom player now having drawn 3 cards off that rabbit using the fox to bounce it previously.
Wow. All right, paying 3 for a Maleficent out there.
Maleficent allowing the player to draw a card, so maintaining that card advantage.
And there we go. And so do you think the top player is currently just like nervous that, we might see another Be Prepared?
I think the top player is top decking for a Be Prepared. The Maui is out there to prepare for it, but
our friends on the other
there's
side.
friends on the other side. There's leaving resources open, obviously hoping for a board wipe here.
All right. Looks like that is 4. Looks like they got 9 ink out there. That is Rabbit Merlin, draw a card.
Looking for
Let's
answers.
see if we see a Mim maybe to bounce that Merlin and pick up a couple more cards. Goat. All right. So that's another lore.
So it's 15 to 12, and I mean this is tighter than it looks on boards. The bottom player with 4 lore can only get to 16 this turn. It's 2 turns before the victory. That goat can do a little bit of work. So with a little more card draw, being able to draw another goat, perhaps bounce the goat, that top player can get pretty close to victory with a goat or 2 alone.
Yeah. You start bouncing those goats. It's good stuff.
Indeed.
So, yeah, the ideal solution right now is if you've got a Mim in your hand, you can quest with that goat, bounce it, replay it all in one shot with the amount of ink you've got out there. It's doable. Lady Tremaine on the board. And Lady Tremaine, who's it going to be?
It's gonna be the
All right,
rabbit.
Rabbit goes away, but you do get to draw a card for that.
Drawing a card.
And okay. And questing for the rest of it.
Indeed. So
3
the-
more. So we're getting very, very close.
+4, so 15 to 16. So now the bottom player is showing
They've got a win condition out there now.
win condition on the board. So top player is going to have some answers. And again, I think the top player is drawing for a be prepared, looking for an answer. And you know what they just drew?
What did they just draw?
I think we're going to see it.
Uh-oh. Let's see if we see a couple quests and then something big get drawn. Here we go. Making it nice and pretty for everyone to see at home. Thank you very much. Got to ready up all that ink. We've this is it's
The suspense is killing me.
It's
'Cause
anticipation.
I
It's
know what's
happening.
coming.
We have information that maybe people at home don't.
Oh, dear.
And again, if you are curious, we are far away from the actual table. There's the be prepared.
Yeah, they cannot hear us.
Yeah, they can't hear us, and we have a judge over there, so no shenanigans are happening right now. So that be prepared happens. Board is cleared,
It is.
and that be prepared was played with Maui as well. So there's still something. I think it was played with Maui, or was it just paid for? Maybe it was just
nope,
paid for.
It was paid for.
Okay.
Yeah. So mini coming down. It is 17 to 16. The goat netting an extra lore on the way out. Lady Tremaine is always the perfect card to
Wow.
play after a be prepared. You know, your opponent is usually only playing one character after the board is cleared, and Lady Tremaine is an answer for it right away. More importantly, she quests for
Oh,
2.
there's a goat. Look at that. Is the goat going to be the finisher today?
It might. It is 17 to 17. That goat represents 1 lore when it leaves the board. So really,
So if you quest and then bounce that goat, that's 2 lore for it right there. Lady Tremaine is is that also 1 lore?
it's 2 lore on Lady Tremaine. So
So
you can-
really just a goat and a Lady Tremaine will finish this.
indeed, the quest will finish it. So really need perhaps another board wipe. Lady Tremaine. Even Lady Tremaine won't do it.
All right.
It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, that is difficult.
I think a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon for the Lady Tremaine would be an answer here. But something to remove that Lady Tremaine is necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Sitting down there with 10 ink. That might be the most ink I've ever seen in a competitive match. Friends on the other side.
That's only because we haven't seen Sapphire played yet.
Yeah.
No one's playing Sapphire.
And what do we got here? Counting out the ink, you got 5 more, it looks like. 6 more, it looks like.
I just don't know what answers there are. I mean, Dragonfire would do it. I don't see Dragonfire run very often. There's the Maleficent.
Okay.
Um,
And another
there.
board clear.
Wow.
Is that 5 be prepared we've seen this match?
At least.
3
And
from the bottom, 2 from the top.
for those watching at home, those board be prepared have been drawn as answers to the board state. So heart of the cards for sure.
Wow. This is intense.
And this is game 1.
This is just the first match. This is a big one. I thought we were going to get lunch.
Indeed.
This one might run into a time issue. I mean, this one's taken a long time. We'll see if the next match
So
goes this long.
here it is. That's game. So that happened really quick. Bottom player, you talked about goat as a finisher, played the goat, bounced the goat, bringing him up to 19 lore. So even if the top player manages to clear the board again, that goat is coming out as an answer.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. All right, our lower player, who is our Magic the Gathering champion, wins that first round. Glimmer's pointing out, and people wonder why the mirror goes on for so long. There we are.
Yeah,
Round 1.
This RubyAmethyst, I think, is widely considered to be, the top deck in the meta right now. It's the most common. It's pretty consistent. It's difficult to play against. It has a lot of answers.
Yeah.
And this kind of shows the reason why. Right now, these 2 players are undefeated. We see a Magic Pro player running it. It's just an excellent build.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm guessing, like those sort of, if you've got skills in other card games, like that stuff does carry over. Maybe not directly, but it's definitely like if you have knowledge on how card games work and how like I know what a discard deck is immediately off the top of my hand, which means you can go into a new card game, play that. So you're going to see some of these card game players jumping into this league, as like former pros or pros and other things, jumping into this one as well, and immediately kind of not having a huge leg up, but certainly having an advantage going in just because they have knowledge of general card games at in general.
I think that's very true. That skills do carry over. The
Yeah.
instincts carry over. One thing I will say though is don't be intimidated to play at an event. If you're not a pro player, if you're new to card games, don't be intimidated to play. The only way you get better is by playing in these other events or in these type of competitive events, and playing against players like Aaron Rubin, former pro players, is also how you get better.
Yeah, absolutely. And so even like league nights are always great. So like most local card shops will do a league night where it's usually pretty casual. Like people are playing for fun, but you can learn some skills. You can ask people advice on building decks, and that is the place to go and get better at these kinds of games. So find yourself a local card shop near you. Check out some Lorcana. You can actually go to Ravensburger's website and actually see where you can pick up Lorcana at card shops. And most of those card shops also have league nights and special events and whatnot. And you can get exclusive cards there that you could only get for leagues and really build up your decks and have a lot of fun with it. So do you have any promo cards? Have you been lucky enough to get any promo cards?
I've gotten some, and we have a lot of friends in various places and trade and stuff like that. So we haven't had to spend too much on them, but we have a few.
Yeah.
We have a few.
Yeah, we're very fortunate that we know some good people here, and our friends at Game Castle certainly have helped us out as well.
That is true.
All right, here we go. Getting into match number 2, starting it off. So our Robin Hood player is going to go first this time because they lost that first match. And let's see what we can do. At this point, both the players pretty much know their opponent's deck, and it looks very, very similar. As a matter of fact, it might be almost identical at this point.
I think it just might be.
Yeah. I mean, aside from the Enchanteds, but not everyone's going to play with enchanted cards like that.
That is true. I mean, there's some variation to this particular build, but they both seem to be running the same package. Some people will choose to run Elsa instead of Ursula for an end game character. Sometimes both, but I think both these decks are running just the Ursula for the end. And
look at
it is mirror all the way. Oh, he's so beautiful.
He's so happy.
Julia Riva's art is amazing.
So I don't know why it'd be purple though. Like, what's going on with the forest that everything's purple? That might not be the best thing. So and immediately bounced by a snake.
Snake feels really good to get a 3/3 character on the board on turn 2. So that's a common line of play.
Okay. And we are off. We got another Olaf. Olaf is now going to ink. Olaf making the rotation, making the cycle.
Play hands, Inkwell.
And there we go. We got mirrored minis up on the table. That evasive is not going to help you today. Chibi Acer says these Disney playmats are so cool. So that's actually, these are both custom playmats, which there are a lot of artists on Etsy and other places you can get custom playmats made. So do you have a custom playmat, or do you play with the official ones?
I like to play with the official ones. I like playmats with original art by artists that we like. So I've several custom mats done by Lorcana artists, which are just delightful. Those are my favorites.
Yeah. I found a website and was able to. I pulled a frame of animation from The Sword in the Stone, where Arthur's pulling the sword from the stone, and actually got it made for my wife. So that's her playmat. She loves Sword in the Stone. So she was very excited about the sheer number of Sword in the Stone characters in Floodborn in the second.
So
in the first
appropriate
expansion.
for this set.
And again, playing the Little Mermaid cards upside down as ink. How does that not drive you nuts?
I don't know. So it's now 5 lore to nothing.
Friends on the other side playing a couple more cards. Is this one going to go quicker, you think?
I don't think so. We will see both players try to rush to get that early lore. Try to gain some card advantage. You're going to see some rabbits coming down. You're going to see some friends, both players trying to build up their hand, both of them wanting to get to turn 7 when they start to gain more control with those Be Prepareds. And we'll probably see another Be Prepared duel this game again.
How prepared can you get after all?
Only
so much preparing can happen. Scar, at some point, the hyena is going to be like, come on, man. We're prepared. We did it. We've prepared ourselves out.
Yeah, but that's really what this deck is trying to do is maintain board control, get some lore early, and then take control of the game in the later game with cards like Maui early on to gain some board presence, but then Be Prepared, Lady Tremaine as an answer, and just eventually drop that Ursula or endgame finisher on the board and just close things out.
We saw the nice combo there of the I think that's Peter Pan Shadow made the Mim Fox into an evasive character, right? Which that's how they were able to take out that mini.
That's a great point. Yeah,
that's a nice combo right there. Real clever. We got more Maleficents on the board. And more ink going at it right now. Oof.
Yeah, I will say after game one, like as long as that one was where it's just knife's edge, which way it's going to go, it's mentally exhausting. So going into game two, I mean, you're really kind of on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, certainly winning that first match is going to give an advantage to that lower player just because, like, you got to wear someone down. Like, again, there is a lot of mental impact in this. And the GOAT is on the board. Get that one free ink. Knives has just returned. Welcome back, Knives.
No, so catch anybody who may be joining us. This is game two of round four. The bottom player there, a Magic Pro player, Aaron Rubin, took game one after an exhausting match with I think 5 or 6 Be Prepareds played.
Yeah.
It was intense. Friends from the other side being sung.
Yep, and you gotta love the songs too. See, I know, like, I'm watching this and I'm seeing, like, oh, I'm not as good as these players. Like, I'm seeing, like, songs being played and, like, really good tactics. And I'm like, oh, wow, I do not have these skills. But there's the Rabbit Merlin picking up another card.
Yeah, so this is interesting. I do think both players are playing for the end game here. But the top player, 13-0 in lore, that is a bit of an advantage, and that does make it hard, even if you gain board control, to prevent that top player from squeaking out the win. So ideally, the lore total should be a lot closer here if you're the bottom player.
Yeah, this might be a wash for that lower player, unless they have something to answer with. But again, the player on top knows exactly what the lower player has, and there we go, all questing. That is another 7 ink?
It's 19 total now. 6 total, 6 lore, 19-2, and a GOAT on the board. So that GOAT being removed, even a Be Prepared wouldn't be an answer here, because that GOAT would have taken him over the finish line. So that was quick.
That was textbook right there, is what that was right there. And so 20-0 on match number 2 after a grueling first match. Here we go into the third and final match of round 4 here at Ikkicon 2024 in Round Rock, Texas, just north of Austin if you're watching away from the Texas area. But yeah, thank you very much.
My prognostications about a long game were proven to be not
Way
true.
off.
Way off.
It happens, though. It happens.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting. I did not expect that quick, but this, that's one of the things again that makes RubyAmethyst a good deck, is it can, with those evasive characters, stack up lore really quickly if you're not careful.
And we are going to move on to this third game. I'm curious, do we have conversation right now going? Can we find out if both these players are 3-0 at this point, or do we know their records coming into the 4th round?
They should be. This is the top table, so I would venture to guess both these players are 3-0 and undefeated.
Yeah, again, we have, I think it was around 50 players. Is that right?
Around that many registered. There were several who couldn't show up. We had 35, I believe, actually start the event. With some younger players, some newer players, and some very good players. So it'll be interesting to see what shakes out.
So, I mean, with 35 people, you basically have a 25% shot of making it to that final 8. So as long as you kind of stay in there, I mean, that final 8 is where the cash is. That's where the money goes. So,
and the prestige.
That's what you want. We don't have, like, in poker, they have the golden bracelet, if you ever win a championship. I wonder if we're going to have something like that with Lorcana, where it's like you get a golden castle or something. I don't know. We need some sort of, like, I've got a tournament victories. How many bracelets do you have? Like, how many pendants? How many, I don't know, wishes do you have?
Wishes.
Well, I don't know. What do you think? Chat, what do you think? What should be the Lorcana version of a tournament trophy? Oh, we're already going. My gosh, that happens so quickly.
It is fast. So these players, I don't know how much time in round is left, but both players know that they could go to time. They know that this game can be long, and with how long the first game was, both of them are really eager to avoid a draw. And so you're going to see a very fast pace of play from both these players, because they know what they're doing, they know their decks, they know their opponent's decks, and the last thing they want is to draw this third match. And have a tie on their record going into the last round.
Yeah, because there is a good chance that these players might encounter each other again if they're both 4-0 right now.
That is true. I would venture to guess both of these players are really a lock for the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. No pins, says Glimmers. So, yeah, Disney does a lot of pins, so that could be the thing. The golden pin. I'm seeing a lot of people walking around with donuts right now, making me hungry.
Right?
Man. But yeah, and actually, so one thing we're going to see coming up soon is Ravensburger has announced that they are doing a championship series. They're doing a tournament series, and the winners of, or at least the top 4 in these tournament series, get a special edition promo enchanted Stitch, which it looks like that's the only way you're going to be able to get that card. So that might overtake the enchanted Elsa as the most valuable card, because the only way you can get that thing is if you play and win in a tournament. So
I think that's right.
that's going to be pretty wild once that hits, and we'll see that probably coming in the next few months.
And it is probably the most popular artist in the game and one of the most popular cards in the game.
Yeah,
So
so that's pretty big.
they did it
So
right.
a champion enchanted card, pretty big deal.
Oof.
All right, how are we looking on the board right now?
It is pretty even. It is 0-3 with the bottom player with the most lore. Interesting board states here. You do have Evasive on the board on top with Minnie Mouse looking to scoop up some lore. Pan's Shadow, though, even though Pan's Shadow can't banish Mickey by itself, does make the Fox Mim, as you pointed out last game, a lot more threatening. So Minnie Mouse is an easy target for a Fox if it comes down on the board. I think, both players are trying to get some lore here. Both players are trying to build some card advantage with rabbits and friends to prepare for that end game if it eventually gets there. And just looking to kind of hang in it until they can get to turn 7. I think that's generally the strategy with this deck, in the mirror anyway.
Yeah. So we got some questing right there. So it looks like maybe 4 or 5 for the lower player already.
3 to 4.
3 to 4
is what our judge tells us.
And then Mim with a bounce.
And perfect example here, Fox removes Minnie with Pan's Shadow giving the Fox Evasive.
There it is. So taking characters off the table.
This is a lot better for the bottom. This is a lot closer to where he wants to be. It's keeping the lore close as you build up for the end game.
All right, we're sitting on turn 5 right now.
2 turns before Be Prepared.
Yep.
True.
So what can you do before that inevitable Be Prepared comes out?
Just keep the board under control. Draw as many cards as you can.
Okay.
That is the game. We have a quest here, keeping that lore total close.
All right, so it is 4 to 6 at this point now. Okay, throwing down the 6th ink. And paying 4 to drop another Pan Shadow. It looks like they're questing with all of that right there. So that's another 4 lore.
I mean, it's evasive, but more importantly for the bottom player now, it is 2 lore. And that player is looking to get as close to 20 as they can before turn 7.
They've suddenly gone aggro. Now, you hear a lot of people talking, a lot of matches wrapping up, and they want to get out of here quick. They want to win and walk away as quick as they can.
That is true.
Yeah. Walk away, take a little break before the next round begins, Let the brain calm down for a little bit.
It is both mentally and physically draining playing in these matches, especially when you don't have a chance to recharge between rounds.
All right, and so we've got Merlin drawing a card because he got pulled from the board by the Fox, and Fox is taking down the Snake.
He's just trying. The top player right now is just trying to slow down the lore accumulation, waiting until the board can clear. I think is.
But not in a great situation here. The Peter Pan Shadow's certainly going to help out quite a bit, getting a bunch of evasive out there. Can't even touch them, picking up some lore there, and then another Snake Mim popping out. But you're looking at 5 lore, just untouchable. There it is.
15 for the bottom.
So
now bottom player has to be careful. I think the top player is showing a Be Prepared, so careful about what they put out on the board. Drawing the Maleficent is nice. It allows you to get another card, maybe another endgame card that's a little more useful to you, get another ink in the inkwell. And then I think there's probably more cards that the bottom player could play, but choosing to hold those up in anticipation of a board wipe here on turn 7, because that's really the worst thing that could happen for that bottom player right now.
And we've got 6 ink out there right now. Gonna take the questing for there, and I'm willing to bet we're about to see a Be Prepared hit the board. And no, that is there you go. That's the 7th ink. And just kidding.
That is, that is an indication that they probably don't have it.
So what card is that? Is that Ursula?
That is Ursula. So -1 lore for the opponent. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That brings me down to 14. That's still the victory for the bottom player. Yep.
There we go.
That's it. That Be Prepared, critical. Oh, look at that, showing Look at the uninkable. So here's the problem with uninkables.
Wow.
That entire hand is uninkable. And the problem there is that your options every single turn are restricted. You cannot play those cards until you get, in the case of Lady Tremaine, 6, and then Ursula 7. You can't play those cards until you get that much ink out. And what that means is some of your early game cards that you want to be playing on turns 3, 4, 5, you have to put those in your inkwell.
Yeah.
So your
yeah.
options become very, very restricted. That's just an unlucky draw
Yeah, that's
to end up with those many uninkables.
unfortunate. All right. Well, our Magic player moves on. Our Princess player at the bottom is going to move on as a 4-0 undefeated. That was a big one. So that went back and forth, 1-1-1. And man, impressive. Moving on, finishing up round number 4. And congratulations to our players. I'm curious what the breakdown looks like right now. I'm curious if we have a do we have access to the actual sheets? I wonder. We'll have to yell at our tournament coordinator here, see if we can figure out exactly where everyone is looking. But wow,
we'll certainly get decks lists, and then we can log into Melee. I'm going to see if I can give access. I wonder, chat, if you all can log in and see our tournament standings in the Melee app. We'll figure that out.
But here we are. We have gone through 4 rounds live here at Ikkicon 2024. And again, shout out to our friends at Game Castle for setting us up with this awesome access and making the top-down look as well. So our friend Marco has been working on that to make it pretty viable for what we're doing right here. Let us know if you want to see more of this stuff in the future, because we would love to do more competitions, love to do more tournaments, and actually get a chance to do some casting. This has been a lot of fun. I wasn't sure going in how well I would be able to keep up, but I feel like I'm doing all right. I feel like I know enough of the cards. I think you know the strategy. I know maybe the backgrounds for some of the cards. I know the movies.
Plenty, yeah.
I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. But yeah, well, this has been a lot of fun. Lorcana has been a really fun time for me. I've really enjoyed getting back into card games. And being able to share knowledge of it and share just the love of it has been so great. So hopefully out there you guys are enjoying watching and maybe getting into it. So yeah. Stryker says, I enjoy watching this, but still have no idea how scoring works, let alone the core mechanics of this game and how it works. So should we dive into it? Should we do some very, very basic, very simple stuff? So the way it works is start the game, you have 7 cards. There's some ways, there's mulligans, but that's a little bit more. We'll talk about that. You have 7 cards in your hand. Each card does a couple different things. So here, for example, is Ursula. So Ursula here, every card has some numbers on it, some information on it. You can see in the top corner over here, that is how much it costs to play, how much ink it costs to play. And then 2/8 is basically offense, defense. So 2 attack, 8 defense. And these little diamond things down here are lore. So lore is what you are trying to collect. The goal of the game is collect 20 lore before your opponents do. And so the interesting thing about this Ursula right here is she is uninkable, because if you've ever played any sort of like games like Magic or any other sort of card games, you usually have a resource you have to expend in order to play cards. She is a very expensive card. She is a 7-cost card, and you're thinking, hey, what do I get, or what do I use to expend that? Well, let me show you. So she's uninkable, but we can get another card. Let's see here. Where's a inkable card? How about Moana? There we go. So Moana, for example, that little sort of ring around that number 5 up there means she is inkable. So inkable, what you can do at the start of your turn, or really any point during your turn, you show your opponent a card that is inkable, show them that it is inkable, and then turn it into ink, which means you place it face down in front of you, and that basically becomes your resource. So you are collecting resources. You can only play 1 per turn unless you have a card that lets you play others, but you get ink, and then you can spend 1 ink or however many ink on it on actually playing the cards, and then you can choose to challenge, or you can choose to quest. If you quest, these little icons down here, there we go, like down there, that is how much that card is worth. So you can quest with her, basically means you exert that card, and you would get 2 lore towards your goal of 20. So your goal, again, to get 20 before your opponent does, but as soon as you exert a card, either through questing for lore or maybe some other ability that your character might have, that card is now vulnerable to attack. And so if you have an exerted card, I can then attack you if I want. So say, for example, you have a card that only has like 1/1, like 1 attack, 1 defense. I can use my Moana, and that card is already exerted. I can use my Moana to attack your card She does 2 damage, which basically eliminates your card, and I would take 1 damage, so I would have a 1 damage counter on top of my 6. So basically, she's now 5 damage left. So that is the absolute basic version of the game. There are starter decks available in stores that are pretty much walk you through the basic mechanics of the game. Really, really good mechanics of it. And highly, highly recommend you check it out. A starter deck runs you less than $20. It's going to come with 60 cards and a 60 card deck, which is immediately playable, and also a booster pack as well, which maybe there's some extra bonus cards in there, some other good ones you can play for it. So other things I'm missing. Any deck has to be at least 60 cards and can only have 2 colors in it. So there are 6 colors in the game, and you can only have 2 colors in any one deck. So we've seen a lot of Amethyst and Ruby, which is purple and red today. That is the sort of the meta right now. That is kind of the most powerful deck that's out there. So we're seeing a lot of that today because these are a lot of sort of upper level players playing these decks. So you're going to see a lot of kind of the upper level decks being played. So there you go. So Striker says, so the ink equals mana, but you have the chance to lose card to use this ink, if I heard you correctly. Yes,
That's
exactly
correct.
that. So it's a strategy of, do I ink this card or do I save it for later because maybe I need this? And it becomes sort of a challenge in your own brain where it's like, oh, this card could be super powerful, but I'm not going to be able to play it for 2 or 3 turns. Do I use it now and ink it in order to have that mana or that resource? Or do I save it and try to do other things and maybe get to that point? It's a lot of back and forth. It's a lot of challenging things. You draw 1 card per turn as well. I should have mentioned that as well. But I think that's the sort of gist of it. Again, give it a shot. It's a lot of fun. I've been playing it now for a few months and absolutely loving it. And hopefully, as you watch the tournament here, you'll kind of get a little bit more idea of kind of how it goes back and forth. Again, these are the top players in the Central Texas community, and probably some from around here, from other states possibly too. It's $1,000 on the line. So your top player is going to walk away with at least about $500 or so. It's $1,000 split between 8 players. So anyway, that's a lot of talking. I'm going to drink some water now.
I think you crushed it, man. You need to do the tutorial videos for the team because I think you explained, both how the game is played and what makes it really great. How easy it is to access, how affordable it is to access some starter decks, and it's just a wonderful game. One of the things it sounds like, a lot of you in the chat are familiar with other TCGs. One of the things that makes it great is, as opposed to tearing your opponent down when you play this game and trying to destroy your opponent's life point total, it takes a lot more constructive approach, and you're building yourself up. You're questing for your own lore, and in one thing we haven't mentioned yet is multiplayer. These competitive 2v or 1v1 games are a lot of fun. The multiplayer is also so much fun. And my favorite way to play is 2v2 with a fun twist.
Cooperative decks?
Yeah, I love the 2v2 cooperative decks. But the thing you avoid with this build-up when you play multiplayer, because a lot of people want to play with all of their friends, the thing you avoid is where one person gets eliminated very early, and then and then you're out sitting in the corner waiting for your friends to finish the game. And in this, one player wins, and then you shuffle up and you move on to the next game. So it's a really great approach, and I think they've balanced both accessibility and strategic complexity very well.
Yeah. It's been a lot of fun. Again, it is one of those things where it's, you hear it a lot, but it's easy to learn, hard to master. And it's certainly one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, you can pick it up and be, pretty good with it. And then, but if you want to get really, really good, just keep playing at it, keep working on it, and over time you will get better with all the stuff you do. So, but it looks like we are about to kick off round 5. Nope, just kidding. 5 minutes or so. Oh, okay. So we got a few more minutes before we kick off our next round as we prep for it. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. What's going on? We'll take a break whenever you guys do. So.
Okay.
Okay. Well, so I think we might take a short little break here for a second before we get into round number 5. Gonna get some more water, maybe a donut or two. It is 2:00 here in the Austin area. So shall we cool off? Do you want to show off a player highlight real quick?
I want to say, I will say, don't go away. We're going to go into round 5 very soon. It's going to be exciting. We also have some awesome player highlights to share. And then I think let's see if we get some of our former Magic Pro players or some of our tournament participants to come over and give us a chat about their strategy. And maybe you all can ask some questions about how they've been playing. We'll see if we can do that for you as well. So
absolutely,
that'll be great.
Sweet. All right. Well, we're going to take a short little break here for just a second. Cool off, and maybe I'll have that lore counter working by the time we get back.
Yes.
No promises. Promises, but we'll see.
Thanks, y'all.
All right. See you in a second. We'll figure it out.
Quick
Hey,
transition.
everyone. Welcome back. Thank you so much again. Liam and Jack here, commentating on the Ikkicon 2024 $1,000 Lorcana tournament sponsored by Game Castle. Again, shout out to Game Castle. If you're ever in the Austin area, check out Game Castle. Is that upside? No, it's not upside. So our friends out there who set this up for us and who brought us in. So very, very cool. Check those guys out off Wells Branch and Mopac in Austin.
And
We are moving on to round 5.
I was gonna, if you have a local game store, if you're watching and you have an LGS that you appreciate who takes care of you and your community, shout them out in the chat. We'll give them a shout out live here because really LGSs are what make our gaming community really go.
Absolutely. Yeah, we want to be here without them. Like retail stores are great. Everyone loves your Targets and your Best Buys, but support your local game shop because these are the people really driving this game, especially this game. Like Ravensburg is really cool that they went out and approached game shops initially, where it's like, oh, let's work with them directly and support them as much as we can. So like you see things for like, for Floodborne and for Inklands coming out, they're releasing the cards earlier, like 2 weeks earlier at game shops than they are at like retail locations. That's very, very cool. And we appreciate that. And it definitely is like that small business support that you want, but especially with a massive game like this.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, it's and it comes from a genuine desire on Ravensburger's part, I think, and according to them, to build communities and to make Lorcana, I don't know, for lack of a better word, families in your. There we go. It is round 5 for those joining us.
The 5th round right now. Let's see here. What do we got on the table? Oh, we've already got it going right now. They're setting up. We've got a Maleficent and we've got a something.
That is, I don't know the character because I don't play Pokemon, but that is a Pokemon mat.
There it is. Okay.
And I have seen this art before and I do like it.
That is very cool. Shout out to the Upper Hand in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. How the heck do you say that?
I don't know. But Upper Hand?
There we go. The Upper Hand.
I love it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. This has been awesome. Thank you so much again. Here we go.
Yeah. So for those just now joining us, this is round 5 of the tournament before the cut to the top 8. So this is the final round, and we're seeing some of the best players right here. I think this is the this is either the top table or the stock table. So these players are probably both going on into the top 8, and we're getting to see a match among some of the best decks of the day.
We have yet to see these players. It's nice that the play mats make it super easy to tell who we've seen.
That is true.
And who we haven't seen. So these 2 players we have not seen yet. This is pretty great. We'll see how it goes. We'll see which version of RubyAmethyst we'll get.
Somebody shouting out the Maleficent mat, and we talked about how difficult those are to get. I have a story about mine. I had one that I got from Gen Con. It was my only Lorcana mat, and I actually sent it to the artist because she hadn't seen one in person. And so
really?
Grace Tron is from Vietnam. She's one of my favorite people, fantastic artist, the headline artist for set 3. And I had to send her, one of her own mats.
That's wild. She didn't get her own mat?
No, she has one now, but I used to have a mat.
All right, Cosplay Canada says pronounced Mississauga. GE could be pronounced a number of different ways.
Mississauga.
Mississauga. Mississauga.
I don't know how to emphasize 2 syllables.
The GE.
It's throwing me
off.
off.
Be any number of anyway.
Yeah,
we'll figure it
out. We will figure this out.
Welcome to Poor Pronunciation.
That is the second question
Lorcana.
that stumped us today.
Kitten says, you think that that would be one of the things all artists would insist on in contracts is getting at least one mat of their own work. Well, I mean, I'm sure they got paid, so that's the key. All right, here we go.
Turn 1 Pascal. I still love this turn 1 play.
Yeah. You gotta love Pascal. Everyone loves Pascal.
So we know we have Amethyst again. I think we have not seen a non-Amethyst deck yet today. Let's see what they're paired with.
Steel.
This is I was really hoping to see this build. I do like Amethyst Steel. I think it's a really interesting build, and I'm excited to see something different.
Yeah, absolutely. So Steel is a very, very aggressive deck, I would say, or aggressive color. Like there's a lot of direct attack stuff in Steel, which makes it a nightmare for a lot of aggressive players to play against. So.
Yeah, and more importantly, there's several cards which deal damage to everything on the board.
Yeah.
well, everything your opponents have on the board. So as opposed to Be Prepared, which destroys everything, including your things, Steal has answers which injure your opponent's things and
Mhm.
not your own, which
Yep.
can be frustrating.
Oh, hey, here we go. Okay, we have the lineup right now. We can see how everyone's doing. So right now we've got 2 players at 4-0. We've got Steven and Aaron both at 4-0. And then we've got a lot of other players at 3. A lot of players with 3 wins trying to make that cut right now. So it looks like we've got Micah has got 3 wins and 1 draw. So looking good for Micah right now. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other players at 3-1 right now, all making a push to try to get into that final 8. So pretty assured that Steven and Aaron will make it in. But then, yeah, a lot of other players sitting at 3-1.
Yeah, and we're looking at Chris and Micah playing right now.
Yeah. So Chris and Micah. So Micah with that 3-0-1 probably will make it in. And then Chris also. Chris is not on here that I'm looking
Chris,
at.
Chris with a
Christopher.
K.
Christopher, there it is. Yeah, okay. There it is. So 3-1 as well. So
Yeah, so interesting. Christopher's sitting at in 10th place right now with tiebreakers. So for Chris, this win is pretty important to try to crack that top 8.
Yeah, Micah still has a shot of making that top, whether or not they advance on. All right, we've got a foil Pascal on the board, I think. I'm assuming that's foil.
It is.
Okay.
Interesting. So, we've seen the Rabbits before. Rabbits a fantastic card, allows you to get 2 cards off of it, more if you can bounce it back to your hand. So giving some card advantage there to the top player. The bottom seems to be a RubyAmethyst deck. We've seen a lot of these. They're pretty, I would say, top of the meta right now. I think the highest percentage deck that we see in top 8 finishes around the country. So it's a deck that we've seen many times this tournament. And so here it is again. This deck can do some aggressive stuff early. We see Minnie Mouse on the board, which can quest for 2. So it'll allow that player to get some lore on the board. But really what this deck is doing is trying to gain, card advantage and trying to hold on, make it to the end game where Be Prepared and some of their end game finishers really give them the edge. And Jack, speaking of, you said earlier, we've seen no items yet.
Yeah.
Here's our first one.
We've got a book on the field right now. Finally, it's like I feel like all of my prayers have been answered. This is the Sorcerer's Spellbook. So that's a great card. I've got this one. I've got a few of these in my deck, as a matter of fact. You literally you tap it and pay 1 ink and you gain a lore. Easy as that. So that's basically free lore every single turn. It's free real estate.
That is true. In this game where a lot of players have answers for characters on the board, Be Prepared, Lady Tremaine, targeted removal, putting a character on the board and waiting for it to quest becomes predictable. So anything you can put on the board to allow you to gain lore in another way is good.
And we see our first tragic beast as well. Is a sad boy. He's so sad. Look at him up there. That is the most expensive card in the first expansion right there. Pretty good card though.
That's true. He may be sad, but any player who gets him on the board is sure to be a little bit happy because his ability is so good. Allowing you to draw an extra card per turn is just fantastic. And if he gets some damage, so he doesn't give you that card draw anymore, he just gets angry and can take down some pretty powerful things with his Challenger 4. So
so basically, if anyone. If this character has no damage, draw a card. Otherwise, he gets +4 attack. So basically, he becomes a 7/5 powerhouse, or I guess 7/4/3 as soon as he takes any damage. And he's got 2 lore too, so like you can't not attack him. So it's a pretty beefy card, pretty good one to go after.
So in this scenario here, I mean, the top player may quest with him in order to gain, get him closer to 20. But I'd venture to guess that beast may just sit there and continue to draw that player cards until
a Be Prepared comes out initially.
And until Be Prepared comes out.
And so Be Prepared, like that just wipes out all characters, right? So that will leave items on the board? Or
that's correct.
Okay, yeah. So that's, again, for the storybook down there, the spell book down there, that's going to be huge because you're going to keep that up on the table and you just get free lore every single time.
Yeah, as we say, that it costs 1 ink. So as long as the ink for it, that is a 18-turn clock to victory.
If it goes 18 turns, I'll be shocked.
Well, you never know with these control decks.
That's true. Nothing is worse than having to expend all of your ink and not being able to use your spell book. So, is that Eric upside down?
That is Eric.
Okay.
That is Eric to the discard pile. Yes.
Okay.
Prince Eric and Maleficent going down, but having triggered that card draw, that player got that card out of it at least. So the bottom player paying a playing a bit of defense here, trying to remove a few characters from the board, slow things down, probably waiting for his end game cards.
Wow, it's looking good. I'm happy to see a different color.
Me too.
So it's happy to see that steel out there as well.
Me too.
Hikaru Kikamine says, I saw Ikkicon. Are y'all there? We are. We're literally at Ikkicon right now, sitting in the Acacia room, I believe is where we're at.
That's correct.
And we are watching a Lorcana tournament happen right in front of us from a good distance away. Technically, we could be anywhere as long as we had the setup going. So
I see a great question in the chat. I want to answer that, and I think we should do it between games because
Okay.
it's a good one. So I see you all down there. It's interesting. So some removal there. This card, fantastic card. Let the Storm Rage on. It allows you to deal 2 damage and draw a card, so it replaces itself. In card game lingo, any card that replaces itself or allows you to draw a card is referred to as a cantrip. And so this is a cantrip, which also does damage, and excellent card for
yeah,
steel.
yeah, that's very, very good, because even like with a drawn card, you can play that ink. So basically, it's a 2-cost attack 2. I mean, that is great.
Well, it makes it even better is it's a song, and so you
tap
sing
for
it
free.
and and draw a card. Yzma coming down. Yzma is an interesting card. I think this is the first one we've seen today.
Yeah, is she steel?
No, she's Amethyst, and she is a 4/4 with 2 lore. What she does when she comes into play, you can target a character, yours or your opponent's, and their controller draws 2 cards. And so you can use that for yourself to either gain 2 cards, or you can use it to remove one of your opponent's threats.
Wow, that's really, really great art as well.
It's so good.
Yeah, the Yzma. I feel like the Yzma art goes really hard in Floodborne. So there's some good stuff there.
Totally agree.
All right. So reshuffled the deck there. Looks like.
So interesting. Yeah, reshuffled because so that player did use Yzma to target their own character, shuffle it into the deck, and draw 2 cards. And so the character had to be shuffled in before the card draw. Wild
play. So we are at Ikkicon right now, and it's getting wild. It's getting busier. There's people singing outside. There's lots of cosplay happening. It's been fun. I saw a Rapunzel and Flynn Rider outside actually.
Oh,
in
excellent.
Cosplay, which I thought was appropriate for what we're doing here right now. It's pretty great.
Very popular characters.
So I see the guy, the gentleman at the top. Okay, I'm about to say, like, he's got this notepad up there and hasn't written anything on it, and immediately grabs his pen and writes on it. So there you go.
For those, it is 8-5. For those now joining us, we tried to come up with a solution to display the lore for you, but we always know it. We just we have to remember to tell you.
Yeah.
It is 8-5 right now with the top player with the advantage.
Yeah, again, we're on the fly right now, trying to, like, this thing's happening pretty quick. Like, we've been going, like, we're on round 5 right now, and this thing is moving right along, and trying to work in time to do some quick correction, quick fixing of tech issues. It's a little bit difficult, but hey, we're here, we're enjoying some Lorcana. All right, we got 6 ink up on the board, it looks like. And looking at what you got, again, I get jealous of people with these massive hands because I usually have 2 cards in my hand by now. At this point, if I haven't won, I'm pretty much game over for me. So that's what you get for playing aggressive, though.
That's true. Both these decks are happy to take the game a little bit longer. I do think in an extended game, the RubyAmethyst always has the bit of an advantage. But once we get to this, around turn 7, that's when Be Prepared becomes a viable option for you. And so that's something that factors in heavily to what the way the Steel Amethyst player is playing right now.
Just wanted to point out the Binja there got rid of the spell book. So, nice move. Also super annoying if you're playing an item deck. So I've got a lot of lanterns, a lot of books in my deck, and when those disappear, it's really annoying. Really,
it is
really annoying.
There's not a lot of item removal. Benja is one of them, and he is in there because items have seen an uptick in Floodborne. Not only do we see the spellbooks occasionally, and lanterns are occasionally around, but also Popsicle has become such a staple.
Oh yeah, Nick with Popsicle is a nice little combo there. Oh, I see an inked goat. Makes me so sad every time. Just going for that lore.
Poor thing. And there's the Be Prepared.
Of course. So I got another lore for the GOAT. And here we are now.
Yeah, so there's always, when you're playing against a Ruby deck like this, there's always this moment after the Be Prepared where you say, all right, is now the time to flood the board, drop everything I have, and go for victory, or is there a second one? If there's a second Be Prepared, you run the risk of extending yourself too much. So here we go, 2 cards in play. The reason it's really important to play 2 cards after a Be Prepared with Rise of the Floodborn is Lady Tremaine forces your opponent to sacrifice to banish one of your characters. And so after a Be Prepared, it's so important to drop 2 on the board so that if Lady Tremaine comes out next, you're still left with something on the start of your turn.
Yeah. And so here we go. And I believe is that a goat? Yeah, so you're going to get some lore for the goat as well.
Yeah.
How are we looking?
Ursula, of course, will subtract 1 lore from the player's opponent and draw them a card. Not a terrible answer here. It is 13 to 10. So Ursula will allow a little bit of catch up.
Okay, so not too bad. So there's still a chance. Like, no one's really taken this one away. And even the lore on board, there's only 2 lore up on the board right now for the top player and 3 for Ursula down on the bottom. And then we've got Friends on the other side.
Sung by the crab.
Sung by a crab. Somewhere Sebastian's very happy.
Indeed.
Yeah. We don't have a Sebastian card yet, do we?
We do not. Yes, we do.
Do we?
Yes, we do. We have a composer. He's a singer. He doesn't see much play.
Okay.
Set 1. Yeah. He's a Amber.
Maybe I just haven't seen him very much, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For those returning, this is game 1 in round 5. This is the final round before the cut to the top 8. And this is the first steel deck we've seen.
Yeah, and this is a pretty important game for both of these players because right now these players are sitting at 3-0-1. I believe our top players I got 1 draw and 3 victories, and our bottom player is in last place of all of the 3-1 players. And so we've got 7 3-1 players, 2 4-0s, and then 1 3-0-1. So right now, it looks like the 4-0 players will pretty much be a lock to go in. We'll see with the tiebreakers and stuff.
16 lore for that top player. So right now on board showing the win condition. So bottom player either has to play another Ursula or do something about one of those characters on the board.
Absolutely. All right, what's going to happen here? We'll see if this will be the end of the round. Thinking about it. Again, I love how the game starts so quick and then slowly creep to a slower pace as people really start working on it, trying to figure out what they want to do and figure out what their opponent's doing. And in these early rounds, especially. Okay, what are we going to see?
Well, at the very least, Ursula can challenge that crab, remove it. Let's see if there are any other answers. There's a Teeth and Ambitions, which will deal 2 damage to Ursula and 2 damage to Pascal. So there's 1 threat removed. Not the ideal player. Again, a Be Prepared would be ideal for the and there's Lady Tremaine. I would venture we'll probably see. So interesting choice here. Playing the Lady Tremaine early allows that player to banish the exerted character. But it looks like the bottom player is just going to quest for the 3 anyway, and making it 16 to 13.
Okay. So there are some chances here. They could shut it down right now with a couple sneaky moves. They got a couple goats in there. What can we do?
Yeah, I mean, 1 Merlin, 1 Madam Mim Snake, allowing the quest bounce play.
Yeah, that's true.
Closes it out. So there's lines for the top player.
They're thinking about it. What are they going to play? Got a lot of ink out there. Okay. Oh, it's exciting. The anticipation. Grabbing a lot of ink. That's 3, 4, 5, 6.
A double smash.
Wow.
Double smash on the Ursula.
That's just adding insult to injury.
Indeed.
So smash is one of those steel things that's a direct damage card, which can be super duper frustrating. And so again, chosen character. So even if they're evasive, doesn't matter. As long as they don't have ward, you can pick any character and just absolutely wreck them.
Indeed.
Okay, and then picked up a couple lore there as well. So I believe they're at 18 at this point.
That's what I'm tracking. And Goat, of course, represents 1 lore when he leaves the board. So good position for the top player. There are answers for the bottom player, but things are getting pretty tight.
Yeah. It's not seeing a lot of chances anymore for the bottom player, but they'll play it out and see how it goes. There might be a Hail Mary here.
Oh, that's all right. Lady Tremaine challenging removing a character from the board. Another Lady Tremaine.
Wow. All right.
There are answers, but removing that goat brings the lore total to 19 up top. So a goat in hand, and that
There
will
it is. That is
do
the
it.
game. Okay. And first round goes to our top player, our Maleficent player. Knocks down Pokemon.
For those who didn't follow that, I'm sure we have a lot of experience, but for anybody new, Merlin does give you a lore, which is your win condition when he comes into play and leaves play. And so sitting at 19 lore, that top player had to do nothing but play a goat.
Yep.
And cross the finish
Game
line.
over, man. So, there we go. So that is our first victory for the first round. Again, this is the 5th overall round. And after this, we're going to decide our top 8 players who will go on into the money rounds. And so do we know how that breaks down, how that works? Does it become a single elimination tournament or a single elimination style once we get to the final 8?
Yes, it does. And players will be matched according to their record. So as you would expect, so 1 and 8 and 2 and 7, etc. Single elimination from that point onward. In a tournament like this, it is not uncommon, as you mentioned earlier in the day, for players to agree to split the top prizing because it's been a long day for everybody.
Yeah.
But usually you'll see the quarterfinals played out because the money splits a lot better among the top 4. And we'll at least see the top 8. Hopefully we'll see the rest.
So I imagine at least 8th place is going to walk away with their entry fee, right? Probably for the cost of getting into the tournament.
Usually.
I don't know the actual breakdown of pricing right now, but that would make sense for me.
I do have to check the pricing structure. Are we seeing play already? No,
I think they're
mulliganing.
They're mulliganing right
All
now.
right.
Yeah.
I had a great question I wanted to answer. We'll do it between the next game.
Okay. I'll remind you before we start the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, if you have any questions in chat, feel free to let us know. You're watching over on my Twitch channel or over the Illuminateers YouTube channel. Either one, we got both the chats up and running right now. So we see all of you lovely, lovely, beautiful people out there. So feel free to ask away.
And thank you for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be good times. All right, so here we go. Moving on to the next match. How's it going to go? Is our Maleficent player going to do all the work? Immediately kicking off with an Olaf. You gotta throw the ink down before you throw off. All right, there we go.
There's that. Olaf in the inkwell, Olaf on the board.
Yep, 1-1. There we go.
Kuzco in the inkwell, Pascal.
We got a Pascal to kick off. Again, that Pascal goes evasive if you have another character on the board. So that's a fun way just to pick up some easy ink. Oh, inking a Maleficent. The Dragon Maleficent. Or excuse me, it's Dragon. I think
is it the Monstrous Dragon?
Yeah.
I missed the flip. Yeah. It's a good, early in the game, there's always a temptation, I think, among young players to save some of your bombs or powerful cards because you want to play those later. But if they're not doing you any good, unless they're one of your key cards, they're better ink early on so that you don't fall behind too much.
Yeah, you definitely want to draw into those as opposed to sitting with that in your hand for the longest time.
Absolutely.
So we got one ink in there, and then we've got the Snake Mim bouncing that Pascal back. So already off to a good start. Another Maleficent hits the board. So draw that card along with the Maleficent played. This is making me rethink all of my strategies. While watching these pro players really make me rethink everything I've ever done with my Lorcana life.
So it's interesting. So one fun note on why the turn 3 snake is so great in this meta right now. The player on the bottom inked Teeth and Ambitions on turn 3. Ideally, that player wants to play that card on turn 2, damaging the Olaf and removing a 2 willpower threat. But the snake coming down on turn 2 kind of ruins that plan. And so Teeth and Ambitions goes into the inkwell.
There you go. Poor Scar. I think that was Scar, right? He has Teeth and Ambitions?
Yes,
yeah, okay. I've got to get all my musical stuff back in my head. There's so many songs I don't recognize. I got to watch more of a Great Mouse Detective too, because that's huge in Floodborne right now as far as the actual collections go. A lot of Radigans for some reason.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, really pretty ones too. But Minnie back on the board. She can't stop surfing.
Indeed, with her cat Figaro on the prow of the surfboard.
Is that the?
Is that, I don't know.
So it'd be Starboard and port are side to side. Bow and stern, is that what it is?
Bow. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. Okay, so smash removing Minnie Mouse. Difficult to remove her any other way because of the evasive.
Yeah. Also, that's a snow creature attacking a woman on a surfboard. So I don't know how that works, but hey, Lorcana. Okay, they're thinking about it. Feeling good out there. We got more people painting minis out here at the tables around us as well. Everyone's very focused. A giant Sonic the Hedgehog just walked into the room.
With a crown.
With
I
the
love
crown.
it. Conventions are my favorite. All right. Hardcast friends, not the ideal way to play it. It tells me that the bottom player doesn't have the line he wants right now. And so is drawing for some answers, building some card advantage. I think with the board state right now, the bottom player, if there's a be prepared in hand, is also happy to just let this play a few more turns, maybe give up a couple more lore, but happy to get to turn 7 where be prepared becomes a viable answer to any board state.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Merlin, got Rabbit Merlin out there again. Get to draw a card when you play Merlin. And then friends on the other side just got inked. And just going after the lore. Just slowly chipping away at it.
Yeah, it is 4-1. Top player with the advantage.
You love to see it. I feel like this game is going a lot slower. I feel like the lore intake the uptick is not going nearly as fast.
Yeah, no, it is not. I do think, based on what I'm seeing, I do think that the bottom deck definitely didn't get, the line that they wanted. So, anytime that you're playing friends for ink, it's not ideal. But again, I do think the bottom player is happy to let this game go long. This could be a long one.
Let it draw out. All right. We've had a few of these today, some of the longer rounds. We've had some really quick rounds as well. So we'll see. Yeah, someone is singing outside. Speaking of friends on the other side. Okay. Maleficent back in their turn. So are you excited for the Trove update for Inklands because we're getting mini dice now, or are we getting dice along with the Troves?
I'm very excited for the Troves.
Yeah.
The Troves are a fantastic product for the price. And I would pay the extra $2 for a Trove just for the storage box alone.
Yeah.
So give me
nice.
dice and dividers.
Heck yeah.
I'm sold.
We had a trade there. We had a Snake for Olaf. And again, 2 cards on the board right now.
Yeah, this is a slow game.
Yep. All right. Friends on there we go. Friends on the other side played.
This is great. These are the kind of games that leave you kind of on the edge of your seat as you wonder what each player is working towards, because each of them has a strategy right now.
It's just one of those things where they're just slowly working their way towards a big hit, or what's going on. But again, against that Ruby, you got to be careful because, Be Prepared can come out and just wipe everything off the board. And there we go. We got a goat. And is it a Cusco?
That is a Cusco.
Yeah.
Which again, both with 7 lore on the board, the top player is going to be careful not to overcommit and leave some resources in the hand to be prepared for the be prepared. But you're happy to play Cusco and you're happy to play Goat and the Rabbit because all of those do something for you when they leave the board.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a way for you to pressure your opponent a little bit, by inching up your lore total, but forcing your opponent to react. And you're okay losing those cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's just, I can feel the strategy here. It feels like they're really getting into it. They're really thinking about their turns. They're really thinking about their moves. And so nothing has been enacted as far as like timers or anything yet, right?
No,
So,
we're not
even
close to time yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about even in competitive tournaments, actually turn timers, where it's like you have to play a card. I mean, but we do have a judge there that I'm sure will hurry it along if someone does start stalling. I'm not accusing these guys of doing that, but it is, still early on. Tournaments are still we're figuring out what we're going to do. We got another spell book out there. One of my favorite cards. And questing challenging with a crab.
Interesting. So, so the bottom player just putting some pressure on the board, trying to remove those, those characters who are getting lore and, just can it take this into the late game? Talking about round timers, it's not something we see in TCGs. There's kind of this nebulous term called pace of play, and players are required to make a good faith effort to keep playing at a reasonable pace. And if you feel like your opponent is not, you feel free to call a judge, and the judge will make that determination and warn that player. Because the thing about card games is there are turns where you can go in seconds, and then there are turns that take reasonably minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes while you're considering what you want to do.
Yeah. And it is like a form of chess almost, where it's like, once the board state changes and you got to think about like this will affect this and this will affect this and so forth and so on. So it's not something you just want to go in, just roughshod. You actually want to think about what you're doing, especially in a competitive tournament where money is on the line. Like, absolutely, you're not going to mess around. Like, this is very, very important. This game especially is important, again, because one of these players, whoever wins this round, will likely make it to the top 8 for sure. And the second one, who knows if they will. We got another goat on the field.
Yeah, so that was a goat bounce. It happened very quick. For those of you who missed it, it was a quest, bounce the goat, play the goat. And so a quick 3 lore there.
Not bad at all. All right. We've got Friends on the Other Side being sung by a goat.
Sung by a goat. A magical goat. But a goat nonetheless. 7-2. Top player advantage is what we're tracking.
Excellent. Oh, man. Okay, so looking at a lot of ink on the board now. Looks like we've got about 7 for the top player, and I'm guessing around that amount for the bottom player.
It seems
Again,
to be...
They're not taking the casters into consideration when they're playing with sleeves that are darker colors.
I agree.
We got Maui. We got a mini out there as well. Maui can't do any attacking. There's nothing. He's a reckless character, but he cannot attack right now.
Yeah, this is interesting. So we're at the point right now where be prepared is a threat, and the bottom player, the red player, the Ruby player, always wants to have be prepared in hand as a threat, and so you're always thinking that that's an option. So right now it seems like the Ruby player is trying to put some pressure on the board, trying to force his opponent to overcommit, to put more characters on the board than the top player would like, in order to make the be prepared the most effective it can be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of strategy back and forth. Here we go. So much ink out there. Looks like we're just questing for the 2 ink, or the 2 lore.
And there are the goats. Now, talking about overcommitting, it's a lot of goats. Talking about overcommitting, anytime you're playing Steel, a whole new world is an option to refill your hand and give you more options. So, a board wipe isn't the end of the world, but the last thing you want to do is whole new world and give your opponent the answer that they're missing. So, right now, I think they're both trying to move along a little bit slowly and trying to see if that be prepared is really coming and or necessary.
It's just like, when's the move going to happen?
Right.
Because you feel it. You know it's going to come. You got to be prepared at some point.
Well, on the top player now, 11-3 with 3 goats on the board. That's showing 3 more lore, so 14 is what the top player is threatening, which is getting awful close to.
Okay, trade for a goat and get that lore. We're at 12-3.
12-3.
Okay. It's almost like daring. Like, go ahead, hit my goats. And again, if we could read the hands. We don't have audio from these tables, so we don't know what is being said out there. We just see what they're doing. Okay, got an Olaf on the board. Use that storybook. See, you love the storybook. Or spellbook, right?
Spellbook.
Yeah. Gotta love the spellbook. Again, we haven't seen many items at all, and that spellbook has been one of the first.
You know what else we haven't seen much of?
What's that?
Tinkerbell Giant Fairy.
That's true.
This being the very first we've seen today.
There we go. Big Tink.
Big Tink coming out, making a bit of an impact, removing 1 character and then doing 1 damage to the rest.
You gotta love Big Tink.
No, Tinkerbell in this instance, I mean, everything's sitting there with 2 willpower remaining due to the damage. That'll allow Tink to effectively challenge and destroy or banish 2 characters on the turn. So a great way for Steel to maintain some board control.
There we go. The Storm Rage on knocks out the Crab Merlin.
14-5.
Yeah, and that big Tink has still got, 2 lore up there. We've got 2 goats still. So it's not looking good for our lower player. Maybe will we see the be prepared? Will it come out and then those goats going to bump up our player to 16? Will it happen right now?
If there's a time to use it. Unfortunately, you never like to play it with ink because that gives your opponent a chance to respond right away. But in this instance, it's the way to go.
I've got a feeling.
Yep.
I got a feeling we might see something happening here. Thinking about it.
There's character. There it is.
There it is. Be prepared. So that's 2 ink for the top player. That's going to be another ink for that goat on the bottom player as well.
Showing 16-7. 16-7 in the
Was
lower
that
totals.
all their ink, so they didn't get a chance to use their spellbook either?
16-7. That is true. That is true.
Unfortunate.
16-8 correction because of the goat removal. So I'm willing to bet that Be Prepared was there for quite some time, but it really was the last chance to use it. And then dropping the ink and playing the spellbook. So there's that spellbook.
There we go.
For.
Okay. Take your spellbook. Get your ink. You got it there. Might as well use it. That's all I'm saying. And we got Tragic Beast out there, and we got there goes the spellbook.
I mean, this is a great answer to Be Prepared. Yeah. The card advantage on Beast is fantastic. Benja's
just kidding. There goes another one. All right, what can you do with your 1 ink left?
So at this point, there's Merlin Rabbit. A Whole New World becomes a tempting option at this point in the game if you have it in your hand. But no, there's another spellbook, which is one of the better cards to play right now. The top player sitting at 17 now. So with that spellbook out there, that's a...
So 3 more rounds guaranteed away unless we can get rid of that item there. So...
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see if it's going to happen. Maleficent
removes the rabbit. So still 3 turns. So nine lore for the bottom player. With that spellbook there, they're going to have to win in 3 turns, though.
Okay. Another one. So 18-9. Another Maleficent. Different. Oh, wow. 2 more Maleficents come out. 2 variations of Maleficent with 2 draws. And that is Cusco, I believe?
That is Cusco.
Okay.
1-2 gives you a card at the end of the game, and that's it.
There's the handshake.
All right.
Wow.
So we've seen our first Steel Amethyst deck. It represented pretty well.
Doing all right. And was that a 2-0 victory?
I believe that was a 2-0 victory.
Wow.
We had a goat for the finish in game 1, and game 2. Yeah, what a great game.
Beautiful, beautiful, good game. Yeah, it's good seeing Steel doing some work, showing up and doing some damage. So
I agree, and I really like this build. I know RubyAmethyst is all the rage right now, and it's a great deck. But I don't know. I love the options that Steel gives you, and it just feels like a fun build to me.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so you had a question in chat.
Oh,
you wanted to answer. You were saying, okay, I'll do it after this next round. Your question.
I did. One of your subscribers, followers asked about deck building. Having only seen 4 colors in the tournament so far, with only Steel being only represented once, did the competitors have any sort of restriction, or is it just luck? And the answer is, there was no restriction. These decks are ideal, not necessarily because of aggro-ness. In fact, the preponderance of the decks that we saw do well weren't considered aggro decks. They were more control decks. And really, these are the decks that mostly that we've seen are meta decks. They're decks that we've seen perform well in other tournaments, and so people have chosen them because they give them good odds at performing well. One of the reasons I wanted to talk about this is, there's this idea that to perform well, whether at leagues or at tournaments, you have to go online and net deck and find the decks that are doing well and build one of those decks, and that's the only way to succeed. And that's not necessarily the case. Really, the biggest thing is skill. That is the most important. And it's not just skill, like in terms of card game playing, but it's also knowledge of your deck. If you have a deck that's maybe off meta, that's a little weird, let's say like a lemon lime aggro deck right now, which is my favorite deck to play. If you know how to play that deck really well, and you also know what other people are playing, you can perform well at tournaments like this, whether or not you're playing one of the top decks or not. So don't be afraid to try something new in League or anything, because there are plenty of decks that can perform well if you know it, if you're skilled, if you play with it. You don't have to go out and net deck the top deck in order to perform well.
Yeah. And also maybe you'll find something that cracks the meta. You know, you find something like, oh, I can get around the RubyAmethyst right now. It's like, okay, I can figure out ways to work on it. And it's like, again, like we said before, like everything finds a counter. Like there will be a counter to this deck, which then someone will have to figure out a counter to that deck, and so forth and so on. So don't feel like you have to play a specific sort of style of gameplay. It's like you can find something you enjoy, and just if you get practice with it, you'll get better at it. So I mean, you will encounter stuff that's like, okay, I keep running into this. Well, how do I fix that? Rework your deck and have something where it's like, okay, this is my counter to this situation. So you always have that back pocket. And the more you play, the better you will get. And so it's really just about a matter of practice and just understanding the decks. And because the more decks you play, the more you'll start understanding, like, okay, if this person's playing these colors, probably this is what they're going to be doing to me, and how do I respond to that, and so forth. And again, it's a practice thing. So the more you play, the better you will do. So, yeah.
No, you said it perfectly.
Yeah, it's great. It's been, it's again, and also the game is still relatively new right now, where there are opportunities for you to jump in and maybe do something that no one else has ever done. So, oof. Glimmer says you don't need to spend $120 on a playset of Sad Beast. True, absolutely true. Yeah, you can work your way around that. You can get relatively cheap decks. I mean, like we said before, if you are just now starting, the starter decks are solid. They're really good decks. Some of the ones from Floodborne may have some sort of mechanics that are a little bit more difficult than the first 3 starter decks from the first chapter, but definitely good. I mean, the starter decks are nothing to sneeze at.
No, they're not, and they really demonstrate to you. They're designed to show you how to play the game, some different mechanics, how colors are meant to be played, and they are designed to do pretty well. I went to a tournament once, and when we got there, Aaron and I both decided to play, but I'd only brought one meta deck, and so I broke out a starter deck, an Amethyst Amber deck. I subbed in like 1 or 2 Rockstar Stitches, and I did very well. With a starter deck.
There you
so
go.
You can do it.
You can do it. I believe in you at home. All the people watching us live right now, make sure to play some Lorcana. But what do we got here?
Jack, talking about new players and not being afraid to play, we got the chance to do some player highlights of a few different people. We showed one earlier for Dre, and I've got another one here I'd like to show for Jeffrey. It just introduces you to the type of people playing this event, and maybe we'll get to catch up with Jeffrey later and see how he...
So my name is Jeffrey Hinkson. I've been playing TCGs actually since the beginning of November. This is my first TCG I've been playing. I felt a little discouraged about not being able to pick up product, and then my roommate Anthony, he was able to grab one of the last starter decks at one of the Austin game stores. I FaceTimed my friend Dre, and then he's like, let's go ahead and get started playing, and it's been going ever since, and I've been enjoying it. My play style right now is very aggro heavy, only because since it is my first TCG and I'm still learning, I don't want to make a whole lot of misplays, so I'm very cautious on what I'm doing right now. So my goals for this tournament, this is mainly to get experience, see how I play under different conditions, play with different people with different play styles and different decks, and going against the meta full force, and also to see how I physically hold up. So this is all about getting the experience in.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. You love seeing all the different players coming out here and checking out Lorcana. New players into the game, new players into card games in general. It's pretty great seeing.
Yeah, I agree. There's nothing like seeing somebody in their first competitive event. It's always an act of courage to take that leap, and seeing them play and enjoy themselves and learning about their deck, themselves, the game. It's always cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I've gone in, I've done some I've done some competitive stuff at some local stores. And it is nerve-wracking. The first couple times you go in, you're like, I don't know, this is like intimidating, because something about sitting across from a human being and playing a game with them is it's a little bit intimidating. But then you realize, like, oh, everyone's here to have a good time. Everyone's here to have some fun. And so it's been pretty great, and I've really enjoyed doing it. And but I will say, something like this, a competitive tournament, this is going to have a little bit more nerves, I think. So have you done anything like this? Have you ever done a big competitive tournament of this nature?
Ooh, I've played in some bigger tournaments, some smaller tournaments. I think my biggest competitive heyday was back when I was a kid. I used to play in Magic States and the Junior Super Series, for those who remember what that was. And there's really nothing like it. I do enjoy casual play, but there is a bit of adrenaline. There is some nerves when you sit down and you're playing, and you've got stakes on the line. There's nothing quite like it.
Yeah, I imagine. I imagine too, like when you draw something that's like perfect for what you need, you're like, oh my gosh, I've got like the winning condition in my hand right now, and it's like, and so that sort of like adrenaline rush has got to be pretty intense. But yeah, this has been great, and seeing all kinds of lovely people out here checking out the thing. Look at this crowd right now. We've got a lot of people in here hanging out, rocking. I see some people playing Magic. I see people painting miniatures, and of course we've got the Lorcana tournament happening as well. Loads and loads of people here at Ikkicon 2024, and everyone as far as I can tell is having a really good time out here hanging out with us. So we have tournament organizer Marco. How are things?
Great, guys.
Good.
So we're gonna have, after the round we're gonna have 30-minute breaks so everyone can eat.
Okay.
Same for you guys.
Sweet.
And 30 minutes we'll jump onto a topic, or we'll see the guys who's.
Okay, cool. So we are finding out now that after this round completes, so again, we watched a 2-0 victory, so there's still some matches going on right now. After this round is over, they're going to take a little break, a little like early, I guess late lunch break, and so we'll take a little 30-minute break until we get into the round of 8. So the final 8 players. Is that the quarterfinals? I think is
Quarterfinals.
it quarter semi-final? Yeah, okay.
Quarter, semi,
I think that's how it works.
finals.
So we'll get that quarterfinals happening here in just a little bit. But yeah, again, if you have any questions about Lorcana, feel free to ask. We love talking about this game. We love talking about the game in general. So you can ask in over at my Twitch channel, or over at the Limiteers YouTube channel. We're here. And of course, this will all end up on YouTube as well. So if you're watching from YouTube, hi YouTube. You missed a great tournament this past weekend. It was a good time. But if you're watching live right now, we love you.
Still good to hear from you. We love this comment in the chat. This is what Lorcana is all about. Somebody watched our player highlight, and Jeff and said we gave him that starter deck, and now he comes to League every Friday and Sunday.
Aww.
He's awesome. So this is the type of community that you see in TCG, around TCGs and in Lorcana in particular, I think.
Yeah, and I know for me, like I do my streams where I do like card breaking stuff, opening up boxes. I've given away starter decks to friends and to like people in my chat just because I'm like, I want more people to get into the game. Like I want more people to be excited. And thankfully, I think we've moved past like the whole like scalper side of things. So I think now it's like, let's actually get people playing. And so we're seeing more and more product out there, more and more people playing. And I think we're at a point now with the new expansion coming out next month. It's like, okay, there's going to be a good amount of cards, a healthy meta is out there. And I'm excited to see more people jumping in and more events like this. And so now that we've got, actual competitive tournaments happening, and not only that, Ravensburger's announced that they're doing their big global tournaments happening at some point this year. I think the World Finals will be next year. And so we don't know the full details of it yet. At least I don't know the full details of it yet, but it sounds like they've got some big events coming up pretty soon. And so hopefully you'll catch us at some of those as well. That'd be pretty rad.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. There's everything from store championships. We can earn those enchanted stitches we talked about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
All the way to, if you qualify regionals, nationals, worlds. I love the idea, Jack, that in 2025, we are going to know who the Lorcana world champion is.
Yeah,
we're going to have a Lorcana world champion.
Is this, let me see here. Do I have, no, that's the wrong one. That's the D100. I was trying to see if I had the new championship stitch, but this is just the D100 stitch. Just the D100
Just the
stitch.
D100 stitch.
Alas. But yeah, no, it is going to be very cool to actually like have competitive things and like see people. Like I would love, like again, we talked about it when I was on your stream. I would love to see a Lorcana tournament like at Disney World. That would be so cool. So just if you have the keys to the kingdom, so to speak, feel free to throw an event out there. All right, Glimmer says, tell us about your favorite card mechanic in Lorcana and why you chose it.
Favorite mechanic.
I honestly love the inking mechanic, which, like the idea that you actually have, your cards can be played as an actual character or an ink. Like that's such a big deal. It changes the idea, like changes the game a whole lot. And as far as mechanics go, I think that's a really cool mechanic for the game. I think it's super, super, super clever. But yeah, the shift mechanics are really cool too. Like, I don't know. What do you think? What do you got?
I don't know. There's so many good answers. In terms of game mechanic, I think I agree with you. The ink mechanic is great. I'll throw on. I like in terms of rules mechanic, the build up, where you're rather than tearing down an opponent, you're building yourself up.
Yeah.
I think that makes it more family friendly, approachable, and a lot more fun to play. In terms of like a card mechanic, shift is very cool. You know what, Jack? I will go with shift. I will agree with you. And the reason is because not only are you doing something cool on the table, you're breaking a rule by playing a character cheaper and putting out, but you're also telling a story.
Yeah.
You're telling a story about that character from a lore perspective, encountering the flood and changing and becoming something new. And for me, I really believe that anytime you play a game, whether it's a board game or a card game, not only are you, competing against an opponent, but you're telling a story. You're doing a thing. Your imagination is running wild, and you're imagining Goat Merlin singing "Friends from the Other Side," and you're there. So anytime you can tell a story with a mechanic like the shift mechanic does, I think it's fantastic.
Man, that's great. Yeah, it is really cool. It's a neat thing to see, and it's something that I've never really experienced in any other kind of card game like this. So it's a clever thing, and it keeps it interesting. Even like songs is a cool idea too. Like the idea like you could send a character out to challenge or quest, or you can have them sing a song, which is so appropriate, I think, for for a game like this, something based around Disney characters. It makes a lot of sense.
I totally agree.
Yeah, it's pretty great. All right. Well, I think we are going to take a short little break now. We're going to grab some food, grab some snacks here. It's about 3 o'clock here in Round Rock, Texas, just north of Austin, here at Ikkicon 2024. Again, thank you to Game Castle for sponsoring this event for us and bringing us out here as well. Like, we're having a really good time. But, yeah, I think we'll cool off for a little bit, get some bites to eat. Let's see what's out there.
Chat will be running. Continue to ask us any questions. We'll be back shortly. We will bring you the top 8 and perhaps a player profile or two if we can swing it. So stick around.
Awesome. We'll see you in a little bit. And we are back. Hello, everyone watching at home right now. I'm Jack.
I'm Liam.
And we are here at Ikkicon 2024. We are into the quarterfinals. We have 8 players left. All of these players are in the money at this point. So that's right. Everyone here is in the money. They've made cash. They've made moolah playing a card game.
That's true. And had fun doing it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for those just joining us, we finished up 5 rounds of play, and after that, these are the top 8 players, and now we're going to go into single elimination. So if you've been watching from the beginning, here's what you missed while we were on break. For those who haven't competed in a competitive event before, one of the things they do before the final 8 are deck checks, and so the judges will take your deck and they will examine your deck list you submitted at the start of the tournament, make sure everything is on the up and up, and then return the deck to you. And there's some other little nuanced things they'll do too. They actually check all of your sleeves to make sure you didn't ding any or bend any or break any, so that no cards are marked. There's a whole big thing.
That's wild. There might be some untoward people out there who are getting any advantage they possibly can. So it's pretty wild. I never thought about that. But yeah, there's money on the line. So it's like, yeah, we're going to take this seriously. And I appreciate that. And the guys here at Game Castle are really on top of it. Like the judges have been great. Everyone's been doing really, really well, staying on top, make sure everyone's, doing everything properly. So that makes me happy to see that. And yeah, I'm excited to get into the quarterfinals, moving on to the semifinals. This top 8, we'll see how they do. And we'll see if we get down to, if they make it to the final 4 and maybe chop the pot from there. We'll see. I don't know. Could go either way, because the difference between getting first and second versus like just sharing what first through fourth could be tempting for some folks.
That is true. I mean, unless you really want to compete for that top spot, it is very, very common, and it's very tempting to just split it at the 4-way, because the second place prize and the 4th place prize they're not usually all that different.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you everyone who's been tuning in and watching us pretty much all day. We've been going for a long time. Okay. I believe Marco, our tournament host, that said sit down. So we're about to kick off here. You can actually see at our table cam right here. They're getting prepped for it. And so we're watching. Oh, we've got the Little Mermaid guy back again. So I believe that is Aaron.
That is Aaron.
Yeah. And so Aaron, I think he went undefeated in the first 5 rounds. So he is our number 1 seed, and above him is going to be our 8 seed. So we'll see how it goes. I remember Aaron had that really, really long round.
He did. He did that game. Oh, I think 6 be prepared, maybe 7.
Yeah, it was wild. Pretty much all of them. They kept wiping out the table and going from there. But we'll see how we do from here.
That's true. After several, 3 be prepared, it's impossible to be prepared anymore.
I believe we are going.
We are underway.
My gosh, they are not messing around. I got confused because there's no playmat for our top player right there.
That is true.
Inking a big tink already. Some interesting looking sleeves though. That
is true. So this is the first time we've seen this player, and it's only the second steel deck we've seen, so I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what color's paired with it. My guess is Amethyst, but it could be any color.
Okay. Maybe an amber, maybe just a pure steel song. Why not? We haven't seen one of those yet.
That is true.
All right, so we got Mim on the board. We got some lore on the board already. With Olaf, I believe, got bounced by Mim. So we're moving right along. We are cooking here into the quarterfinals.
So, we've said for anybody watching, we apologize you can't see the lore. We're going to work on that for future streams, but we'll bring it to you every time a player scores. It's currently 0-2. And the top player is nice enough to sketch that out for us. So
there you go.
Check it a little.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's okay. I just have to read it upside down, but we're good.
That is true.
We are good. My gosh, we've been talking for a long time. We've been broadcasting for 5.5 hours today already. There we go. That is a Ruby. What is that? Is that a?
That's a Maleficent. That's the turn 3 Maleficent. Gives you a card. It never feels bad to play that on turn 3. Oftentimes you can turn that into a friend from the other side on turn 4.
Okay.
Always a good play on turn 3.
Moving along, picking up some early lore right there. Yeah, already.
Yep.
There's the friends from the other side.
There's the friends from the other side. Good card advantage. Although, this we've seen Aaron playing before, and his RubyAmethyst build has the chance to come out pretty quick if you're not careful.
Yeah, I believe we spent probably 30 minutes on the first game and then powered through the next 2 games. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes for a Little Mermaid down there.
Yeah, currently 5 lore.
So, yeah, at this point, I imagine everyone's going to take their time really and think about everything they're doing because, again, they're in the money and they want to win more money. Oh, there's the goat got inked yet again. Heartbreaker.
Yeah, and one thing you do see sometimes in these tournaments is the tournament will get rid of the time restriction in the top 8.
Okay.
Not all the time, but some of the time. And so these players don't have that clock
Yeah,
hanging over their head quite as much.
So there's that smash. We've got some mini there as well.
That's a hook up top, forceful duelist.
Ooh.
Hook
Yeah.
forceful duelist, defensive play. He doesn't hang around usually for long, but able to take out more expensive things with his Challenger 2 ability.
No, that's actually the D23 version. That's a very expensive card right there.
It is. It is. Although we've seen some expensive cards on the table today.
That's
so
true.
Nothing can surprise me anymore.
And I believe it was Aaron down there who was playing with enchanted cards earlier. So
That is true.
yeah, so most of his deck is foiled, if not the entire thing, actually. So very, very impressive. Little intimidating. All right, I got 5 ink for a sad boy beast.
There
That's
he
Tragic
is.
Beast right there. Everyone loves some Tragic Beast. Again, massive Tragic Hero Beast. Big card right there. That's what everyone is hunting for. I personally need one more for my playset. So if anyone's got one, feel free to mail it my way. I'll gladly accept it from you.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic card. I mean, getting to draw an extra card each turn is so good. And the fact that he's inkable makes him almost a no-brainer in most steel decks.
Okay, here we go. Is that a reflection, or what is that card that Aaron's playing on the far left? That little square on top of it? Is that a light reflection, I think, maybe?
No, that is a Mim Snake is the card. And he's using the dice to denote.
Oh, there's dice on there. Oh, my gosh. I could not tell what that was.
Yeah, the big,
there was a big die on it.
big
All right.
classic die. Yeah.
Okay. I got to respect the way he has his ink laid out. That makes me very happy. Again, aside from the upside down aerial, I like the nice, aesthetically pleasing laying of the ink.
It does help when you can see what your opponent has available, as well as you being able to easily identify it.
Okay, here we go.
So 2 beasts on the table. It's a major card advantage, although currently 0 lore for the top player and 11 for the bottom. So
okay.
Managed to build a nice lore lead, giving him a comfortable cushion right now. So we'll see if the steel player can take control of the board. It looks like he is, although at this point, RubyAmethyst is starting to work towards their be prepared.
That's absolutely. And
there
it is. You called it. That was like Phil Hellmuth style. Like you read that board and you were like, I know what's coming up next. Here we go.
Turn 7, Ruby always has the be prepared.
Just reset everything. All right. And we got a Maleficent out again to start up again. But yeah, again, that lore discrepancy is going to be tough to overcome at this point.
So here's the goat, and the top player is on the board with the goat.
All right,
lore.
with the goat. No one respects the goat, or at least not enough people respect the goat. Some people respect the goat, but not everybody respects the goat. Again, goat, you get a lore just for dropping it, and if it leaves play, you get another lore. So pretty much guaranteed 2 lore. And the Lady Tremaine, they got to go ahead, sacrifice Maleficent.
Lady Tremaine has been so powerful in this set because he really is the perfect card to drop after Be Prepared. And what the top player knows is that if he drops a single character, let's say an Elsa or an Ursula after the Be Prepared, it is subject to banishment by Lady Tremaine. So had to drop 2 characters on that turn in order to keep something on the board.
Yeah. So that Lady Tremaine, we've seen quite a bit of her today, and she is doing work out there. Okay, we still got Minnie out there. Got to be pretty close. There is I'm assuming, oh no, that was an Exerted, so that's the Elsa Exerted.
Yes.
And the goat.
Aaron made a mistake. Unexerted Minnie had to put her off to the side. 2 to 15 right now is the lore total.
Oof, and another Elsa getting dropped.
Now I think it's so far behind. I think the top player's making a calculation. I just need to go all out and hope that there's not another Be Prepared. And here's the Enchanted Maui coming out.
Yeah, so there's that Elsa. That Elsa just forcing a card to be exerted for a full turn. So there's another. Is that 3?
3 Elsas.
Wow.
Elsa's going to exert the Maui. Both players playing faster now because they know exactly what they want to do. The top player is going for broke, getting all the lore possible on the board, using Elsa to play defense. The bottom player right now just trying to control those Elsas. Another Be Prepared would be a great answer. And I think the bottom player is hoping to draw into it.
And I see 7 exerted, and there it is.
Had it the whole time.
That is twice now. You've called that. Wow, that is Very impressive, sir.
Ruby always has to be prepared.
You just have to assume so.
Um,
And so it looks like we've got eight ink. All right, he's counting for us. There you go. We got Sad Beast. And is that a Cusco?
that is a Hook Forceful Duelist.
Hook. Okay.
Yep.
I got to work on reading my cards upside down. I think that's my next goal.
It is a challenge, and the resolutions.
We got a couple goats out there.
So Aaron at the bottom is sitting at 16 right now. I think the goats +2 brings 18. So this is likely game. Once those goats are removed, those goats are either questing for lore or they're removed.
Yeah, either way.
Either way. And Ursula right now is the answer for the top player to -1 lore, but it looks like that's not in the cards,
There you go.
as they say.
And that is game 1 in the books for Aaron. So our Magic player has moved on to Lorcana and is now doing quite well. So there we are. Round 1 finished up very, very quick. They sort of really picked up steam there at the end. So
That is
it
true.
was kind of like, all right. Playing around. All right, now let's go for throats.
That's
So-
true. I mean, it got to the point where both players knew their line of play. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and there was no need to beat around the bush.
Yeah, absolutely. So chat, what do you guys think of that? Do you think this player, do you think Aaron is going to go on and play all the way to the finals? Keep in mind, these two players are 2 victories away from playing in the finals to win a share of that $1,000 tournament prize from Game Castle. I see in chat right now people talking about characters you might see. Cosplay Canada says, Jack, do you know if Lorcana is sticking to Disney's animated properties, or will they be branching into some of their live action and other properties? They haven't announced anything just yet. So we haven't seen whether or not Disney will move on to live action stuff. I personally would love to see them do something like that, because Tron is my dream. I would love to see Tron cards.
It's
in
part
Lorcana.
animated.
I mean, kind of. It's like some hand-drawn animation, I guess, on top of it. But and of course, like me, I'm the nerdy theme park guy. I would love to see some theme park stuff. I would love to see a Figment card. I would love to see an Epcot location. Like, there's so many things they could do with the theme parks that just makes so much sense. That hopefully we'll get there. I don't know the contract that Ravensburger has with Disney, but I imagine seems like their whole animated catalog is up for grabs. And so, but I do appreciate the deep cuts they are going for right now with things like Treasure Planet, like the Aristocats, which is a pretty wild pull.
Yeah.
But
Jack, you've mentioned the park so many times. When Figment's revealed, you were the first person that we're calling, because
I hope so.
Yeah.
So. If you're out there, if you want me to introduce Figment to the Lorcana world, by all means, let me know. All right, we're going through the mulligan phase right now, I believe. Yes, we are. All right, so again, mulligan phase, this is where you select cards from your opening hand, and you can discard them and redraw them before you start playing. So it looks like our top player is drawing 2 cards, and our bottom player went for 3.
Yeah, and you're really looking, mulliganing is where you can win or lose the game, and you're really looking for a few things. 1, you want to make sure you have plays on turns 1, 2, and 3 in the early game. 2, you want to make sure you have enough inkable cards, because too many uninkables, and it really restricts your options. And then 3, if you're a particular deck and you're looking for key combo pieces, things that you need, like a Be Prepared, for example, you may not want to throw those away. So there's a lot that goes into it, but those are the primary 3 things I think you're looking for.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Beginning of the second match. Again, this is a best of 3 situation here. Our lower player has won the first game. We got an Olaf on the board already. Seen a lot of Olaf today.
A lot of Olaf. That 1/3 stat line has become very popular,
Mhm.
I think, with Fangs and Ambitions being a card now that's played on turn 2. And he's also immune, or doesn't suffer as badly to draw your swords.
That's
or
true.
grab your swords.
That is true. He doesn't get knocked off the board immediately.
That is true.
So again, playing against steel, that's something you got to worry about.
Unfortunately, the perfect answer to a 1/3 is a 1/2 Challenger 2. So Forceful Duelist is the perfect card to knock out Olaf.
And there's Snake Mim. We've seen her quite a bit today as well. Back up on the board. Bounce the Olaf for a Snake. I don't know if that's a fair trade. Warm hugs for Fangs.
That's a good play. There's a great opening line for the bottom player. For Aaron, I think he likes the way those first couple turns shake out.
And we're moving on quickly here. We're gonna ink an Olaf this time. Dropping 3, and that is Friends from the Other Side. Friends on the Other Side, excuse me. Straight up paid for it instead of had Mim sing it.
Yeah, that's the first indication that the draw may have not been his ideal draw. It never feels good to hard cast or hard
Yeah.
play that.
Oh, was that a tragic beast that just got inked for a goat? Oh my gosh. Everything is fantastic at this point.
Goat is on the board.
Gotta love that Merlin goat.
Trying to get some early lore pressure.
So what are we sitting at right now? Do we know what the current tally is?
1-1 is what I'm tracking.
Okay. 1-1, but 3 bodies versus 1 right now. That's, here we go. Just tapping 4 for the rabbit Merlin, which you draw a card with that guy. And then we're going to have a Maleficent go down via Mim. Epic battle.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, we're kind of seeing the opposite this game that we did the last game. Last game, Aaron tried to race ahead with that lore lead, while Steel Amethyst was trying to play catch up. This time, you see Amber playing a little more aggressively with his challenges and trying to maintain some board control, trying to prevent the top player from getting too far ahead, which is kind of the opposite line as last game.
We'll see how it does for them this time. Okay. We've hit the point where people are thinking about what they're going to do. it's all right. That looked like a big thing. I couldn't tell what that was.
I think that was a Floodborn Jafar. I got a really quick look at it.
Goat goes questing. We got Tragic Beast on the board.
Tragic Beast always feels good to play.
Yeah. And that Tragic Beast, again, massive play.
All right, so
he's a hero.
Bottom player used Teeth and Ambitions, targeting his rabbit and the beast. Now, targeting the beast, because when he gets some damage on him, as you can see, he no longer gives you that card draw. So, pure card advantage play there with that Teeth and Ambitions.
But that also turns that beast into a 7/3, basically, with that 2 damage on there.
That's true. Sad Beast becomes Angry Beast.
Well, someone messed with his rose, and so he's really upset. Yeah. Okay. We'll see how this is going to go. And we're approaching 7 ink. What you know what happens then.
Ruby player always has the
all right, and there we go. We're trading it. So that is the goat goes down, but takes an ink with it.
Yeah, and that Teeth and Ambition's really starting to bite here as the beast not giving him that card advantage.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen next. Thinking about maybe dropping another character down. What are we going to do? Looks like handing it off. All right, Beast is just going to quest. Beast gets 2 lore for that quest. And Mim is going to bounce Beast back.
Beast coming back. I mean, it's all about the card advantage with Beast.
Yeah.
So bring Beast back, play him again without the damage, and gets you a few more cards.
Yeah, so that is a very good strategy with the Madam Mim cards, because even if you have damage, when you return that card to your hand, that damage goes away when you replay it. So you see a lot of Mim bouncing cards back. There you go. Speaking of the devil, that is a Mim snake bouncing a, was that Merlin back?
It was.
Was it Squirrel Merlin?
I'll be honest, I forget.
Yeah, and there's, hey, look, there he is.
There's Beast back again.
Big sad boy.
Given that card advantage. You know, really what the top player I think is doing here, we're approaching turn 7. We know that Be Prepared is potentially coming. And so that top player is looking to grab as many cards as they can in their hand so that once the bottom player takes control of the board with Be Prepared, he has answers.
And let's see it do the thing. Oh, that's an Ursula. Okay.
That's an Ursula. Okay. You know, the top player is not that far ahead on lore. So drop Ursula, quest for 3 lore each turn.
Okay. Yeah, it hasn't really taken away too much just yet. So we're sitting at 4-2. It feels like they should be a lot more imbalanced at this point. I feel like Aaron's been held back, but even with that, the lore lead has not increased that much.
Well, they're both playing a strategy here where neither one are trying to overcommit to the board. They want to put just enough pressure on their opponent to force their opponent to answer, but not overcommit so the Be Prepared isn't a game ender for them.
Yeah.
So you're seeing a very measured response from each player here.
All right, reaching for a big card. There's Big Tank right there. That's 1 damage across the board. So Snake, they're both still alive. Ursula and Snake are both still up and running, but that tank's going to do 2 damage or 1 damage across the board. And she quests for a bit of lore as well.
She
So
does.
thinking about whether or not he wants to take his cards out for some questing. And there we go.
Oh, sing Grab Your Swords.
Okay.
So Beast Tragic here singing a song, taking out Snake Merlin. A little more damage on Ursula.
So again, that Grab Your Swords does 2 damage across the board. So who knew Beast could sing? I guess he does. He does a couple
It's
songs.
ironic. So interestingly, Grab Your Swords in French, the card is titled Kill the Beast because the line Grab Your Swords is not in the French version of the song.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So in
Beast
French,
singing Kill the Beast.
Indeed.
Interesting.
Indeed.
And we also saw Be Prepared right there. So there he is. So that's how you kill a beast, is by being prepared, apparently. Okay. So we've now reached the point where ink is on the table. We're pretty much set there. Now we're just going to start seeing some cards get dropped. We got 8 ink down on the bottom. After that, Be Prepared. And Maleficent on the board. Draw a card.
The lore total is 4-2. 4-2 with the top player with the advantage.
Okay, 4-2. Chad, do you think Aaron on the bottom's got it again for this one? Here we go. There's Peter Pan's shadow again. We'll see if we get a rush card. That was an inked enchanted card.
Doesn't happen too often, I'm sure.
No, not often.
It's a very expensive inkwell. So this is where, Aaron's definitely going on the offensive here. His Ursula can get him 3 lore per turn. Pan's shadow another bit. So 6 lore showing on the board. Going to start applying some pressure now to the top player to answer.
Okay, we got inked Snake. There's Elsa. Everyone loves Elsa and her ability to super tap somebody. Force them to not move for a full turn. All right, what are we looking at? We got singing again. We got a rabbit singing. Going to pick up a couple more cards. Got to ink another one. And then wow, that's a lot of ink. 4.
That's only 1 card.
That's Maleficent right there.
Yep, and that's the targeted removal that he needed. Unfortunately, other than the Elsas, there's not a lot of really good answers that Steel Amethyst has to big bodies on the board.
Yeah.
Grab Your Sword, Smash does some damage, but against an Ursula or a Maleficent, it's going to take a lot of those to remove it.
Yep. Here's
a start.
The single damage with the big tink right there. That's such a pretty card. Big Maleficent. We got a kaiju battle happening now with Big Tink and Big Maleficent out there just going at it, throwing down. Okay, another Maleficent getting played. Oh my gosh.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot of answers right here. Another Elsa perhaps can slow things down. That's something you might want to see. I think that's 13 now for the bottom player. It's 4-13.
What a swing right there. Yeah, just chipping away now. Got to think about those cards. What do you got?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know that Steel has many answers here. Elsa, maybe. Ursula, slow things, but really, no, there's not a lot. The Big Tink would have done some work, being able to knock out some cards and then deal 2 damage to other cards. But now it's... the
Maleficent came out and just absolutely blasted Tink out of the water. Send her back into her little lantern or whatever she sleeps in. I don't know.
Indeed.
Okay, so top players thinking about it now. Unfortunately, their tournament might be over here shortly. Not giving up just yet, and I appreciate that. That's a lot. Okay, and we got Elsa. So that Elsa is going to just take out 2 Maleficent. Or what? Both Maleficents, maybe?
And Ursula and a Maleficent are are now exerted.
Okay.
Not unexert, leaving 5 lore threatening. That would make it 4 to 18. That's really the only answer that the top player had to prevent. And
there we go. There it is. That's pretty brutal right there. A snake for a dragon.
Allowing him to target the Elsa, and it's unfortunate. But this is one of the things that makes Ruby such a dominant color right now in the meta. It's the ability to do target removal with Dragonfire, Maleficent, and then the board wipe with Be Prepared. There's just not. It's the only color that can do that. And
that's heat coming out, hitting everyone for 1 damage, but everything on the board stays out there. That's rough to see, and I believe this'll do it right there.
Indeed.
And that is game, and the handshake.
Just enough.
The handshake does it right there. Aaron advances on to the final 4, and our player up top, unfortunately, cannot withstand the might of the foil deck.
Yeah, that was
the
tough
Chibi
going.
Princesses took him down.
It what I enjoyed seeing that game was the different approach that Aaron took to the gameplay, where we've seen him before come out really hard with Pan Shadows early and other 2 lore characters early and trying to rush ahead, build a nice comfortable leap padding when it comes to lore, and then force their opponent to respond. That game, the opposite. Aaron kind of allowed his opponent to kind of take the lead early. Play a little more aggressively. He played board control, and just waited for his moment to wipe the board and dump everything out. And it was a very well played game.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, good on you, Aaron, for advancing on to that final 4. Again, we're getting down to it. The final 4 players here coming up. They're still completing their matches right now. The semifinals are still going on. We've got 4 games being played. 1 just now wrapped up. I'm not sure about the other 3, but we will keep an eye on that soon. And so, wow, here we go. This is where it gets exciting. This is where it gets fun. So
yeah, onto the top 4. For those watching who are curious about what the top 8 looks like, I know everybody wants to know what the top 8 looks like. That's always the big question.
Yeah. What are those decks being played?
Yeah, and I think we really, broadcasting here don't want to give away too much information about who's playing what or what deck lists are, anything while the tournament's going on, because it would give an advantage to anybody watching to learn more about their opponent. But what we do know, I think, is that we only see 3 different deck types in the top 8. We see, what do we see today? It's the ones we saw.
We've seen Amethyst Ruby has been huge.
Yep, RubyAmethyst, as you would expect. The Amber
Amethyst,
and the Amethyst Steel.
Yeah.
Sorry, colors still slow. Purple.
Yeah. I keep purple and red. I'm trying to get the proper colors. But we have yet to see any sapphire.
Yep.
We have yet to see any emerald today. Yep. Which is wild to me. There's just like, oh yeah, completely. I wonder how many decks were out there actually with those colors that we made. I mean, obviously there were other games going on that we weren't watching. So I'm curious how many decks showed up with those colors. But there is a meta to be played with, and so it seems like we are sticking to that meta right now.
That is true, which does surprise me. But I mean, the Emerald Steel discard package has been pretty popular, and I think is gaining a little bit of popularity. The other one that's really coming along is the blue, the Sapphire Steel kind of ramp package with the wheels. It's oppressive if you've played it against it, and I do think one thing you're seeing is like paper meta takes a little bit longer to shift sometimes based on what you see people like simulating or thinking through online, because people have to acquire the cards, they have to play test the cards, and so maybe we're just not seeing some of those newer decks here.
Yeah. But we're still seeing some great stuff out there, seeing a lot of good players. I always appreciate the handshake. You got to respect the handshake, like win with humility. So, but yeah, right now we're gonna watch these last few matches finish up before we move on to the final 4. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of players out there still. Did you recognize any of the players that you talked to before today, or did it even make the final 8?
No, none of the players. Jack's referring to. We did have the chance to talk to several players before the tournament. We got to ask them about what their objectives were and learn about them as players and how long they've been playing. And unfortunately, none of the ones we talked to made the top 8.
Alas.
But most of them said, all 3 said that really what this is about for them is experience, learning, experiencing competitive play. And I bet you money that they're going to be back playing again because they all had a blast, and they're going to be that much better for having experienced this tournament.
Absolutely. They will learn from their mistakes and get better from that point on. So I'm excited to see that, and I'm excited to see more tournaments like this in the future, hopefully around Central Texas area. So like ones I can easily drive to.
Yes.
So I don't think I can afford to fly anywhere just yet. But hey, if you're looking for commentators, you got a couple guys right here who are willing to talk Lorcana for upwards of 6 hours at a time. When did we start? How long have we been going now?
Oh gosh, we started probably 10:30.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we've been going for quite a while, almost 6 hours at this point, streaming live to our YouTube and Twitch channels, and hopefully you guys have been hanging out and maybe popping in, checking out some games, and all this will be archived as well on your YouTube channel, correct?
Yes, it will. You can go back and watch if you missed this, and if you're watching this now, if you missed this live, thanks for watching. But yeah, going back and watching these tournaments play out, watching real life games play out, you can learn a lot. It's always fun to sit and to watch other people play, to imagine what you would do in that scenario. And that's one of the ways you get better, is by studying other live games.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if I'm going through this again, I would absolutely watch all these tournaments being played and be like, okay, what was the strategy here? Like what worked? What took out stuff I would normally play, and then work my way from that. So this is all good. This is all learning experience. Take this knowledge into you and use it later on when you go yourself to your own tournaments and your own league nights and whatnot. So let us know in chat if you guys have any questions as we're hanging out here for a little bit until we get on to our next match. I'm excited to move on. I'm excited to play more Lorcana as we wrap up here at Ikkicon 2024. Only a few more games left. Yeah,
we were down to the top 4. One thing I'll talk about with the top 8, everybody is always super interested in top 8s, and you see them everywhere. Top 8 deck list, top 8 tournament results, and that's because there is some luck involved in Lorcana. As we all know, in card games, you can be the best player, you can have the best deck, and if the luck is not with you, sometimes it's just not meant to be. But in tournament rounds, when you're playing Swiss and you go 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds, usually you're going to see the best players, the best decks rise to the top, because there's time to recover from an unlucky game or two. And so if you have the same top 8, you're going to see, and you play that, let's say you manage to play out the same top 8 like 10 times, you may see different results every time based a little bit on luck. But the top 8 decks in a given tournament truly are some of the best players there that day with the best decks. And so which one wins the top spot and which one finishes 3rd or 4th, there's a little bit of luck involved. But the top 8 really lets you know kind of what the feel of that tournament was and which decks were really performing well and who the best players were.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's like that being said too, don't base everything you do around what you see online or around what decks you see online. If you want to build a deck that fits your play style, or build a deck that maybe fits a sort of like strategy, or even something goofy, of like, hey, like I want to build a Lion King deck, go for it. Like nothing's hurting you. Have fun with it. I mean, that's the big thing. We're not, not everyone's gonna be sitting here playing $1,000 tournaments every weekend. Like these pop up every now and then. But enjoy it while you can, or enjoy it while you play, and like make sure you have yourself some fun, because that's the whole point of this, is having fun. And so if you're stressing over something or trying to build like the perfect exact deck that matched up, because you could have the same exact lineup of cards, but if you don't know how to play those cards, you're not going to win.
Yep.
And so it's all about playing and practicing and getting better that way. So highly recommend, pick up some cards, pick up a starter deck, play the game, because that's how you get better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sometimes this is one-off decks that do the best too, the ones nobody expects.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so much fun.
Oh man. So what are we looking at? Oh yeah, you got an email said why expensive decks don't guarantee success in Lorcana.
Yeah, that's shout out to Forbidden Mountain. That's true. That's Forbidden Mountain's YouTube channel doing a video on why expensive decks don't guarantee success. It's a great competitive channel. You should check it out.
I feel like maybe subconsciously I saw that and I said that and didn't even think about it.
Perhaps
but anyway,
you sensed it coming.
I guess so.
It's out there in the ether. Shout out to Michael Henson joining from the UK.
Hey,
late in the evening over there ish.
It's probably what, 6 hours. So it's like 10, maybe almost 11 o'clock at night over there.
Yeah.
Welcome to the UK.
Thanks
maybe we'll get some UK tournaments happening this year too.
Yes.
I always noticed, like when I was looking for a product before, when it was really hard to find, I feel like the UK had so much more product. Or at least every time I looked online, it was always sellers from the UK selling like boxes and stuff. I don't know why it was. Like maybe guys, there's less people over there or something. Who knows? But
I agree. I saw the same phenomena,
Yeah.
which is it was interesting.
I'm curious to see some like German cards or something. Like I would love to see that because those are tournament legal, right? Like if
They are.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Or you learn just like it's like Duolingo, but via the Lorcana cards.
That is true, and some of the foreign cards have such great names. Captain Hook in French is Capitaine Crochet, in case you're wondering.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I respect that. Oh man. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. How is it looking? Let's see. Here's the crowd. You can see everyone's. You can see them standing up over there, finishing up these matches, and we're working on. We're gonna figure out where we are for this Final Four. How's the table looking? All right, still empty. Everyone's getting ready for it.
Yeah, I think it looks like there's one game just finishing up, but this is the point in the day where during the round everybody wants to take their time, make sure they don't misplay, don't make any mistakes because you've worked all day to get here. But between rounds, you're like, let's keep it going.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Come on. You don't want to be the last one still going.
Everybody wants to, move along. So.
Let's see here. Cosplay Canada says also see if your local shops are having tournaments that offer starter decks with entry or booster decks with entry. My 2 local shops do these from time to time to get newer players into games. Yeah, and actually, so Into the Inklands, which is going to be the second expansion for Lorcana, is coming out on February 23rd at local game shops. And a lot of LGSs are going to be doing starter deck tournaments. So what that is you pay an entry fee, maybe like, $30 or something along those lines. And when you go, you get a random starter deck and, probably an additional like 1 or 2 boosters as well. So it's like you're basically paying for the cards, but then you get to play immediately with a brand new starter deck. And so that's pretty rad. I mean, that's how I did it for Floodborne this year. I'm sure I'll probably do it again for Inklands as well when that one comes out.
I agree. I love playing card games. I love playing Lorcana. I love playing all formats of Lorcana. But one of my favorite things to do is the pre-release event where you go and you get a starter deck, you meet new people. Everybody's experiencing these cards for the first time, which is such a crazy cool experience. So starter deck events are a lot of fun.
And I will say, I'll give you a piece of advice that I forgot when I did my Floodborne starter deck events. We didn't bring sleeves with us. So we were the heathens playing with just naked cards while everyone else is playing with their sleeves and just giving us dirty looks. So bring some sleeves with you. Get 100 pack of dragon sleeves. Just bring them with you. Yeah. Sleeve up your starter deck. Go from there. So don't forget those. Don't leave home without it. It's like an American Express type situation happening here.
100%. It's
bring your sleeves.
Statement when you don't use sleeves anymore. But
yeah, I felt very bad. Then immediately I went home. I was like, oh, I got to sleeve all these ups. I should just pick some up. Game Castle's right there. I could have just bought some sleeves at Game Castle.
That is true. Game Castle, our fabulous local game store.
Absolutely. If you're in the Austin area, go check them out. Wells Branch and Mopac.
One note from the chat, Michael Henson from the UK points out his LGS is doing pauper tournaments where you can only use uncommon and common cards, which is a really fun format.
That is cool.
It's so the slang term for that format right now is Porcana. So Porcana.
Porcana. I appreciate that. That sounds like an exotic fish. Like, oh yeah, I've got some porcana in my tank, my salt tank right now.
Or some sort of bacon dish.
Yeah,
porcana.
That is clever. I know. I dig that. I like that. I like taking the game that and twisting it a little bit so you can get a different experience out of it. Like, I've never done a draft tournament, but I'm looking forward to doing something like that, where it's like a draft tournament. Again, you just get like 4 booster packs. You open them up, and then you take one card, hand it to your neighbor, and go forth and so on, and just pass them around, which is exciting because you get to open packs, you get to see some new cards, but you're also building a deck live right there. You're getting 48 cards, and you then make a deck out of 40 cards, and you play with it. There's no color restrictions at all. Totally different, and it's an excuse to buy more packs. So I'm all about it.
Any excuse to buy more packs. It's for the game. I do love this. I'm going to use the term porcana or pauper. Pauper is actually the term for a Magic format that does the same thing where you can only use commons.
Oh, okay.
So that's been carried over to Lorcana to make this porcana format. But I love this format because and it's not about the value of the cards for me. It's about if you play competitive with the full card pool, like we're seeing today, you start to see the same decks over and over again. You start to see the same cards, which is fine. It's still fun. But sometimes it's fun to play in a completely different meta. And the decks that you see built in a format like this, where you're limiting to commons and uncommons, they're completely different decks. It's a completely different game. and it's so fun.
I'm curious what kind of stuff you would see. I would see probably a lot of evasive decks, like low aggro decks stuff. You know, just because you want to get a lot of bodies out there. And if you're playing with uncommon common cards, like you're gonna get a lot more stuff like that.
I think you're right.
Yeah, that would be my target. I think I would do, but yeah, that's fun. It's a clever way of doing it.
You lose a lot of targeted removal. You lose a lot of dragon fires. You lose grab your swords. You lose Maleficent Dragon. So so evasive becomes a little more tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I can't tell if we're still. Looks like, are they still playing over there?
Fun note from the chat: Popper in Lorcana, just like in Magic, in honor of the Prince and the Pauper Disney film.
Okay.
I thought you'd appreciate that.
All right.
Disney historian that you are.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a classic one.
Yeah.
Oh man. Again, so someone was asking about Pixar characters coming to Lorcana, which I wouldn't be shocked if we see that maybe 4th or 5th expansion. We'll start seeing more Pixar stuff. Like Toy Story has so many great characters that I'm sure you could do. Many. Like, you know, you get your Buzz Lightyear and Woody combos could be a lot of fun. I'm sure they could do stuff with that. I mean, the fact that like Buzz can fly, I'm sure we'll see evasive versions of Buzz. Would be kind of neat. Maybe Woody as a ward character. I'm not sure, or a support. I don't know. It'd be interesting. There's a lot of. I mean, again, there's tons of Pixar stuff. You get the Incredibles, and that just like calls for so many awesome, powerful cards. There's so much IP out there that Ravensburger can tap into. That is kind of. I'm just excited to see what they choose. Even like with Inklands, we're seeing more of your deeper cuts. Like your, are we seeing Atlantis cards in this one finally?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we've seen any Atlantis yet.
We're seeing more Treasure Planet.
More Treasure Planet.
Yeah, we're seeing more Raya again, which they're really heavy on the Raya right now.
They did.
We have yet to get any what's the word? Encanto cards.
No Encanto yet.
No Encanto. Only one Wreck-It Ralph.
One Wreck-It Ralph. There's kind of the teaser from set 2.
Yeah. And so there's a few sort of IPs out there that for sure we'll be seeing more of in the future. Googly Glimmer says Ms. Nesbit card incoming.
Mrs. Nesbit. It better be a shift, a Buzz Lightyear shift into Mrs. Nesbit. The one thing I'm really excited about Into the Inklands is that they've delved into the cartoon, like the Saturday morning cartoons.
Oh yeah.
Tailspin. Great addition.
Tailspin, DuckTales in there as well. Yeah. Have you done the DuckTales game at Epcot by chance?
No.
So there is a Play Disney app where you can go around and actually do stuff in Epcot, and in World Showcase you can play this DuckTales game, which is voiced by all the cartoon characters. So it's like David Tennant and like Danny Pudi and all the guys who did the show. And it's a game where you go around and like it's like a scavenger hunt where you find stuff and you can unlock stuff that happens in Epcot. So like you can be in like the Mexico Pavilion, and it's like you can hit a button, and all of a sudden Huey pops his head up out of a bucket. It's like, oh, there's Huey, and people look around like, what is going on here? And it's like you're controlling it with your phone. Really, really cool stuff. But it's So there's the little piece of advice for you. If you ever go to Epcot, download the Play Disney app and do the DuckTales game. It's incredible. It's so much fun. It's one of those things too that not a lot of people know about it. So when stuff happens, people get very confused. Even some cast members. When we did the France version. And we were in France, and there were cast members like, "What are you doing? Like, how did you make that happen?" It's like, "Oh, this is your thing. You can do it." So check it out. Very, very cool.
Now I need to go to Epcot.
Hold My Churro says, "If Toy Story's in there, I can't wait to see a Zerg Rush deck." Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
That makes sense. And of course, we've got the puppies coming in Inklands as well. So we've got the Dalmatians.
So excited.
Which we have our first alternates cards that aren't alt art cards, if that makes sense. We have 5 different variants of the Dalmatian puppy that are all for A, B, C, D, and E, which is going to be a nightmare for playset collecting because does it count? You have to get 1 of each of those, or 4 of each of those, or what do we have to do?
4 of each, probably. I don't know.
And then there's foils for each of them as well that you gotta get as well. Oh man.
Somebody commented on those puppies and they were like, "Man, more bulk cards." I don't think those cards are bulk. Because here's the thing. There are people who are going to build 101 Dalmatians decks.
Yeah,
and they're going to need like 80 of those puppies.
Yeah, I think
there's a lot of them.
Let's see. Do I have?
A lot of people are going to need them.
It's going to be
puppy tail wet. Oh, yeah, it's new, so probably doesn't.
But that's the thing. So for those of you who are curious, the Dalmatian, the ability on it is you can have up to 99 Dalmatian puppies in your deck. So it's a game breaking mechanic because you're only supposed to have 4 of any one card in there. But this one specifically says you can have up to 99. So you could have a 100 card deck with Pongo and 99 Dalmatians.
Yep.
Which I'm assuming we'll see Perdita too. We better see
have to.
Perdita. If
We
we're
have
getting
to.
if we're getting all the puppies, and we got like 3 Pongos at this point, we better see Perdita.
We have to. You know, one of the comment I heard some people complain a bit that, like, all the puppies have names and like why don't they just give we're gonna get the named puppies eventually. What the tailwaggers allow you to do is play a 99 Dalmatians deck, and every time a new named puppy comes out, you can sub it in for a tailwagger.
Oh, yeah?
But you can always now reach that 99 puppy mark, which is just so cool.
I love it. I'm so
First thing
excited
I'm
for that.
doing into the Inklands.
Let's see here. Qualicala says need a Daisy and Pluto card. Pluto would be a great support. Absolutely. We don't have any Plutos yet, do we?
No.
Wow.
No Plutos. And no Chip and Dale. That's the one that really,
Chip and Dale.
it's a classic character we need.
I took a photo of Chip and Dale when I did my Disney Marathon not too long ago. Yeah, they had sweet like polka dot jackets on. It was very, very cool.
I love it.
So I also got a photo with Judy Hops and Nick Wilde. They took a photo together. It was good times.
I love it.
Yeah. Do the Disney races if you can. Run Disney.com. So
Big fan.
all right. How are we doing right now? Yeah. Okay. So we're looking out there, seeing how it's going.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for I think one game to finish up from the round of 8. It looks like.
Okay.
So as soon as that's done, we will move on. Yeah. You know, in the Pixar discussion, one thing that I always like to remind people is we have a Disney princess locked behind, Pixar. Merida is a Disney princess and will not be in the game unless Pixar makes an appearance.
I mean, like Pixar is straight up owned by Disney, so it's like that's all part of the same. I mean, it's all part of the same company, so I'm sure it will happen at some point. I just wonder if they're going to make something of it. Like I wonder if it's going to be like, oh, Pixar's coming to Lorcana, like open the Disney vault, here comes Pixar. So I bet that'll be the case.
I kind of hope it is, to be honest.
Yeah.
And there's ways to do it, like within the lore of the game. So all of these story stars that we see in Disney animation, Disney anime movies, they're all story stars in a pocket universe that exists. It's described as a pocket universe. It would be an easy thing to do some sort of, a hole opens to another pocket universe, or, this galaxy appears. You could do it and then just have Pixar come in masse.
It's like the portal scene from Endgame, where it's all it's just Woody and the Incredibles walking out, and Merida on your left.
Wally.
Yeah. Wally rolls out. Eva flies in. Oh, that would be a huge thing. I mean, I would love to see that. And yeah, again, like it could almost be a point where it's like if they decide to do it, they could do like a 5th or 6th expansion where it's solely Pixar.
Yeah.
Like you could do a full 200 card run with just Pixar stuff, which again wouldn't shock me if that's the case. So, I mean, they have plenty of IP to pull from right now without Pixar. So you throw that in the mix, then you're just like game on,
That's true.
So even stuff like Nightmare Before Christmas we haven't seen yet, but I'm still saying, like, I keep coming back to the theme park stuff, man. You could do a whole set of just theme park stuff. Same idea, especially with lands and locations being a thing now. Oh my gosh, please give it to me.
I love it. And it allows you to dig back into Disney history, to bring out rides and attractions and things which maybe don't exist anymore, but you can tap into them and bring back that nostalgia. It's pretty cool.
So Glimmer said, we had a discussion on the official Discord earlier. The biggest legal deck in Inklands will be 863 cards.
The biggest legal deck.
So that would be 2 colors, 99 Dalmatians, and then 4 of every single card.
Every single of the 2 colors.
Of the 2 colors.
Yeah.
So by then we will have, 34? So you'd have, 34 times 3 is 90 plus 12, so 102. So that'd be 204 individual colors, and then you throw on another 90. Throw on another 98. So 204 plus 98. Oh my gosh, that's too many.
Yeah.
Or it'd be 204 times 4.
I trust the math of the official Discord server.
816 plus 98. Is that what it is? Is that how it works?
Indeed.
Oh my gosh! Hey, I've got a raid happening over my Twitch channel. Hi everyone. Welcome. Thank you very much, Shadow at Noon. Appreciate you. If you're tuning in right now, hi, I'm Jack. This is Liam. We are currently at Ikkicon 2024 in Round Rock, Texas. This is an anime convention out here, and we're out here because Game Castle, a local game shop, local card game shop, brought us out because we are watching a Lorcana tournament happen right now. We are down to the final 4. The last matches are wrapping up for the semifinals, and we're going to watch. We actually have some really awesome camera angles. You can see table cams right now. No one's playing at our table right now. We wrapped up ours, but you can see the crowd here. They're in the back. getting ready to make it all happen. So we've been streaming now for over 6 hours at this point. We were here at 10:30 this morning, kicking off, doing Lorcana commentary, and that's what you're watching right now. So anyway, hi everyone, welcome in. If you like Lorcana or card games, follow us. Check out the Illumineers over on YouTube as well. These guys are great.
I appreciate that, Jack.
Of course.
It has been fun spending time with you today.
Yeah, of course,
and
man.
talking
Absolutely.
Lorcana.
It's been fun. We've been talking about, so Liam was nice enough to get all the setup and everything here, but I brought some of my stuff, and like watching our stuff combined to like Voltron it, and it's been working out really, really well. And we're having an absolute blast out here today. So hopefully we're going to do more stuff like this in the future. If you guys like it, please let us know. But my gosh, we're waiting for these final matches to wrap up so we can kick off into the final 4 matches and then hopefully get to a finals match. Oof, it's already 4:45 here in Texas.
Yeah,
I am tired. What a day. This has been a blast. It's been a lot of fun. But man, I'm happy my voice is still here.
I'm happy your voice is here because I couldn't carry this on my own. Yeah, if you're in the chat and you have any questions about Lorcana or about the tournament or what we've seen today so far, please let us know. We can see your chat from Twitch, from YouTube, wherever you're watching from, and yeah, we love answering your questions.
Yeah. How about this? How about what you in chat? Everyone watching in chat right now, what is your favorite Lorcana card? I want to see some Lorcana cards because I can look at them here on our thing. Like I personally love any Stitch card we get. It's great. I love all of these things. Let's see here. What is my favorite?
Giant Googly Glimmer says Giant Tinkerbell, which is
Big Tink.
Which is yeah, that is, we Jack, we ran a fan poll after the first chapter, and we asked everybody what their top 10 favorite Lorcana cards are. And 50%, close to 50% of people put Tinkerbell in their top 10 cards. It is that and Rockstar Stitch are the 2 most popular cards in the first chapter.
Yeah, Rockstar Stitch is a great looking card as well. Just that art is so good for him right there. Just looks so awesome.
Indeed.
And it's a good card too.
It's a great card.
Yeah.
And Smagalisa Sabai is a fantastic, talented artist from South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Samaga has a couple cards in the first 2 chapters. And some of you might not know this. He's also a Disney director.
Oh, wow.
He directed his very first Disney short as part of a series called Kazazimoto on Disney Plus. It is a series of 10 shorts by African directors, bringing you African stories, animation, and Samanga is one of them. He did the second short, Mukazi the Spirit Racer. So
that's so cool.
Go check that out. It is fantastic.
Man, a lot of people, I see people in the chat talking about the Honey Wizard, which is one of the cooler cards from Floodborne. Everyone loves Winnie the Pooh. So this card has been key art for the Floodborne pack right now. And I mean, that's so awesome. I just love that so much. There's one of the playmats, one of the official playmats is of this art here as well. And it's just so great. And I would love to see an enchanted version of this because now in the third set into the Inklands, we're getting enchanted cards of first set stuff. So we're seeing it now. They're bringing enchanted cards of other cards from the past. So maybe in the future we get a Honey Wizard enchanted card. Unfortunately, he hasn't played too much, but he's still
one day.
Who plays Pete anyway? So
one day, Winnie the Pooh decks will be a thing.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Rocky Mountain says, I've heard of Ikkicon. I have a friend, Tekka, who was there as a cosplay guest in 2017. Well, I mean, with this, it's been a lot of fun. Like, we've been walking around. I've walked around a little bit and seen lots and lots of cosplayers, more cosplayers than I've ever seen before. I'll be honest, this is my first anime convention I've ever been to. So
I think mine too.
Yeah.
Anime is a big part of a lot of different conventions nowadays. So I've seen it mixed in, but as far as anime pure, it's my first, and it's been a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. And like seeing all the people in costume and in cosplay has been great. I've had a lot of people come up and say they're a fan of our stuff, and it's like I really do appreciate that as well. Stoutheart Cinderella says Joe, as far as their favorite one. Stout-hearted Cinderella. I felt like she was super popular for a while.
Yes.
And she's kind of fallen off a bit. Like,
you see her played a bit now. She ships out for 5. She's great. If you get her on the board, she's very good. You don't see her a ton. You're right.
Yeah.
But she sees some play.
I think maybe when Steel Song was a lot more viable, you'd see more of her because she can challenge ready characters if a song got played. And so, but now we're not really seeing that nearly as often as we once were. So I think maybe she's kind of fallen to the wayside, but still a strong character, 5/5 with 3 lore. I mean, that's nothing to nothing to sneeze at. With a resist too as well. So I think resist might be overlooked quite a bit. I think we might see more resist and maybe ward cards popping up the next set. So
Resist is such a good mechanic. Such a good mechanic.
yeah. Rocky Mount says, consider coming out to Denver for now DesuCon or Colorado Anime Fest. I would just like to go to Colorado. Like, do I need to go for a convention? I just want to go to Colorado. It's
Particularly
a beautiful place.
in June or July or August.
Yeah, when things are a little bit warmer here. No, I went out to Denver a few years back and had a really good time. Drove out there, but I want to get back out because Meow Wolf has opened a location in Denver as well. And so
cool.
I've been to all the Meow Wolf locations except for the one in Denver now. So there's one in Dallas, there's one in Santa Fe, there's one in Vegas, and there's one in Denver. So
Well, I feel like that's something you need to check off your list.
yeah. I got to go out there for sure. Denver Fan Expo is usually around that time over the summer. Okay, all right. Rocky Mountain, you got a place we can crash? Can we crash on your couch? Is that all right?
We'll bring Lorcana decks.
There we go. Oh man.
Yeah.
Googly Glimmer says pure art choice though is going to be Rapunzel's Sunshine.
Rapunzel Sunshine.
This is a beautiful card.
It's a beautiful card.
Yeah, both the Rapunzel cards are really, really pretty cards.
Absolutely love this card by Aubrey Archer. So fun, this is a fun card. Back when the Rapunzel concept art was being done, a lot of the concept art put Rapunzel in a green dress, very, very similar to this. So if you get a Rapunzel art book or you look at some of that online by Claire, blank out on her name, but Rapunzel was seen in a green dress. So this kind of harkens back to the origin of the character.
Wow.
And it's just a great piece.
Yeah, but yeah, both that one and the other Rapunzel are really, really nice. The gifted artist one, I love that she's like just sort of hanging down on her own hair painting. That's so cool.
Yeah, this is another great piece. Another one by Aubrey Archer. She just nails Rapunzel every time.
Well, it's also like it works so well with the amber colors. Like it all blends so perfectly well. There's a Radigan card that is great like that too. It's a Radigan Emerald card. See if we can find it. There's so many. Okay. So let's see here. Green would be, is that 191? Is that it? Yeah, I love this card. Just that green right there is so very, very nice.
And in foil, that card just looks so good.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, good times. All right. So we're finding out some information about the tournament here. Okay. So top four. So here's what's happening. The top four players are they're chopping the pot. That's what's going on. Okay, so the way it works, so this happens in tournaments a lot. It's happening in this tournament right now. So what is going on is the final four players are choosing to split the remaining pot that is left. So they're probably going to split like $700 or so between the four of them. I don't know exactly off the top of my head, but that way everyone makes some money. So everyone walks away with the same amount of money. They've been playing Lorcana for over 6 hours now at this point. So I imagine people are tired. No one wants to not have an opportunity to walk away with a bunch of money. So it happens. We see it. We have just completed our very first Lorcana tournament together. Liam, congratulations.
Same to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Wow. That worked out well. I'm sorry that we didn't. Here's the final table. Look at it. Oh, the final table's cleared. Someone threw a be prepared down.
Indeed.
Oh no.
So
awesome. Oh my gosh. What do we have? We have gift stuff here. What? We have a gift bag? Okay, our friends at Game Castle have just given us gift bags.
Oh, there are packs in here, Jack.
Oh, I see packs in here. I see some dice. I see some candy in here. Oh my gosh. All right.
Jack, there are packs in here.
Oh, I see a card in here as well.
All right.
Woo! This is a promo card that was in here as well.
So there's an etiquette question here after the chat. If you are given packs live on stream, are you obligated to open them on stream?
I think we have to open them on stream. I just want to point out, this is an Yzma promo card. Ooh, what promo card did you get?
I got Mickey. Delightful.
This is very, very cool. Wow, our friends at Game Castle hooking us up. Thank you so much to our friends over at Game Castle. And so okay, well, we're gonna have a sudden break stream happening now. I think
it has to happen. I feel like
All right, so it looks like we got 4 packs of Floodborn here. Do you
feel enchanted to you?
I had to do it. Yeah, I don't feel any difference in them all. They all feel lucky. I think I got 4 enchanteds in here right now. So let's see here. All right, I'm gonna open up my packs. Should we do one back and forth and see how it goes?
I think so.
Do you have a strategy for your opening?
Oh, a strategy? I don't know. I have a way I open packs, and then After that, it's
Now I've
some
seen
of them
people.
cooperate.
I still like going through all of the cards in order and leave my rares for the end. But I've seen some players that literally just tear open a pack, look at the 2 rares, and they're done. And it's like, where's the fun in that?
I agree, especially when we're opening with other people. It's nice to go through them.
So my strategy, again, you can show the top card. So I got a fin. I got a fin there. But then, so this is your foil. So what I do is I take one off, and then the next one, that's a rare, and that's another rare. And then I put those on the bottom. And then I just do like this. So I get to the end. So now I can be like, all right, there's Li Shang right there. And then does the uncommons first. There we got Queen of Hearts. And then we've got a Madam Mim. We've seen a lot of her today. And then a Magic Broom again. I hope we get a Magic Broom made. We better get more Magic Brooms in Inklands.
1 broom per set, I would love.
Absolutely. Minnie Mouse, there she is. She's zipping around. Then we've got Dr. Facilier. Everyone loves Dr. Facilier. And then Painting the Roses Red. A popsicle. Did not see any popsicles today.
0 popsicles.
Zero Sapphire today, as a matter of fact. And then Ray. I love that art on Ray. That Ray art is so good. And here we go. This is my first rare. We've got Kronk. All right. Got a Kronk boy. Our second rare.
Ooh, you said rare.
That is a legendary Alice Growing Girl. I needed this card. Thank you very much. And then our foil, that is Croquet Mallets. There we go. All right.
God, delightful. Your method is so good. I might ask for help with that. I'm going to try.
Okay.
I'm going to try bring it together over the top. So work through the comments here. See.
Okay.
Gumbo Pot. We had the privilege of spoiling this card for the last set, which was just delightful.
Nice. The queen right there. There's Chip.
Chip the teacup. Baloo the bear.
Baloo. Everyone loves Baloo.
And not the tailspin version, which is coming out next. Charge.
A little Raya card right there. We got our first. I love this Cheshire Cat.
So delightful.
Okay. Our second one, Blue Fairy.
Which has been seeing some play recently.
Yeah, from the movie AI. Everyone remembers. Then we got Snow White. We saw a bunch of Snow White today. Here we go. Our first rare. We got a
rare.
That is Noi. Okay, and
next super
ultra rare. Ooh.
The queen. And for the foil, it's a common.
That's a common. Oh, it's Donald.
Oh, I love
That's a good one though.
This is a Nicholas Cole, and it's just beautiful.
I'm debating whether or not now to do a master set of all foils, as well as like get one foil and one common or one non-foil of every single card. That's my next debate. Like, do I spend the money to make that happen? I've been fortunate to get a lot of legendary foils, like draw a lot of legendary foils. So I'm debating whether or not I want to do that. So
they're very difficult to get.
They are. I've been very, very lucky with that. All right, here we go. See, I like your style is nice because you don't have to do anything, but I always get nervous I'm going to slip and then like know it. I'm like, oh well, I'm not getting enchanted this time.
It is the risk. I do like the peak at the bottom.
I'll give it a shot.
Oh, you
I'll give it a shot. Let's see if we make it happen. Okay. So we got Gaston. No one sings like Gaston.
No one Gumbo Pot.
Another Gumbo Pot.
I do love Gumbo Pot.
Oh, you got one of our dwarves, Sleepy, right there.
There he is.
Okay.
Looking a little tired.
I love this art right here. Legend of the Sword and the Stone. This guy's from Austin, as a matter, or lives in Austin, right?
Kuya? I don't think Kuya does. Adam Fenton does.
Maybe like someone did a Sword and the Stone card that lives in the Austin area.
Maybe I'd have to double check. That is Kuya's only card in this set, though.
And then Raya right there. This is the sort of chibi version of Raya. I like that art a whole lot. It's very, very cool. And then Beast. This I think is card number. Okay, so I think that's the very first steel card in the set. And then Nana. Oh, everyone loves Nana. Nana the uncommon. You can fly.
Delightful artwork.
And then Eli LaBouffe, one of 2 John Goodman cards. This one in Pacha.
I was going to ask you the other Pacha. Okay.
That is.
Oh, my goodness. Another legendary.
This is a double legendary pack, you guys. Right? I think so. Right? Because it's the first. Yeah, the way it works.
It may not. It may not. No, I'm not sure.
That is Mufasa legendary.
It's 2 legendaries in a row. Oh, my goodness.
That is Donald Duck.
You called it.
There we go.
Now, can this be a God pack? Because this could be a foil legendary.
Here we go.
That is the best possible.
Oh, it's common. Okay. Jiminy Cricket. Wow. Okay. I have opened 2 packs and pulled 3 legendaries. So I think my luck here might be done.
Perhaps, or maybe it's just getting started.
Oh my God!
And Mufasa, also one of the more expensive cards in
No
the set
kidding.
nowadays.
No kidding, man. I will take that any day.
Let's see. I'll work through the comments and see if I can replicate.
Hold still.
Your luck. Christian Romero. I love. Good friend. Penelope Gaylord. This is her only card in this set. I could talk about artists
Oh
all
yeah,
day.
yeah. No,
I will.
I love that you know all the artists. I love that you're respecting the artists in this one. That's so great.
A lot of them are good friends.
Ring the bell.
Yeah, ring the bell.
Hey, that hey has
Oh,
been my nightmare. So much so that I threw hey into my deck. Oh, there's the
So
Rapunzel I was talking
foul.
about.
Beautiful, super rare.
There we go.
There's Basil. Great
Basil.
Mouse Detective.
What about this one? Another super rare.
Super rare. All right.
Oh, it's Mickey.
Mickey. And underneath, a common.
Oh, Jasmine.
Beautiful Jasmine.
Okay, here we go. On to pack number 3. I'm gonna do your strategy. I got a double legendary out of yours, so I'm gonna do the same strategy this time. All right, here we go. Hypnotize. Look into the snake's eyes.
Mesmerize.
Look into his eyes. All right, and then we've got Ribbit.
Grumpy Rabbit.
He's so upset. Oh, there's Piglet. Oh, we've got a Winnie the Pooh pack. Okay. Oh, and then we got a squirrel. Squirrelin'. One of 2 squirrels in this pack.
One of 2 squirrels.
And oh, there we go. Oh, look at this. What is he doing? He's holding onto a rope.
He's holding on. That's your third rope.
There's so many rope cards. I think it's a rope, right?
Sure.
Kind of a stick, but there's sort of a rope there too, I think.
Boat. Yeah, we'll count it.
All right. We got Last Cannon as well. This one is responsible for the death of a lot of bad guys. A lot of people. And also Fang Crossbow right there. That's my first uncommon. And then there we go. The Card Soldiers. And last uncommon, Mouse Armor. We have this discussion. Mouse Armor, is it armor that's the size of a mouse, or is it a size of a human that's shaped like a mouse?
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it could go either way. Could go either way. I mean, it could be human-sized, mouse-shaped armor, or it could be mouse-sized mouse armor. I don't know. Here we go. All right, this is a rare. That is Christopher Robin. This was a Winnie the Pooh deck, is what this is.
All the Pooh cards.
And then we got another rare. That is Maurice's Workshop. And then our last one, it's common. Oh, it's Happy. All right. Beautiful.
I feel like you were doing very well.
Doing all right. That was 2
yeah,
rares and a common for the foil. So.
All right. We'll take a break after this pack real quick for a special treat.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Working through the commons here.
Okay. Chip the Teacup. Mulan. Last Cannon.
Love it.
Bucky, there's the other squirrel. We love the squirrels. And then Yzma, I love that art on Yzma. I love that art on Cruella as well.
It shows foil, another rare here.
Shere Khan. The enchanted version of that as well. Oh, we got an ultra rare.
I have all the super rares.
There we go. Tiana and a common Mulan. Beautiful. All right, we still have one more pack apiece left, but we've got a special guest who's going to join us for just a second here. Let's pull up a chair. Here, I can slide over.
All right.
Put that there. Have a seat. Let's see, can you...
Let me just put my bag down here.
Yeah. Here, Aaron.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, so excited for those joining us. This is one of the top players. Top players at the tournament today. I'd love to hear how did your obviously day went very well, but you were very successful today. We watched several of your games. How did you prep for the tournament? How do you credit you doing so well?
So, I mean, just for like a quick plug on myself, I guess, I play a lot of Pixelborn, Lorcana Bro on Pixelborn on the top 25 GM. I jam a ton of games, like hundreds and hundreds of games on there. But yeah, for our testing, I'm on like a testing team. We call ourselves the Lorcana Bros. We all very early decided that red purple was going to be the best choice for this event. We all registered the exact same 60 cards, and all 3 of us were in the top 8. 2 of us made the top 4, and 1 of us lost because the other 2 members of our team played against each other in the top 4. So one of them had to lose. But I mean, really a great showing for the deck. And I'm not going to act like we reinvented the wheel. It's just red purple, but we cut a lot of the technology that people were running was the item that generates lore spellbook. We cut those for Peter Pan Shadows, and we found that was a lot more impactful in the mirror on the draw to kind of kill their stylish surfer and kind of swing the lore advantage to you and put them on the back foot. So that's really the big innovation in the deck is the Peter Pan Shadows instead of the spell books.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that because we were watching today and the first Peter Pan Shadow came out, and I made the comment that, you know, it seemed some play, but not a ton. And so it was fun seeing it. And then we just kept seeing them throughout the day and they did work.
Yeah, that was just all our team.
Yeah. Well, they represented really well. And the fact that it, you know, helps out your Maui and some of your other Rush characters, like it's a great card. Why do you think purple or Amethyst Ruby is such a dominant deck in the meta right now? What tools is it?
I mean, just the bounce package is just so strong right now. You have these really overstated cards that, you know, they were initially overstated because bouncing was supposed to be like a downside mechanic. So you have these stronger characters because you have this downside associated with you know, you lose tempo, you lose advantage, board present, but it ended up just being an advantage a lot of the time, not a disadvantage. So like, there's just, you know, that bounce pack is just very strong in general. Being able to just, and the flexibility of your options, right? So there's like in the game that I was on stream for the top 8, the first round I went super aggro, like stylish surfers, and it was against purple steel, and I just went super aggressive. In the second game, I went, you know, rabbit, bounce my rabbit, draw cards, and then ended up just going with a control route where I could, you know, Maleficent Monstrous Dragon hand. And so you just have a lot of flexibility to go aggro with goat bounce or to play control with rabbit bounce. So the diversity and flexibility that the deck offers you is just really powerful.
And we saw that with you, like you said, you changed your play style like various times throughout the day, depending on what you're up against or your draw even, and it was really cool to see. What is your favorite deck to play right now that is not Ruby Amethyst?
Amber Steel Song. I was an Amber Steel Song player in set 1. I loved that deck. It's just the singing mechanic is just great, and I miss that deck is not quite as competitive as it used to be.
Make it competitive. Well, congrats on the finish today. Thanks so much for chatting with us.
Yeah,
it was
thanks for
really
having me
really fun watching you play. So I hope to see you at more tournaments in the future. And yeah, congrats again.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. How can people follow you, by the way?
I'm actually not on many socials right
That's
now,
okay.
but I am Lorcana Bro. You can find me on Discord, and me and my team, Lorcana Bros, are going to be starting to create some content in the future. So be on the lookout for that. But right now, like, we're not very.
Well, hit us up when you do. We'll cross promote and make sure people know where to find you.
That would be awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks so much for joining us.
All right. Thank you very much, man. Congratulations. Absolutely. All right. Liam, we've got one more pack to open.
One more pack. It's called that Unfinished Business.
Unfinished Business. And then we have a lot of people want to take photos with us. So we're going to wrap it up here.
All right.
Again,
let's
as we open this. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in and hanging out with us over the last however many hours we've been doing this. This has been so much fun. And yeah, next time we do this, you're going to have even more overlays. We're going to have lore counters. I know that's one thing we were missing this time, but hey, we'll get it next time. I promise.
Jack, I got this pack open first.
Go for it.
So I'm gonna step out of order.
Here we go.
And go through this. We'll go through the comments.
Fully
Weselton, Weaselton, Mulan. I'm leaving. You've had all the luck, so I'm leaving the enchanted for you for
spilled
last.
all my cards on the floor, so there goes all my luck.
Maybe. Is there enchanted down there? Because then it's still.
No enchanted. I'll tell you no enchanted on mine, but that's okay.
Oh dear. All right. First one's a rare. There's Radigan. Super rare, Arthur, and the last chance for some big magic. It is a foil uncommon. It is Radigan, most diabolical scheme.
Ooh, I love that card. All right. Mine are just got all mixed up on the floor because that's how I roll. Here's an Arthur for you. I love the Arthur card. How about Weight Set? Actually, I needed one of these to complete a play set. So thank you very much, Weight Set. Dr. Facilier. That was my Weight Set was a rare, by the way. Then we've got Fidget. He spins. We've got Donald Duck, Deep Sea Diver. Great. Him and Minnie go diving all the time. Bashful. Gotta love Bashful. The Queen of Hearts. And then Robin Hood. We did not see Robin Hood today. He does some work.
He does.
There's Pete. That was my other one. That was my other rare. Why there's an enchanted version of Pete that exists. And then I've got a foil Donald. I think that's foil Donald Duck. Sleepwalker. I got a foot, and then the really pretty Rapunzel. We both the two Rapunzels we saw, and then another Basil.
You know,
So
Jack,
there we are.
your randomized floor pile method, I think, is actually kind of fun.
You
You
like
never
that?
know what you're going to get in
Dude,
what order.
if I would have dropped that double legendary pack on the floor, I would have felt so incredibly bad.
Dear.
Oh.
Dear. We would have talked about it forever.
So, well, thank you so much, every single person who tuned in over the last almost 7 hours at this point. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Game Castle, for having us out as well. If you're ever in the Austin area, please go swing by Game Castle. They're at Wells Branch and Mopac up in North Austin. Great, great shop. Lots of cool people there. Go say hi to everyone for us. We're there as much as we can be. You know, I'm definitely going to be out there for the Inklands drop. Just saying, if you want to come say hi. And and they're talking about doing more tournaments and stuff too. So we'll be out there for more of that. Thank you, Liam, for hanging out with me.
Thanks for hanging out with me. This was a treat. I appreciate it.
And so go check out the Illumineers on YouTube. If you're watching my Twitch stuff, go check them out.
And if you're on YouTube with us, definitely check out Jack's Twitch stream because he's doing a lot with Lorcana, box openings, everything else, and it's just going to get better.
Absolutely. And so we're going to be back. We're going to have more cool Lorcana stuff coming up soon. Also, special shout out to Ikkicon 2024. There's one more day of it tomorrow if you're in the Austin area. If you want to go check it out, we love it. And so, but yeah, again, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you for watching us do Lorcana. We love this game. We love supporting it any way we can. And hopefully we'll be doing more of this stuff in the future. So until then, have a great Saturday. Enjoy your time. And we'll see you next time, everyone.
All right.
Bye. Bye.